This is a man with an extraordinary power. By slaying monsters in a dungeon, he can steal their very stats. Absorbing life points feels incredible. Just cue the battle music and he's ready to dominate. He absorbs their physical stats, and his body instantly erupts with rippling muscle and overwhelming power. But this all started just a moment ago. He was liking his girlfriend's post when suddenly, his screen flashed with a series of cryptic messages. In the blink of an eye, he was summoned to another world. A notification appeared. The evaluation test will now commence. He opened his eyes to find himself in a dark cave. Still reeling from the shock, he screamed out, "Where the hell am I? Who am I?" Before he could even process it, two hulking goblins appeared behind him. Wielding massive clubs, they were ready to crush him. But he quickly realized they were blind. They couldn't see him at all. Drawing on his experience grinding games for his girlfriend, he figured his mission was to take them out. Just then, his worn-out slippers made a fatal slapping sound. The blind goblin immediately swung its club in his direction. Luckily, Yu was quick on his feet, dodging an attack that would have sent him to an early grave. Terrified, he lay silently on the ground, desperately trying to muffle his heavy breathing. He thought to himself, since they were blind, they must be incredibly sensitive to sound and movement. Worse, they were trying to corner him. At this rate, he'd be discovered for sure. Thinking fast, Yu threw two stones into the distance to lure them away. Then, seizing the moment while one was distracted, he smashed a large rock straight into its head. Unable to see, the beast instinctively swung its club backward in a furious rage, but that rage-fueled swing landed squarely on its own ally. Seizing the opportunity, Yu yelled out, "Your prey is fighting back, take him down." The goblin that got hit, now thinking its partner was the enemy, unleashed a devastating blow. And just like that, the two goblins were dealt with. Guess it's a good thing he was a sec ID with his brain intact. The smaller goblin was still breathing, but it was trapped, pinned beneath the corpse of its fallen comrade. In the end, Yu put it out of its misery, sending it to join its friend. Suddenly, mysterious golden characters began to rise from the corpses, coiling around his body. A notification window materialized before him. A new power, Code of Babylon, was unlocked. The ability to absorb and analyze concepts was activated. This power allows him to take strength from the corpses of monsters to grow even stronger. Overflowing with newfound confidence, Yu was ready to clear this tutorial dungeon all by himself. With a greedy grin, he thought, time to grind some stats. Before long, he had completely conquered the dungeon. Goblin corpses littered the floor, from wall to wall. A new notification popped up. "Congratulations, you have passed the test." He thought he could finally go home, but he was dead wrong. Instead, he appeared in a dorm room at Union Academy. Soon after, he was handed the school uniform. He usually looked pretty average, but the moment he put it on, it was a total glow-up. He then went to meet one of the instructors. It turns out, she was a stunning, green-skinned elf, and he was definitely not complaining. She introduced herself as Aya, a combat magic instructor at Union Academy. She looked at him with a grin and said, "Are you using some kind of cheat code?" In the last 500 years, no one has ever gotten a score that high on the evaluation. Yu couldn't care less about his score. He just wanted to go home. But then his eyes were drawn to a massive structure looming in the distance. The instructor explained that the structure was the entire reason the academy existed. "We gather and train students from countless dimensions to help them conquer that very tower, which holds infinite dungeons and secrets within its walls. It is known as the Tower of Babel." The name sent a shockwave through him. He remembered the stories his grandfather told him as a child about how his ancestors were the true masters of that very tower, and that he was destined to reclaim the lost glory of the Ban family, the legendary masters of language. Later, with the professor's help, he was able to return home. After explaining the entire situation to his family, his grandfather was absolutely overjoyed. You found the Tower of Babel?" he exclaimed. "Excellent. You are truly my grandson." His uncle had to quickly step in and calm the old man down, before he had a heart attack from pure excitement. With everything settled at home, Yu began preparing for his new life at the academy. Now, we find him inside a low-level Union dungeon, the Dark Goblin Cave. Yu was more than ready for his next adventure. Armed with a powerful AK-47, with infinite ammo in his hands, he began to teach the goblins about the overwhelming power of modern civilization. Before the creatures could even attack, they were mowed down by a hail of bullets. Yu calmly pushed forward, with nothing daring to stand in his way. There it is, he thought. Before, his power was limited to just language. But now that he could seize concepts from these goblins, everything has completely changed. With the Code of Babylon, he can linguify, absorb, and even manipulate the very concept of any object. Each time he defeats an enemy, he can obtain a concept that he understands from them. The more concepts he collects, the stronger he becomes. And the concept that he obtained from that first dungeon, the Cave of the Blind Goblins, has been infused into this very club, transforming it into a mighty weapon. And this is my new best friend, Yu said, glancing at the spiked club, which was automatically taking care of a goblin that tried to ambush him. It delivered a crushing blow straight to its jaw, turning teeth and bone to dust. This is the goblin-esque cudgel, the very first item Yu had ever created by infusing demonic energy into a simple club. The item can materialize at its master-esque command, transform, and even move on its own. Seeing his new partner prove so useful, Yu couldn't help but stroke the weapon, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. It might have been created by chance, but it's the reason I aced that evaluation test. Satisfied with his victory, Yoon surveyed the battlefield's wreckage. All right, he muttered, time to collect the spoils. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he began absorbing the concepts from the fallen monsters. Life Force, 5. Mana, 3. Demonic Beast, 5. Physique, 3. Soul, 2. Leadership, 1. Killing Intent, 1.7. And Lineage, 0.5. As he scanned the notifications, one entry stood out. Among the concepts he gathered from the monsters, there was something he had never seen before. Soul? What's that? The moment he spoke, his mace, Bane Mace, vibrated with excitement. What's up? Yoon asked. You want this? The Bane Mace seemed to nod in agreement. Without a second thought, Yoon decided to hand over the new concept. Of course, it's all yours, he said. Hold on, I'll even throw in the life, beast, and demon concepts, too. With intense focus, Yoon gathered the floating hieroglyphs around his hand, compressing them into a glowing orb. This is the technique I've mastered, he thought. Taking these fragments of concepts and feeding them to my weapon. He swiftly pushed the orb into the Bane Mace. Instantly, the weapon erupted in a blinding light, as if undergoing a powerful evolution. The concepts have harmoniously combined. A transcendent synthesis has occurred, creating an item that surpasses all current limitations. Hearing this, Yuna's eyes widened in shock. Transcendent? Does that mean one of the concepts I isolated transformed on its own? He exclaimed. A moment later, the sphere of light shattered, revealing a small snake coiled within. M-class familiar beast successfully created. A familiar beast? He wondered. So combining beast and monster concepts creates this. Incredible. Can I touch it? Yoon slowly extended his hand, a mix of excitement and apprehension on his face. Fortunately, the tiny snake remembered its master. It affectionately nudged its head against Yoon's arm. Its personality has indeed changed, Yoon realized. It can probably still transform into a gun or a shield. You're pretty cute, he said. From now on, I will call you Y. Now, before we head back, let's check my growth stats. He focused his mind, and his personal status window appeared. Name, Yoonban. Life Force, 45.1. Physique, 32. Soul, 324.5. Mana, 38.7. Swordsmanship, 14.2. Leadership, 1. All-seeing eye, 105. All-hearing ear, 100. All-speaking tongue, 100. Okay. Life Force is basically my health, like in a game, he mused. Physique is my physical condition, but why is my soul stat so abnormally high? And these skills. All-seeing eye, all-hearing ear. They must be related to my language abilities. Whatever I don't get, I'll just figure out later. With that settled, Yoon turned to Y. So, what do you think, Y? He asked, ready to blend in with the other first years. Y shook its head frantically, looking almost embarrassed. It's all right. Yoon comforted his new companion. What matters most is our potential for growth, right? Just then, a system notification appeared. The dungeon core has been destroyed. You may now exit the dungeon. Would you like to leave? All right, time to go. I need to get to the Union Academy's entrance ceremony, Yoon said, tapping the confirmation button on the holographic screen. Instantly, a teleportation circle blazed to life beneath him. The world warped, and his next view was the Grand Hall of Union Academy. New arrivals were scrambling to find their seats, but Yoon materialized right in the center of the auditorium, drawing a few startled looks. Whoa, this place is packed, he muttered to himself. At the same time, he activated his all-seeing eye. It was a skill that allowed him to read everything. Depending on its level, he could instantly grasp the aura and essence of any target. Immediately, the stats of everyone around him flooded his vision. That guy with skin like molten rock had stats rated B, B, C. And that handsome blonde over there, an impressive S rank. Seeing those ranks, Yoon couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. So this is the power level of the regular admission students. They read at least 10 times stronger than me. But where am I supposed to sit? He wondered. Just then, a harsh voice called out from behind him. Hey, if you read from a secondary space, this isn't your area. Scram. Go over there. The one who spoke was a huge guy who looked like a dungeon raid boss. Yoon knew instantly he was no match for him, so he simply waved a hand. "Oh, all right, thanks." Seeing his meek response, the bully-esque group started laughing. But Yoon didn't feel any anger. It's no surprise the regular students are this arrogant, he thought. They look down on us just because. We came from a secondary space. It's the same everywhere. The strong always prey on the weak. Just as that thought crossed his mind, as if sensing Yoon's isolation, the blonde guy from before waved him over. "Hey, the special admission students are over here." Yoon immediately hurried over to him. "So this is the section for students from secondary spaces? It feels like we being exiled," he thought awkwardly. But when he used his skill to check the stats of the others in his section, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Are these guys really from secondary spaces? Their stats are high enough to crush all of the regular students combined. The friendly blonde guy was ranked S, A. A girl with white hair was a staggering S, and a pink-haired girl nearby was A, B, S. He even saw 3 other stat lines, a question mark, a C, and an F. As he got a closer look, Yoon realized he knew the blonde guy. "It's you," Yoon said in surprise. "Yeah, hey there, name is Leo. So this is our spot, pretty cool," he said. This guy, Yoon thought, Leo. He's one of them. The handsome guy I met in the dorms right before the entrance ceremony. Well, our first meeting was pretty unforgettable. When we first met in our dorm room, Lai greeted you by pointing a sword straight at his throat, shouting, "Who is there?" Staring at the razor-sharp blade at his neck, Yu's eyes went wide. "Hey, dressed like this, who else could I be? I'm a new student." "I'm your roommate," Yu yelled, which snapped Lai out of his trance, realizing he'd gone way too far. "Oh, my apologies. I just finished my practical assessment, so my nerves are still on edge. Are you okay?" "Yeah," Yu muttered, though he was still seriously annoyed. He thought to himself, he looks like a prince straight out of a fairy tale. A short-tempered one, but at least he apologized. So he can be all bad. But that was before Yu mentioned his own test was fighting a blind goblin. Lai just scoffed, his voice dripping with arrogance. "That was your practical assessment? Even a basic trained rookie could hunt a goblin with ease. My opponent was an entire army of Cho and ogres," he bragged, his tone full of excitement as he recounted his glorious victory. Yu felt his blood begin to boil, forcing himself to take a moment to apologize to himself. "Not all bad, huh? Nope, this guy is a total jerk." Setting that aside, the main character's expression began to soften. "Ah, that reminds me. We haven't even showered yet, and we were already just sitting here chatting. It's been a while since I had someone to talk to." "Me too." Lai nodded in agreement. Then, the big guy smirked, pulling off his shirt to reveal a rock-hard, muscular physique. "All right, let us hit the showers. The bathroom here is communal, right? We can keep talking while we wash up," he casually suggested, while Lai's face suddenly turned beet red. You go first, Yu." "Huh?" Yu turned back to ask, but Lai was so embarrassed he couldn't even look him in the eye. "I'll go later," Lai stammered out, earning a deeply suspicious stare from Yu. Back in the present, Yu told himself, time will probably wash away that awkwardness. Besides, this is a special area reserved for elite students, so those two must be. With that thought, he turned to greet them. "Hello." "Hi there," the pink-haired girl replied. The moment he saw her innocent, adorable face, Yu nearly fainted from a sudden drop in blood pressure. "So cute. It's a pleasure to meet you." He repeated himself, then turned to the white-haired girl. "Oh, right, you too." "Hello." Across from him, the white-haired girl with striking dark eyes was staring intently at Yu, making him a little flustered. "What is it?" Yu asked. "That thing wrapped around your arm looks interesting," she said calmly, and Yu immediately knew what she meant. Without hesitation, he summoned his little snake. "Why?" "You mean why? You guys can all see him, huh?" At the sight of Y's adorable form, all 3 of them melted. Even the cool-headed, white-haired girl blushed with excitement. "So cute. Is that the item from before? How did it change so much in just a few days?" Lai asked. "Can I touch him?" "He looks so precious," the pink-haired girl pleaded. The white-haired girl then introduced herself. "I am Dakozo, daughter of a martial master. And your name is?" "Ah, I am Ban Yu." Our hero replied, before asking a question of his own. "But what is a martial master? Do you have some kind of special powers? Like, can you shoot energy beams?" At his question, all 3 of them burst out laughing, leaving Yu confused. Even Dagozo was shaking so hard she had to cover her mouth. "Your understanding isn't entirely wrong, really. Well, this is already a fantasy world, so having martial arts wouldn't be strange at all," Yu said with a laugh. The pink-haired girl also introduced herself. "I'm Ruo, nice to meet you." I am Assel, but you can all call me Lai. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dagozo Ruo, Lai said with a bright smile. However, the second he finished speaking, Dagozo turned her face away with a look of disdain, making Lai's eyes roll in frustration. Seeing this, you could only offer a weak smile and say, "Looks like the ceremony is about to start." He noticed the beautiful Professor Yumina sitting on the stage. "Oh, it's Professor Yumina," he exclaimed, which made Lai curious. "Professor Yumina was your counselor?" "Yeah, yours too, Lai." Before they could say more, the lights in the hall suddenly shifted, and the roof began to slowly retract, revealing the sky above. "The ceiling is opening." "What's going on?" the group exclaimed in confusion. Suddenly, a cold voice shattered the silence. "All of you, focus here." The voice was so full of authority that the entire student body felt a terrifying pressure. It weighed down on their shoulders, making them tremble uncontrollably. What is this? Where is this pressure coming from? Yu wondered silently. His heart was filled with dread. Still, he grit his teeth and forced his head up, looking toward the source of the voice. High above, a colossal entity appeared, and the voice continued. "And now, the entrance ceremony for the 2557th year of Union Academy officially begins." The entity was a gigantic eye, a superior and mysterious being. Time passed in a flash, and Professor Yumina began to greet the group of students. That was impressive, wasn't it? "The headmaster's speech is always unforgettable," she said with a smile. However, the students still seemed to be trapped in the aftershock of that terrifying presence, so no one responded, except for Yu, who calmly took a sip of tea and nodded. Truly impressive. "So that great eyeball king is our headmaster." His words made the entire group jump. They turned to him in shock, asking, You saw the eye? You dared to look up?" The pressure it gave off was so intense, most of us couldn't even lift our heads. Terrifying. But Yoon was a little confused. He could feel the pressure. Sure, but it wasn't as overwhelming as they described. At the same time, Ru stared intently at Yoon, trying to understand how he could possibly look directly at such a frightening entity. That being was using a special method to conceal its true form, so how could he possibly see it? Under her scrutinizing gaze, Yoon felt flustered and quickly explained, "It is just a feeling, like a colossal eye is looking down on us." Meanwhile, Professor Yumina returned to the main subject. "In any case, that was the headmaster. Unless you achieve something extraordinary or cause a major incident, you'll likely never have the chance to meet him again. However, it seems you'll be getting a private meeting." "Yoon," she said, her eyes sparkling with amusement, which only made Yoon groan. "Why does that sound like a curse, Professor?" he mumbled. Yumina covered her mouth, giggling. "Haha, as your supervising teacher, your achievements are my achievements. From now on, give it your all." Hearing this, Lai looked astonished and asked, "So Professor Yumina is going to be in charge of us?" "Precisely," she replied, rewarding herself with a cup of tea. This revelation left Lai stunned. One of the 9 official professors of the academy is supervising us, he thought. After setting her teacup down, Yumina began her formal introduction. "I haven't properly introduced myself yet, have I? I am Yumina, a professor of combat magic, and I've been assigned as the homeroom teacher for this class, Class 11. Let's strive to do our best for the next 5 years." Lai, surprised, asked, "I thought only teaching assistants were in charge of the preparatory students." Yumina nodded. "That's correct. However, this year you re a special batch of students, so I will be taking on this role." As she said this, she mused internally. So special. In fact, that I wonder how only people like you were chosen. Then, as if remembering something, her expression turned serious as she warned them, "Be wary of the obstruction and malice from the regular students." Hearing this, Yoon was initially taken aback, but he quickly grasped the hidden meaning behind her words. The obstruction and malice the professor mentioned wasn't just about academic competition. It also included physical violence and conflicts between students, issues that fell outside the protected rivalries under the Academy's regulations. Even the professors couldn't interfere. To thrive in the race against other students, you must be strong enough to overcome every obstacle and ill will. That's why, from now on, the 4 of you will operate as a team. You are all uniquely special students. Moreover, you will be comrades, conquering the tower as peak together, from now until you graduate. But enough of that for now. The Academy has prepared a small gift for you. The rules and details will be explained after you receive the item. With that, she snapped her fingers, and a brilliant item materialized before the group. They gasped in amazement. It was a pendant. "Is this for student identification? It looks just like an ordinary necklace. You can use it for identification and to access all of the school's facilities. And at the same time, it allows you to teleport anywhere on campus." To test the teleport feature, they muttered the incantation. "Teleport. Professor Yumina is so beautiful." The moment the phrase was uttered, all 3 of them were thrown outside. "Professor Yumina is so beautiful." Rua shouted in awe. Then they were teleported back to their original spot. Regarding the incantation, the three could only remain silent, unsure of what to think about Professor Yumina. Good grief, the group sighed. We need this identification pendant to enter the tower, so whether we like it or not, we have to keep it safe. Lai said this while quickly tucking the pendant into his pocket. Across from him, the pink-haired Rua wondered, but why was only Yun held back? Who knows? Lai replied with a shrug. Perhaps it's because he could sense that horrifying entity. Rua voiced her own theory. As she spoke, she recalled hearing Professor Yumina's conversation with someone over the phone.
Right now? No, we've prepared a tea party. It's a shame. Of all the students, he was the only one who could look directly at the headmaster.
Cut to the headmaster's office, where Yun sat as meek as a lamb. What is this? A private meeting with the headmaster on the very first day. Did I do something wrong? Yun thought in confusion. Seeing his worried expression, the headmaster spoke. Look directly at me. My true body is not present here. The voice emanated from a doll sitting on the desk. Hearing this, Yun finally dared to look at the doll and ask, Headmaster? No. I am the chairman. Address me as such, he corrected. Yes, chairman, Yun hastily replied. The chairman then got straight to the point. Let me explain why I summoned you. Normally, I do not interfere in a student's development, whether they reach strong or weak, whether they live or die in the tower. I do not care. My sole objective is to witness the one who climbs to the tower's peak. Everything else is meaningless. Hearing this declaration, Yun fell silent. In truth, the tower is the legacy of my ancestors. The Ban clan was destined to reclaim it with all its power and glory. I am willing to risk my life to reclaim the entire tower. But facing the chairman, another student wondered, what is the tower? And why must we conquer it in this dimension? Unable to contain his own curiosity, Yun finally spoke up. Sir, what exactly is this tower? The principal paused for a few seconds, seemingly taken aback by the young man's question. Then, he answered slowly, the tower is the path to godhood, but it is also a great trial. Godhood? The same gods that people always talk about? This is getting more complicated by the second, Yun muttered internally, his mind a total mess. Just then, the principal continued. Normally, I don't interfere when students face hardship, but this time is an exception, because I see your immense potential. The greatest potential I have ever witnessed. I will make special arrangements to help you prepare for your journey to conquer the tower. As he finished speaking, the small doll on his desk lifted its arm, unleashing a strange light that merged with Yun's identification necklace. What is this? Yun gasped in surprise. The principal quickly explained, I have expanded your exploration privileges beyond the Academy's walls. You can now freely travel to any dungeon you wish. Use your free time to hone your skills before you begin your climb. Outside the academy, Yun asked again, still in disbelief. That is right. Now, you should go. Remember, Yun, level up your skills before you attempt the tower. If your performance is exceptional, I will unlock your next privilege. With a wave of his hand, a portal instantly appeared at Yun's feet. It immediately began pulling him in. The next privilege? Yun cried out in shock. Indeed, the right to explore the tower. Alone. I look forward to our next meeting. Before he could react, Yun was ejected from the room, falling directly into the arms of Professor Yuma, who was waiting outside. Did your meeting with the principal go well? Yuma asked with a bright smile. Yun looked up, but his view was completely blocked by a pair of magnificent mountains. Embarrassed, he quickly scrambled back and stood up. The principal has a habit of kicking guests out like that. Weird, isn't it? Yuma said with a shrug and a laugh. Yun was too flustered to even look her in the eyes. Yes, he stammered. He was actually very eager to meet you from the beginning, Yun. After calming down, Yun recounted his conversation with the principal. Yuma was utterly astonished by the promises he'd been given. Oh my god, permission for a student to leave the academy. That is a massive privilege, Yuma exclaimed. Is it really that big of a deal? He just said I needed to improve my lacking skills, Yun asked, still confused. It's beyond big. You can freely explore dungeons outside the tower, and even travel to other cities. This means you will gain far more experience and be better prepared than anyone else. No student has ever received this privilege before. Yuma's explanation finally made Yun realize just how much favor he was being shown. Haha, so that's what it meant. I thought he was telling me I was so weak I needed remedial lessons. Thank heavens, Yun chuckled in relief. Yuma continued, a hint of jealousy in her voice. You were so lucky, Yun. I'm actually envious. We teachers are usually too busy to go outside at this time of year. Really? Yun asked. That's right. Since Union is an academy, everything is student-focused, which makes things inconvenient for us teachers. With this privilege, you can explore dungeons, travel to cities, and go shopping. You can even eat all the snacks you want. I am so jealous. As she spoke, she leaned closer and closer to Yoon with a strange look on her face, making the young man break out in a cold sweat. A bribe, wasn't it? Yuma finally revealed her true intentions. There's this really beautiful city you should visit. It's called Ronica, the spring temple there is truly. Fearing she might just devour him, he quickly cut her off. Professor, please, let me buy you a gift. Time passed in a flash, and the scene shifted to a location outside the academy. Yoon was now on his way to complete the mission Yuma had given him, remembering her words. The honeymoon wine brewed by the monks is famous for its sweet aroma. It has a thick foam and a captivating aftertaste. Buy me one. No, 2 bottles, okay. The wine-loving professor had said it with her eyes sparkling like headlights, entrusting this heavy responsibility to her brand-new student. Yoon could only sigh internally. A professor sending a student to buy her liquor. This world truly was full of surprises. Luckily, I already have an item storage. He opened his inventory to check, a satisfied look on his face. Then he suddenly noticed an unfamiliar item inside. Ah, this is what Grandpa gave me before I enrolled. Yoon stared intently at the item pouch, prepared by grandfather. Rarity, unknown. Flashing back to the day before he left for the academy, his grandfather had approached him with a bag in hand. Are you ready, Yoon? Yes, I think so. Did you sleep well, Grandpa? Yoon replied. Hearing his grandson's words, the old man set the bag on the ground with a heavy thud. Open it and take as much as you want. What is this? Yoon asked curiously. Just open it and you will see, his grandfather said with a mysterious smile. The moment he opened the bag, a golden light flashed so brightly it nearly blinded him. Whoa, this is all solid gold. Can I really take this? Yoon asked, completely stunned. Haha, don't worry about it. This is our ancestral fortune. It was meant for the quest to find the Tower of Babel. Now, it's all yours. Use it as you see fit, his grandfather said cheerfully. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears began to stream down Yoon's face. Thanks, Gramps. This stuff will be a game changer. But how am I supposed to carry all this? Yuan stammered. What's the problem? The old man shot back. Just looking at it makes my back hurt, Yuan whined. You ungrateful brat, the old man roared, losing his temper. Back in the present, after opening his inventory, Yuan tossed everything inside, his personal gear now safely stowed away. Having an item storage made life so much easier. Graham said gold is king no matter where you go, he thought, so I'll take a few bars. All right, preparations complete. It's time to step into a new world, Yuan said, gazing at the modern metropolis before him. As he entered the city, he was stunned by the sheer level of advancement. Whoa, even in another dimension, the cityscape feels pretty similar. But as he was thinking, several people on flying vehicles zipped by in the sky, and he immediately went silent. Okay, maybe it's not that similar. What is that? It's flying. How is that possible? He thought with bubbling excitement. But his bizarre appearance had already attracted the attention of a few guards. Hey, you there? Where are you from? Yuan turned. But before he could explain, the 2 officers recognized his uniform, and their entire demeanor shifted in an instant. Good heavens, you're a student from the Union Academy? Yeah. Hello. We are the West Border Guards of Ronica City. They stood at rigid attention. Yuan felt awkward at their sudden enthusiasm, all because he was a Union student. He scratched his head and said, Hello, I am Ban Yuan, a freshman at the Union Academy. At his words, both of them turned. Their faces were filled with curiosity. But how did you manage to get all the way out here? Ban Yuan. Did the headmaster grant you permission? That is right. He said I could explore freely. Yuan replied with a nod. I see. It is thanks to the headmaster and the teachers that our city remains so peaceful. We are forever in their debt. They both spoke with genuine smiles, forcing Yuan to start reevaluating the true power of this academy. If you have any questions, just ask us. And for Yuan, a guy who knew absolutely nothing, how could he possibly pass up this opportunity? Without a moment hesitation, he pointed to a vehicle soaring through the sky and asked, So, I want to buy one of those. How much do they cost? Time flew by, and soon our hero Yuan was gripping the controls of a brand new flying vehicle, soaring over a vast grassy field. This is incredible, Yuan shouted into the wind. Flashing back to 1 hour ago, hearing Yuan's question had caused the 2 guards to break out in a nervous sweat. Ah, you must be talking about a hoverbike. The most basic model is already 250,000 ronya. It's quite expensive. Hearing this, Yuan's face went blank as he asked, 250,000 ronya. How much is that? So it's called a hoverbike, huh? As he spoke, he casually pulled a solid gold bar from his inventory and asked, Can I trade this to buy one? Seeing the young man casually produce such a precious item, the guard's eyes bulged. That's solid gold. Where did you get a gold bar that massive? Is that even real? Oh, my grandpa gave it to me, Yuan said with a smile. Back in the present, even he was a little stunned by the outcome. A single bar of gold was worth 75 million ronia. He really had to thank his grandfather for forcing him to take it. Turns out gold is the universal currency. After all, you idiot, make sure you take this. The old man had roared in his memory. But it's heavy and such a pain, Yuan had complained. The struggles of a young man with too much money are truly harsh. Over here, as he felt the streams of wind rushing against him, the little snake Eve materialized, prompting Yuan to excitedly show off to his companion. Oh, hey Eve, what do you think? Just like with you, I use demonic concepts to bring this hoverbike to life. Her name is Lilith, so from now on, try to get along. Lilith was created when Ban Yuan granted it a demonic concept, transforming it into a living being with its own will, just like Eve. Hearing her master's declaration, the little snake flicked her tongue, though it was impossible to know if she was annoyed or pleased. Ignoring her attitude, Yuan hadn't forgotten the mission his professor Yumina had given him. All right, I've bought the liquor for Professor Yumina and created a little sister for Eve. Everything I needed to do is done. Now it's time to head back. To the academy we go, Yuan said with a bright smile. And yet, just a short time later, our poor hero was groaning. He was sprawled out on a table, his head spinning as if it had been drained of blood. Oh God, my head. The main character whined like a pathetic puppy. At that moment, Ile approached, angrily placing a glass of water in front of him and shaking her head. I am extremely disappointed in you, Yuan. I cannot believe that right after our meeting, you snuck out without a word, only to return completely wasted. Ile's judgmental gaze made Yuan shrink in his seat. I am sorry. Professor Yumina forced me. I couldn't refuse. As he said this, he had a sudden flashback of the professor grabbing his collar, refusing to let him escape. Bottoms up. Drink. Another one. Her face had been as red as the sunset. This was the first time I've ever had alcohol in my life, Yuan said, quickly grabbing the glass of water. He downed it all in a single gulp. Meanwhile, Dahe coldly noticed the flower-shaped brooch on Yuan's chest and asked, So, about that pin. Is that what you got in exchange for becoming the professor's drinking buddy? The class representative position? Yuan leaned back, replying, Class representative? If you mean class president, then that is right. At that moment, Dahe's sharp declaration startled them both. If we have to choose one person to represent the four of us, then it must be me. Because I am the strongest one here. You agree, don't you? She stared, her gaze unwavering. Lai shot back instantly. That is crossing a line, Decoron. We were supposed to be equals, so I need to set the record straight. Your arrogance is going to poison this team's future in the tower. And for the record, I don't accept you as the strongest here. Lai shouted, pointing a finger right in her face. But Decoron just scoffed and shook her head. Ha, did you just say we were equals? How ridiculous. Weren't you the one who asked the professor yesterday if you could climb the tower solo? Where is the equality in that? She shrugged, and Lai's face went crimson with humiliation. That's C. Lai stammered, unable to form a sentence, as Yoon and Ruo shot him a suspicious glance. Oh yeah, you did say that. Flustered, Lai tried to backtrack. No, I was just curious. It's not like I don't want to team up. Meanwhile, Yoon slumped over the desk, thinking to himself. Seriously, I was hoping we could avoid this power struggle, at least on the first day. I was about to suggest we plan things out together, but our team is already falling apart. And I have zero interest in being the class leader. But now I see why the professor picked me. Lai has no people skills, only a massive ego, and Dee Coron is a complete tyrant. She might be strong, but she'll alienate everyone. Ruo is too passive to ever lead. Hey, what a special team this is. With that thought, Yoon finally spoke up. Hold on. Everybody, just calm down and listen. The class leader doesn't have to be the strongest person. In fact, they should be the strongest, he proposed. Dikaro narrowed her eyes. And why is that? Because if the strongest is in charge, they'll just make every decision themselves. A leader needs to unite the class, not dominate it. A leader has to be someone who can find fair solutions for everyone. That's why I think an easygoing person, like me, should take the role. Easygoing? You? Dikoro nearly laughed out loud. Fine. The professor has the authority to appoint the leader, so I'll go along with what you say. For now, Dikoron said with a smirk. Seeing that the most dangerous member had conceded, Yoon let out a quiet sigh of relief as the tension in the air finally faded. Thanks, Dikoron. Her tone shifted, becoming both serious and sincere. From the very start, you were the only one here I truly wanted on my side. Well, I don't like it, but to get what I want, I guess I have to put up with the dead weight. As she spoke, she shot a cold, meaningful glare toward Lai and Ruo. That is all. See you around. And with that, the white-haired girl turned and walked away, leaving Lai behind, trembling with absolute fury. What? Dead weight? Lai seethed through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with outrage. Seeing this, Yoon quickly stepped in. Hey, calm down, Lai. After barely managing to cool Lai down, Yoon felt utterly drained. My god, this morning felt more like a war zone than a classroom. Dealing with wounded pride is never easy. Just have to take it one step at a time, the main character, Yoon, told himself, trying to stay calm. But he didn't even get a moment's peace before Ruo stood up, his voice full of excitement. Hey, Yoon, did you bring that cute little snake with you today? I really want to touch it. The girl's eyes sparkled with pure curiosity. Oh, for crying out loud. Am I surrounded by landmines? Yoon groaned internally. He felt like he was constantly navigating a minefield. The scene shifts to a combat arena. A student named Erector, a user of lava-based powers, suddenly shot to his feet and roared, Professor, I want to see just how skilled these special admission students really are. His shout whipped every head in the room toward Yoon's group, their eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and condescension. The instructor, dressed in a prisoner-s uniform, simply nodded. For our first session, we'll start with a warm-up, a sparring match. How does that sound? At his words, the Class 1 students erupted, all of them begging for a chance to fight. Professor, let me take them on. No, pick me. Get back. I am first. Hey you, are you going to take that pin off or what? The barrage of taunts and challenges silenced both Yoon and Lai. Lai shot a worried look at Yoon. So this is Union Academy, a class based entirely on power. No wonder Class 1 is the special class. They really seem to hate us, Class 11 students. Yoon replied awkwardly. Well, it might have something to do with what I am wearing. As the crowd continued to argue, Erector's eyes were locked on the emblem pinned to Yoon's chest, a fire of pure rage building within him. How dare that weakling wear the pin from the flower goddess, a gift from Professor Yuma herself, to wear it so brazenly in front of me. Unforgivable. The thought consumed him until he couldn't hold back any longer. Professor, he bellowed, let me test his strength myself. I am begging you, let me fight him. The professor agreed instantly. Very well. Step forward, Yoon. You will face Erector. Yoon felt like he'd just been thrown to the wolves, but there was no way out of it. Elsewhere, Professor Yumina was quietly observing Yoon's first day of class. After realizing it was a joint session between Class 1 and Class 11, she knew something was wrong. What is the meaning of this? Why would they schedule my student with the special class on the very first day? And for a comprehensive combat lesson, no less. How could a special admission student, pulled straight from a subspace, possibly compete against these elite cadets? They must know that, which means this schedule was arranged on purpose. I don't know who says behind this, but I can feel their malicious intent. Yumina thought, her heart filled with worry for her student. Back in the arena, Yoon was no fool. He wasn't about to rush into a fight, especially not with the towering lava man glaring at him. He quickly raised his hand to decline. Sorry, Professor, my combat skills are still too weak. I don't think I'll learn anything from this match. The professor in the prison jumpsuit replied nonchalantly. Huh, is that so? Then I am deducting 3 points. The words left Yu completely stunned. He couldn't understand what was happening. Get up here, Yu. Stop making excuses, the professor said, adjusting his glasses with a smug look. That's when Yu realized it. This guy was deliberately targeting him. But why? Why was the professor forcing him onto the stage? Did he want to humiliate him in front of everyone? The more Yu thought, the darker his expression became. I am not making excuses. It's the truth. I was a special admission student because of my unique ability, not my fighting skills. If you are curious about the abilities of a special admission student, find another way to evaluate us instead of forcing us into combat. Yu argued, his logic unshakable. However, seeing Yu's constant refusal, the professor in the jumpsuit gritted his teeth and yelled, Are you trying to lecture me on how to do my job? Hearing that, Yu dropped all pretense of respect and shot back. It doesn't matter if you're a professor or a student. If you don't know something, you should learn. Besides, aren't you the class representative? Deduct another 5 points. The professor roared, making Yu sigh. Heh, so that's how you want to play this? Yu thought to himself before quickly making a proposal. How about this? I'll use this week to prepare, and we'll fight next week. Just give me 1 week. I'll enter the tower once, and when I come out, my preparations will be nearly complete. His confident declaration made the entire classroom fall silent. A few students stared at him, as if he were a madman. What did he just say? A match next week? Preparations? What is he even talking about? His abilities were clearly at rock bottom. How could he possibly fight someone from the special class after just 1 week? As for the professor in the jumpsuit, he was so angry he bit his lip. Now you're ignoring me and setting your own schedule. Fine, do as you wish. Seeing the professor grit his teeth, Yu's contempt was obvious. So what if I ignore you? Yuri not even an official professor. He muttered the words, startling Lai, who was standing behind him. After suppressing his rage, the professor made an announcement. You and Hector, next Tuesday, you two will have an official sparring match. It will be made public, and the entire academy will be watching it live. Make sure you all tune in. He sneered, already anticipating US humiliation next week. So he doesn't just want to shame me. He wants to make a huge spectacle out of it. You frowned as the professor turned to address you directly. You, since you requested time to prepare, you'd better show us what you've got. If you can deliver, you cut him off, bored. You can count on it. Hey, Hector, right? We have an official match next week. I am really looking forward to it, he said with a bright smile. Hector spat on the ground in his direction, his disgust clear. Humph, pathetic weakling. You felt a little embarrassed. He wasn't sure why he was acting so cheerful toward this lava rock guy. Not that he expected a polite response anyway, because what he really wanted to probe wasn't the man's attitude. Hector's stats appeared clearly in US vision. Hector's stats were B, B, and C. Life Force, 250. Physique, 300. Magic, 120. Looking at these numbers, you knew his decision to postpone the match for a week was absolutely the right one. As expected of a student from the special class, his life force and physique stats were astonishing. His life force was 5 times his own, and his physique was 10 times greater. But even so, compared to them, Hector was nothing. You thought, glancing over at Lai and Ruo. To climb the tower with them, he had to surpass Hector's level first. You mused to himself, then chuckled. Haha, why do you two look so gloomy? Are you worried about me? Ignoring US words, Dagozo began to warm up behind them with a cold expression. What's this? Is no one brave enough to step up? Unlike the class representative, fighting is my specialty. Aren't you all curious about the skills of a special admissions student? Does anyone dare to come up here? If it is a sparring match, I am always ready, Dagozo said with absolute confidence. Her stats were so high they were breaking out of the hexagonal display frame. Back with the crowd of extras, Dagozo's challenge left them all frozen for a few seconds. Even the professor in the prison jumpsuit was stunned into silence. The reason was simple. Even a weakling like you could sense Dagozo's terrifying power. The silence is deafening, but it makes sense. Even my myriad poison eyes are having trouble fully reading Dagozo's strength. There's no way a first-year student wouldn't feel her overwhelming aura, you thought. Back with Dagozo, seeing that no one dared to step forward, she spoke with a bored tone. What's wrong? If you lack confidence, allow me to choose for you. She pointed directly at Hector. Hector, you're not the type of person who only picks on the weak, are you? Get over here. I'll mop the floor with you. Across the room, Hector flinched. He must have realized that Dagozo's power was far beyond his own. Hector must be terrified right now. His original target was me, but now he's been challenged by someone completely unexpected. Everyone here could sense it. If he accepted Dagozo's challenge just to save face, he would be absolutely destroyed. He turned to you, his eyes narrowed. Are you absolutely sure? Of course. Thanks for the concern, but this time, I'll prove I am worthy with my own strength. You declared with total confidence. If he wanted to raise the test's difficulty, Dr. Igzone had no reason to stop him. Humph! And here I thought you were just a slippery snake. Turns out you've got some backbone after all. Fine, I'll let you do it your way, she announced. Besides you, is there anyone else brave enough to step up? But the crowd remained deathly silent. No one dared to face Dr. Igzone directly. Is there no one? The white-haired woman asked again, scanning the timid students. Dr. Igzone sighed in disappointment. You were all barking so loudly a moment ago, but faced with true power, you hide in your shells like turtles. Her words struck a nerve. The first-year students gritted their teeth in fury, but none dared to move, until a blonde-haired young man spoke up. Who are you calling a turtle? It's always the weak and foolish ones who flock together. They think they can protect each other just by barking louder. Are you trying to provoke me? The moment you heard someone verbally challenge Dr. Igzone, his attention snapped to him. What is this? This guy might be in the special class, but his power level feels completely different. From where you stood, the blonde man radiated an overwhelming aura, a pressure that made everyone else instinctively keep their distance. Beside him, Lai noticed Yu's confused expression and decided to explain. That's Optima, he whispered. The ruler of the Sentu's dimension. Huh? Sentu's Optima? What's that? Yu asked, completely lost. His clueless question even surprised Lai. You don't know? You. Besides the Union, there are 10 other high-level dimensions. Optima comes from the family that rules Sentus, one of the most powerful of them all. A cold sweat trickled down Yu's back. So this guy is the heir to one of the most powerful families across all the dimensions. Just then, with all eyes fixed on him, Optima began to descend into the testing arena, Professor, he commanded coldly. The instructor understood immediately and scrambled to activate something. Ah, right away, he said, pulling out an electronic device that caught Yu's eye. What is that thing? Probably a recording device, Lai guessed. I think they were planning to film this and make it public. And then what? Yu asked curiously. They said they'd share it on the internet, but I'm not really sure what that is, Lai admitted, shaking his head. It seemed Lai came from a dimension without modern technology, so the concept was foreign to him. However, coming from a far more advanced civilization, Yu instantly understood the Professor's plan. So that's it. It's the same in this world, too, huh? Seeing that Yu understood, Lai turned to him. You know what the internet is? It's just a private network set up by companies or schools to share information, Yu explained as he connected to the Union net. Lai's eyes widened in shock. Your dimension is so low level, they don't even know about the Union. But you know about this? In my world, this kind of tech is everywhere, Yu said. But where is this school's internet portal? As Yu scrolled through his phone, Rudo ran over to help. Here, there's a live broadcast channel for our class right now. Thanks, Rudo, you real lifesaver. Yu quickly tapped the link, and an image of Dr. Zone and Optima filled his screen. What is this? He muttered. A live stream. The professor is trying to publicly humiliate us. But I have a feeling this won't go the way he thinks. In the arena, both Dr. Zone and Optima were unleashing an intense, crushing aura. After a tense standoff, Optima spoke first. Make your move. Dr. Zone just smirked. As the weaker one, you should have the first shot. She taunted him with a beckoning gesture. Weaker? We'll see how long that arrogance lasts. Now, kneel. As Optima spoke, he thrust his hand forward, unleashing some kind of invisible power straight at Dr. Zone. From the crowd's perspective, a mysterious wave of energy pulsed from Optima's palm. As the power washed over them, even US group could feel a terrifying pressure weighing down on their bodies. What is this power? It's completely different from the linguistic authority that I possess. It's like water flowing downhill, or the fact that we can live without air. This is a fundamental law of nature. Everything in this space is forcing me to kneel before him, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Could he be distorting reality itself? Dr. Zone analyzed the attack. Standing beside Yu, Lai turned and asked, Did you just figure out the principle behind his ability? Yeah, Yu replied. But before he could explain, Rudo grabbed onto him, trembling with fear as he stared at the arena. Meanwhile, Optima's reality-bending power struck Dr. Zone and did absolutely nothing. It was like a gentle breeze against a mountain. A swirling, dark blue energy began to pour from her palm. With a single wave of her hand, she effortlessly shattered the pressure crushing down on her. The entire group was stunned, their jaws hanging open. Even Yu couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. She completely neutralized his power just by increasing her own aura. The blonde-haired Optima watched as Dr. Zone dismantled his technique, a flicker of genuine interest in his eyes. Ha, not bad. You have some skill. Dr. Zone shook her head, her voice dripping with scorn. Your ability is as ridiculous as those horns on your head. If this is all you have, then I am truly disappointed. Not a chance, Optima shot back, posturing as if to unleash a skill. But the motion never escaped Doko Gion's sharp gaze. Instantly, Doko Gion channeled power into her legs, lunging forward and slamming a kick straight into his stomach, shattering his technique. Did you really think I'd just stand here and take a second hit? Stronger up close, are you? Doko Gion taunted. Optima threw up an energy shield to defend himself, but being forced on the defensive was a crushing blow to his pride. I can't believe I have to use two hands for a fight like this, he grumbled in annoyance. All brawn and no brains, as they say. Doko Gion's voice suddenly appeared right next to his ear, startling him into swinging wildly behind him. You arrogant fool, he roared, completely oblivious that he was the most arrogant one there. Doko Gion dodged the attack, batting his arm aside with her left hand. At the same time, her right hand gripped his collar, pulling him into a devastating knee strike aimed directly at his chin. Your movements are hopelessly clumsy. Don't tell me you still need someone to feed you, Doko Gion mocked, but Optima managed to block her strike with another energy shield. However, being so completely overwhelmed was making his blood boil. You damn bitch, he seethed. He focused his power into his fist and launched a supersonic punch, but Doko Gion easily sidestepped the attack. Lai could only stare in disbelief as Doko Gion toyed with Optima like a cat with a mouse. It was unthinkable that Optima, the ruler of Centis, was being so utterly dominated. Observing the fight, Yu offered his own analysis. It seems that Optima Guy is used to crushing his opponents quickly, by suppressing their movements, as if he's distorting the very laws of nature. However, that method seems totally useless against Doko Gion, which is exactly why he's been pushed into this corner. Before the eyes of the entire crowd, the golden-haired boy was being pummeled by Doko Gion, with no chance to even fight back. Every single one of her attacks was precise and powerful, from a flurry of punches to his face to a brutal high kick aimed at his chin. If not for his energy shields, he would have been knocked unconscious long ago. Back in the stands, Yoon, our commentator, continued his analysis. Although he possesses overwhelming strength and physical abilities, it's clear he rarely practices his fundamentals. The comment left Lai stunned by Yoon's incredible insight. He can tell all that just by watching. Doko Joan could overpower Optima, and Yoon could see through them both. They were clearly on another level, specially selected from the subspace. But what was happening now? Back in the fight, Optima no longer even had an opening to counterattack. Doko Joan's fists rained down with horrifying speed. "Ah, how dare you be so insolent with me?" the idiot screamed. He was completely oblivious to the situation. Instantly, Doko Joan's fist smashed through his failing energy shield and connected squarely with his face. "Did you come here just to run your mouth?" Doko Joan said coldly. "Or is your tongue so long you want me to cut it shorter for you?" As for Optima, the fury of being constantly humiliated finally made him snap. A circular symbol made of diamonds appeared above his head. An incredible wave of power erupted from his body. He slammed both hands into the ground, cracking the arena floor into pieces. "I will never forgive you. If you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish." Optimus shrieked like a madman. Hearing his outburst, Doko John simply replied in a calm tone, "Death is not a word a child like you should use so lightly." She began to gather magic around her arm, preparing to teach the golden-haired boy a painful lesson. Optima was equally determined, screaming, "Die," as he thrust his hands forward. Just as the two rivals were about to collide, Professor Yumina's voice rang out. "That is enough." With a single clap, she stopped all of their movements in an instant. The arena was suddenly flooded with beautiful flowers, leaving both Dako, Joan, and Optima completely stunned. Yumina spoke softly. "Our academy does not encourage life or death duels. Save that power for climbing the tower. Do you two understand?" Then, she snapped her fingers, and her skill dispersed, the flower garden slowly fading away. In the stands, you thought, "What was that? An illusion?" But I can still smell the rich fragrance of the flowers. On the field, the moment Optima saw Yumina, he knew he couldn't continue the fight. He clicked his tongue, turning to leave, completely unaware that the Professor's intervention had just saved his life. Otherwise, Doko Joan would have surely sent him to an early grave. As for Doko Joan, she paid the pathetic weakling no mind. She turned to Yumina and commented, "You are incredibly strong." In response, the female professor simply gave a gentle smile. Seeing that, Doko Joan sighed and returned to her spot. Welcome back," you said to her. At his words, the white-haired girl turned to ask Lai for his thoughts. "So, what did you think?" "It was amazing. Just watching was a thrill." However, before our main character could finish his sentence, Ruo suddenly darted out and clung tightly to his back from behind. This sudden action made the whole group curious. "Ruo, what's wrong? Are you still scared of Dako Joan?" he asked with a frown, seeing his friend trembling uncontrollably. "Haha, how cute. It's all right, you can come out now," Yoon said, still smiling brightly. But Ruo stubbornly clung to his back, refusing to let go. From another side, Yue's irritated voice cut in. A voice cut through the air, drawing every eye. "You re in for it now, Professor Farron. Allowing a sparring match on the very first day, not only did you permit it, you looked the other way when it got out of hand. You realize this is a serious offense, don't you?" I apologize, Professor," Ao2 stammered. "An apology won't be enough to fix this. You better brace yourself," Yuma declared with an air of superiority. She then approached Yuan. And for a class president, character is everything. "Yuan, why is your pin on upside down?" As she spoke, the beautiful professor gently reached out, adjusting the insignia on our hero's chest. It was an incredibly close gesture, driving the other students wild with envy, but she paid their burning stares no mind. After fixing Yuan's badge, Yuma turned to leave. "Well, I'll be on my way now. Have a pleasant day, everyone." Watching her walk away, Yuan could only manage an awkward laugh. Haha, so our professor came to stop the fight, but ended up stirring even more trouble. Even without looking back, Yuan could feel the countless daggers staring at his back. They came from the group of first years. Why does that weakling get all the attention? "I'm not going to let him off the hook," someone seethed. Time flew by, and soon, news of the battle between Doc HZ and Optima had spread like wildfire among the freshmen. "Hey, did you hear? That new girl from the secondary dimension actually fought Optima to a standstill." "Not a standstill. She dominated him." "A secondary dimension? Is that for real? What in the world is going on?" A flood of curious comments began to pour in. And of course, our main character, Yuan, could see every single one of them. But he felt no joy from this sudden fame. It feels like the entire world is talking about us, Yuan said with a worried tone. Across from him, his friend Lai's head was practically smoking, completely baffled by all the high-tech chatter. Meanwhile, Doc HC finished reading the comments. Her unique eyes narrowed ever so slightly. How strange. Him, the number one prospect? No way. There's at least one person in that class far stronger than he is. Doc HC's mind flashed back to a girl dressed like a mage, huddled all by herself in a corner of the classroom. Just before she turned to ask the main character, her question echoed in his mind. I thought you noticed too? Yuan just shrugged with a faint smile. Ha ha ha. I guess I was too focused on your fight. Meanwhile, Lai was completely sprawled out on the table, exhausted. But hey, Yuan, they were mentioning you all over the forums, too. What's this master negotiator of pain mean? Anyway, Lai asked. Yuan sighed. They don't dare go after the one who challenged the top prospect, so they're retaking all their frustration out on me. Doc HC chimed in. That's not the only thing people are talking about, is it? Her eyes darted to the side. Speaking of which, we were usually all so spread out. Huh? He gasped, suddenly noticing Ruo at a separate table, trembling from head to toe. The mood at the table instantly grew heavy. It seemed Ruo was either sensing something from Doc HC or was just too terrified to come any closer. I wonder what it's like when they were rooming together. Maybe she's still on edge from what happened before. Maybe I should help her feel more comfortable. Everyone needs a little sweetness in their life, Yuan thought, quickly pulling a small jar from his bag. It was a divine jam, created using his synthesis ability. An essence extracted from tens of thousands of rare fruits. It has a special, albeit minor, effect that boosts the overall growth of 1's stats. Check this out. Yuan's voice drew their attention. This, what is it? They asked, staring at the jar. Yuan just chuckled. Ha ha. Surprising, isn't it? Now, hand over your bread, he said, twisting the lid off the jar. The moment the sweet fragrance filled the air, Ruo's head snapped around, her eyes wide with curiosity. Yuan spread the jam on some bread and pushed the plate toward Lei and Doc HC. Here, give it a try. Despite their initial skepticism, they both took a bite. Instantly, a flavor explosion erupted in their mouths. This is incredible. What is this? They both stammered, stunned. Yuan grinned. Ha ha, not bad, right? Lai sputtered. Not bad. Yuan, this is way beyond not bad. This is. Doc HG nodded in agreement. Ivy tasted every delicacy in the Central Plains, but this is on an entirely different level. Flustered by their intense reactions, Yuan turned to Ruo. Ruo, come over and have some. The pink-haired girl was practically drooling. After a hard swallow, she scrambled to pull her chair closer. Could you make one for me, please? She whispered. Of course, Yuan replied cheerfully. As she took a bite, Ruo practically melted from the heavenly fruit flavor. This is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted, she said in bliss. Lai turned to Yuan. You really made this with your ability? Doc HE's eyes sparkled. Can I have some more? Yuan laughed. Of course. Here, help yourselves. Doc HC licked the jam from her fingertips, savoring it like a priceless treasure. It's not really like that, Yuan replied. It's nothing expensive. Friends are supposed to share, right? Think of it as a thank you for all your help. Doc HG let out a soft laugh. Even so, this is quite a gift. All right, Ivy made up my mind. In return for this divine jam, I will personally train you in martial arts, she spoke while leaning in close to our hero's face, making him blush. After their meal, Doc HZ led Yuan to a secluded building. The dojo had an ancient Eastern style. All it needed was enough space to move. I never expected to find a place this peaceful. She gazed around excitedly as she spoke, while our main character quickly pieced together why the training hall was arranged this way. This room, it reflects the user's mental state, doesn't it? Truly the work of the Union, he muttered, then turned to ask. But we just finished eating and left right away. What are you planning to teach me? Ignoring his question, Dako Yu Young picked up a wooden sword and murmured, This should be enough. Don't even think about moving. She swung the blade casually as she spoke, making Yoon flinch in surprise. Let's begin with this. With that, she settled into a thrusting stance, holding the sword level with her chest. Her right hand gripped the hilt tightly, while her left rested gently on the pommel. Then, Dako Yu Young drove the blade straight at Yoon. Just as the tip was about to touch his face, she stopped, sending a wave of air pressure slamming into him. This is the thrust, Dako Yu Young explained simply. A single, decisive movement without a hint of hesitation. A human attack, yet it felt almost divine. In that brief instant, Yoon grasped a new concept, pierce. Does she mean to pierce through something? But why that specific word? Isn't she just showing me basic swordsmanship? Yoon was lost in thought, his face a complete blank. "Hey, Yoon," Dako Young called out. "Are you listening to me?" Yoon snapped back to reality. "Ah, my apologies." "Then focus and watch closely. The thrust has more than just one form. You can execute it with anything. I've just shown you the fundamental meaning and the very core of the thrust. How many times you thrust, from where, at what target, and with what kind of spirit." As she spoke, Dako Young performed a flurry of techniques, each ending with a sharp thrust aimed directly at Yoon. She stopped and continued her explanation. "The applications are endless, but the core fundamentals never change. Don't you forget that." Even though he knew Dako Young wouldn't actually hurt him, Yoon still flinched every time the tip of the blade flew toward his face. The fundamental core. Dako Young had refined a single concept to its absolute limit, rather than combining many. This gave it a much more overwhelming sense of power. Perhaps that's how she mastered this technique. After finishing her lesson, Dako Young offered the sword to Yoon and asked, "Want to give it a try?" "Ah, yeah," Yoon replied, rolling up his sleeves slightly. "I am a little clumsy, so please bear with me." Dako Young let out a laugh. "Ha ha, if you were perfect from the very beginning, all my years of training would be completely meaningless." The moment she finished speaking, a powerful gust of wind from Yoon's thrust landed with perfect accuracy, leaving a look of pure shock on her face. What in the world? Could he have actually grasped the concept after seeing it only once? The thought echoed in her bewildered mind. As for Yoon, despite unleashing a surprisingly powerful strike, his expression was anything but satisfied. "Not right. It's still wrong," Yoon muttered, reminding himself. "Focus. I can just imitate her perfectly. Until now, I've only focused on combining concepts. I always thought they could only become stronger through synergy or by adding to them. But that's not the whole story. My own power can be pushed to an entirely new level just by honing what I already possess. Think. There are many characters that mean thrust, so why choose the one that means to pierce? To him, a thrust must pierce its target, because that is the essence of a fatal blow. As this idea formed, something clicked inside Yoon's mind. He focused his entire spirit and unleashed a powerful thrust. A strike so fast it shattered the sound barrier, creating a massive sonic boom in the air. Immediately after the attack, an immense recoil slammed back into Yoon, forcing him to his knees from complete exhaustion. Dako Young, who was observing, saw Yoon pushing himself far too quickly. She immediately stepped in to stop him. "Stop. You don't need to overdo it right from the start. If you've memorized what you saw, try applying it in a larger space. Against an opponent you actually want to take down." "I know," Yoon answered, panting heavily. At that moment, as if to congratulate him for learning a new technique, countless notifications flooded his vision. "You have comprehended and experienced the concept, Pierce. You have comprehended and experienced the concept, martial arts." Looking at these messages, Yoon couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, I just swung a sword a few times and my stats already increased." Suddenly, a special notification caught his attention. Supplemental ability update successful. Observe and understood the concept. Teleportation. Depth of the all-poison eye has increased to 110. Martial arts, 36. Swordsmanship, 20. Piercing thrust, 16. Staring at these numbers, Yoon was in a state of panic. "My stats are absolutely skyrocketing. The piercing thrust concept I just learned is already at 16 points, and swordsmanship. It wouldn't go up no matter how many goblins I killed. But now, it's jumped all the way to 20. My overall combat technique has basically doubled. Does this even make sense?" The more Yoon thought, the more unbelievable it seemed. Meanwhile, Dako Young stared at him with pure astonishment. "I cannot believe I'm the one getting the short end of the stick here. Who could have guessed you'd be able to separate the technique from the weapon itself, and grasp its true essence right from the very beginning?" Dako Young said, her voice laced with disbelief. "How did you master that so fast?" "It was nothing, really. I just watched and copied you," Yu replied, scratching his head. But his humble answer only infuriated Dako Z more. "Are you serious? If anyone could learn just by watching, who would bother training so hard?" Dako Z snapped. Seeing her temper flare, Yu quickly tried to smooth things over. "You might have a point, but maybe it's because you re such a great teacher? I'm not exaggerating. The moment I saw your moves, I deeply understood the meaning behind each motion. I was just amazed that someone could reach such a level, and I was so captivated by that depth that I completely lost track of time." Hearing Yu's words, Dako Z's face slowly turned crimson. "Geez, this guy," she thought. "We just met. How can he say things like that so easily?" Sighing internally, she turned to leave. Back with our main character, Yu didn't forget to thank Dako Z for her help. "Today's lesson was incredibly useful. From now on, let me cover your drink money." "Please," Dako Z scoffed. "That is nothing compared to what I just taught you," she said, her voice still laced with annoyance. "What? Really? Then what should I do? Yu asked in a panic. In response, Deco Z flashed a smile he had never seen before. Haha, don't worry about it. I'll collect the debt you owe me today, with interest. Later on, you just wait. Anyway, it's time for class, so let's get going. Deco Z said cheerfully. Oh, right, of course. Yu replied absent-mindedly, waiting until she teleported away. Once he was alone, Yu muttered something only he could hear. I never knew she could make a face like that. The scene shifts to a hallway inside Union Academy. Lai and Ruo are walking together casually, but a group of students from another class seems to recognize Ruo, stepping forward to block her path. Hey there, little lady. Where are you from? The sudden question left Ruo slightly stunned. Standing behind her, Lai saw they were trying to give Ruo a hard time. He immediately shot forward, positioning himself in front of the pink-haired girl. This act made the blue-haired punk raise an eyebrow, studying him. What's this? He asked, annoyed. Lai shot back in a cold voice. She is my classmate. What do you want? For some reason, hearing this sent the blue-haired guy into a rage. Huh? What kind of low-class insect dares to interfere? Get lost, he screamed. At that exact moment, Yu and Deco Z teleported to the same spot. Phew, hope we re not late, Yu said, drawing the attention of the entire group. Looks like we re just in time for the show to start, Deco Z added. Meanwhile, Yu spotted his friends up ahead. Oh, what are you two doing? He asked, surprised. Aren't you going to class? Across from them, the blue-haired punk clicked his tongue in annoyance, seeing that they all knew each other. He didn't leave without spitting out a few classic threats. Chi, you better watch your back, you bastard. After that, the three lackeys turned and walked away. Yu, having just arrived, had no idea what happened. Ruo could only stammer. Thank you. What's with those guys? What was that all about? Lie. Yu asked, confused as he watched them retreat. Time passes. The scene changes to a lecture hall. A bald, blue-skinned professor is explaining the school's history. And so, the history of Union doesn't begin with the chairman's founding of the academy, but with the appearance of the tower in the primordial space. Blah, blah, blah. In another corner, the same three punks from before are aiming a camera at Ruo, whispering, Whoa, look at her. Perfect. Another one for the collection. The bald one said with a slimy voice. The red-haired punk in the middle also glared at her with contempt. What's the point of trash like her climbing the tower anyway? Hearing this, the blue-haired one smirked. There are other, more suitable jobs for her. Suitable? Someone asked. If you came to my house as a maid, I'd dote on you every single day. He spoke with a disgusting, hidden meaning. You re-insane man. Haha, in that case, I'll be the first one to bid. They burst out laughing. They didn't even bother to hide their foul words, causing Ruo to tremble, on the verge of tears. Of course, Yu and Lai, sitting just above them, heard everything. Their faces darkened instantly. Ha, it doesn't matter where you go. People are the same everywhere. But seriously, what's wrong with this professor? How can he ignore a commotion this loud? Is he deaf, or is he just pretending not to hear? Yu wondered. Meanwhile, Lai couldn't stand by any longer. He stood up and called out, Professor. Hearing his name, the professor stopped his lecture. Ah, yes? Were you calling me? Seeing his chance, Lai decided to speak his mind directly. Sir, the other students are being too loud. I can concentrate on the lecture. Could you please do something to quiet them down? Hearing the question, the blue-skinned professor mumbled for a moment. Ah, right. Did you all hear that? No talking during my class. Pay attention to the lecture. Now, where were we? Ah yes, the Union's Renaissance period. He barked a single command before immediately returning to his lesson, leaving both Lai and Yu wide-eyed with disbelief. That's it, they thought in unison. On the other side, the three delinquents saw that Lai's complaint had no effect. They turned to mock him. Look at Mr. Model Student over there. Think you can act all high and mighty just cause you re-handsome? Oh, right. So this is the guy who kept me from getting her number. What? Are you two an item? It's not like that. Then why is he getting all fired up? I mean, that girl has got a pretty nice figure, don't you think? Ha ha. You rewrite. I totally agree. Ha ha. Their vile words brought tears to Ruo's eyes, while Lai's rage boiled over, snapping the pen in his hand with a sharp crack. But before Lai could explode, Yoon placed a hand on his shoulder, calming him. Just relax. Lai shot him a sharp look, asking, Are you telling me to just take this? Even after hearing such trash talk about his classmate, Yoon's expression remained perfectly calm. And if you don, what is your plan? Start a brawl? Pointless actions like that won't solve a thing. Causing a scene in class will only make things worse. Just calm down and watch this. With that, Yoon pulled out his phone and showed Lai a video feed of the Union history class. Number 1. It's streaming on YouTube. Lai was stunned. What are you getting at? A cunning smile spread across Yuna's face. There's more than one way to handle a problem. When you're dealing with clowns who only talk trash behind your back, the best solution is to turn their own words against them. Hearing this, Lai's eyes widened in realization. Wait a second, Yoon. Don't tell me you re. Without a word, Yoon simply tapped something on his phone. Haha, go on, keep laughing, you fools. Every single filthy word they spew in this classroom is being broadcast live right now. At that very moment, from a high-angle camera, the three bullies were still spouting their disgusting insults, completely oblivious. What's the point of an insect like him trying to climb the tower? If you came to my house as a maid, I'd take care of you every single day, you psycho. This perfect shot was being captured by the small snake, Y, holding a micro camera in its mouth from high above. The moment those words hit the airwaves, the comment section exploded with outrage. What the hell? Did he just say insect? What class are these psychos in? They have to be freshmen from class 7. Are these guys insane? We're S the professor. This year, S freshmen are on another level of crazy. As the comments flooded in, a satisfied grin spread across Yuna's face. Oh, what an explosive reaction. It wasn't long before the bullies realized they had become the internet's main event. Hey, what the hell is this? A damn live stream. Who is filming this? Find the camera, now, they screamed, frantically scanning the room. That S when the blue-haired one finally spotted the small snake, Y, holding the camera from above. Hey, it's up there, he yelled to his two cronies standing beside him. But before the thugs could even move to grab the snake, Y vanished right before their very eyes, leaving the three of them absolutely seething. But there was one thing they failed to notice. Their disruptive behavior, like flies buzzing in his classroom, had finally pushed the bald professor past his breaking point. Students, your attitude toward your studies is profoundly disappointing. You were the ones causing all that noise just now, weren't you? State your names in class, then get out, now. The professor's order was ice cold, and the sheer authority rolling off him made even the red-haired punk shrink back. No, professor, you don't understand. Someone was posting a video of us online. He tried to explain, but the professor cut him off coldly. I don't care. And before they could utter another word, he literally kicked them out of the room. I said, get out, he roared. He then turned to warn the remaining students. Those three will receive an F for the entire school year. As for the rest of you, do not disturb my class again. Focus on the lesson. Back with Yoon, seeing the professor's show of force, he couldn't help but be silently impressed. So even the adjunct professors here are no pushovers. Still, just getting an F after what they said about Ruo seems like they got off easy. Yoon muttered, and Lai nodded in agreement. True. But with that on their record, their student life is basically over. As for Ruo, seeing the two of them stand up for her, the pink-haired girl offered a gentle, relieved smile and said, It's all right now. This was more than enough. I am okay now. Thank you both for helping me. Faced with her adorable expression, Yoon felt a bit flustered and quickly looked away. No, I didn't really do anything. When it comes to raw power, I am no match for you guys. My methods just happened to work out this time. You don't need to thank me, he replied humbly. Still, having you as our class president really puts my mind at ease. Yoon, Lai said with a grin. Time flashes forward, and the scene shifts to a combat arena. At that moment, the three scumbags had found Lai, itching for revenge. Hey, you, the pretty boy over there, they shouted. Lai turned, his expression like ice. What about it? You got a problem? What do you want this time? The three of them looked ready to tear him apart at any moment. The blue-haired one snarled, You were going to explain what you did yesterday, you damn insect. The red-haired one ground his teeth in fury. Because of that stupid broadcast yesterday, my grades are completely shot. My friends are getting targeted by the upperclassmen, and our own classmates are shunning us. Do you have any idea? Ignoring their whining, Yoon glanced over at the professor, who was casually sitting on the sidelines watching the scene unfold. And just as he predicted, the man was simply enjoying the show, with absolutely no intention of stepping in. Just look at that. Three students armed with sharp weapons ganging up on their friend, and the professor won't lift a finger. It seems that no one here, professor or student alike, has any respect for those from the secondary space, Yoon thought to himself. After all, who cares about the fate of chickens and pigs in a slaughterhouse? Meanwhile, Ruo quickly hid herself behind him as the confrontation between the two sides reached its boiling point. The green and red-haired duo clutched their weapons, snarling with menace. What did you just say, you bastard? Hey, try saying that one more time. They screamed, their voices challenging, as if they wanted the whole world to hear. In response, Lai let out a low growl. Suddenly, his sword erupted with a ferocious aura that sent a shockwave through the group. They were stunned by his overwhelming power. This was the first time they'd witnessed his true strength. The three goons froze, their faces turning pale with terror. They had picked a fight with the wrong guy. Just as Lai's rage peaked, his power ready to obliterate them, Dagozo thankfully stepped in. She flicked him hard on the forehead, stopping him from doing something foolish. "You idiot, Dagozo. Is that you?" Lai rubbed his head, tears welling in his eyes from the stinging pain. But before he could complain, Dagozo cut him off. "You were being way too loud. Letting that sword control you and acting all high and mighty." "Huh," she said, poking him again with 2 fingers. As if understanding her meaning, Lai immediately sheathed his blade. The moment the sword was put away, Yun felt that strange, oppressive energy vanish with it. The change made him breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the green-skinned professor leaned on his cane, his face twisted in annoyance. "Teask, such arrogant lower beings from a secondary dimension. TH," he muttered before turning to leave. His empty barking left Yun and Ruo completely speechless. "That was a close call, wasn't it?" Yun murmured, glancing at his pink-haired friend. Meanwhile, Dakozo continued to lecture Lai. "You get your hands on one useful item and you immediately start screaming your head off. Is that your true nature? Lai really is the biggest ticking time bomb," Yun thought to himself. As the group sat down to eat, Yun poked at his food instead of eating. He turned to Lai and said, "You know, I've been thinking a lot. At this rate, we're never going to be treated fairly at this academy." "What are you talking about?" Lai asked, startled. Yun's eyes widened in frustration. "Huh? What about me? Didn't I try my best to get along with the professor? I even signed up for an official duel because they provoked me. Are you saying we're the same?" Hearing that, Lai's voice grew faint. Well, about that. After seeing how you reacted last time, I wanted to try and fix things." "Yeah, right. And you ended up making an even bigger mess," Yun cut in. "I just don't get you. You let the real bullies off the hook and then tried to challenge a professor." I am sorry," Lai stammered, his eyes getting watery. In reality, Yun was more concerned with Lai's attitude while using the sword. Normally, Lai would never act so recklessly. It was like someone had flipped a switch inside him. It had to be that sword. To prevent any more trouble, Yun frowned and questioned Lai directly. "Be honest with me. You can control that power from before, can't you?" Lai slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Of course I can. If I couldn't, how would I have passed the entrance exam? I was just furious about the professor's lies." "Oh, so it was because of his lies? Wow, lying really is a terrible thing, isn't it?" Yun smirked, his voice dripping with doubt, making Lai tremble slightly. "Trust me," Lai insisted, puffing out his chest. "I swear what happened today will never happen again." Dakozo couldn't resist chiming in. "Well, at least it didn't cause any real trouble. And watching you get possessed by that sword god was quite a sight. You deserve to be scolded more." "That is enough," Yun advised, seeing Lai's spirit completely crushed. He was now sprawled across the table in despair. Dakozo then turned to Yun. "By the way, Yun, I am starting to understand what the professor warned us about a few days ago. If we keep going like this, our life at this academy is just going to get louder. If you have any ideas for our future, you should say so now. As the class president, I want to hear your opinion." Hearing Dakozo's question, our main character was taken by surprise. "My opinion? After just a few days here, I've already figured out the real problem. It's this belief that some people are born strong or that their noble birthright is everything. It's the insane contempt they have for lower dimensions and the backward system that treats this prejudice as normal. In a place where all of that is common sense, what can outsiders like us possibly do?" The thought made Yun's head spin. He turned to the others and asked, "Hey guys, to gain public sympathy, or in other words, to earn their empathy, what do you think is necessary?" The question caught the group off guard, but after a moment, they gave their answers. "Communication," Lai offered. "Probably strength," Dakozo replied. Yun quickly cut them off. No. It's something you all already have. Your looks." He said this while carefully observing his group of attractive friends. Then, Yun briefly laid out his plan. "So you were saying, you want to create a channel to broadcast our daily lives?" Lai asked in shock, and the main character nodded. "Yeah. Where I am from on Earth, this is a common way to win public favor. We'll build up our image and show it to everyone. Once that image is ingrained in people's minds, it naturally creates a sense of closeness, right? That can eventually grow into respect or even admiration," Yun explained, adjusting a camera angle and a background prop. He turned to Lai, who seemed to understand the plan but still had a question. "But Yun, if the goal is to earn respect and admiration, why do we have to have a mock battle with each other?" "It's not a mock battle," Yun corrected him seriously. "This is for real. Model." Just then, Dago seized the opening and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Lai was still underestimating her, but finally muttered that it was time to get serious, he thought to himself while throwing a powerful right hook. However, in a flash, Dago effortlessly dodged the blow. "Don't worry. Yuan, A few good hits is all it takes to make him get serious, she said, grabbing Lai firmly by the collar. Then, she executed a flawless shoulder throw. The impact was so devastating it actually cratered the arena floor. Lai's world was spinning. Dako taunted him. "Oh, is that all you've got? I get it now. Last time, you were just coasting on the power of an item. What good will pulling out that sword do? Even with it, you were nowhere near my level," Dako added with pure contempt. Rage blazed in Lai's eyes. Unable to swallow the humiliation, he let out a furious roar and charged at Dako once more. Seeing the fierce clash, Yu cheered them on. "Yes, Lai, that's it. You were doing great." All while hunting for the perfect camera angle. Ruo watched Yu's excitement with concern. "Hey Yu," she asked nervously. "Is this really going to make our school life any easier?" "I still don't quite get it." Yu just chuckled. "Well, things won't change overnight. But trust me, this will work. Just think about it. If all those bullies see how incredible you guys are, they'll never dare to mess with us again." "Oh, right?" Ruo nodded slowly. "Yuri, right? Huh? Just look at them. They're retreating the ground like it's made of tofu." Yu laughed, gesturing toward the floor that was being shattered by their every blow. "Either way, we won't know the results until we upload it. So don't worry so much. Ruo, a face as elegant as yours shouldn't be clouded by worry. Don't you know beautiful people are even more stunning when they smile? And I am talking about you, Ruo. You have a face that people can help but love. It would be a total waste to hide it behind a frown, don't you think? So for now, just set your worries aside and enjoy the show," Yu advised. As if his words were a spell, Ruo immediately broke into a smile. Ruo's anxiety began to fade, and a smile bloomed on her face. It was magical. Whenever Yu spoke, she couldn't help but believe everything would be all right. Meanwhile, back in the arena, despite giving it his all, Lai was still being completely overwhelmed by Dako. "Where do you think you're going?" "I am just getting warmed up," the swordswoman taunted, cracking her knuckles. Lai, on the other hand, was already in tears, screaming for Yuan's help. "Oh my god, Yuan, save me. She's a monster." Time flew by, and the scene shifted to their next meal. Ruo was on the verge of tears, staring at her bowl of beef noodles overflowing with vegetables. "I can eat this. It tastes like soap," Ruo said with teary eyes. But for the sake of their new YouTube channel, Yu just gave her a wink and some encouragement. "It's alright, Ruo. You will get used to it," he said. "But why do we have to film this?" she whined. And so, time passed. Following the class president's suggestion, the first-year students began uploading videos of their daily lives. They posted them to the Group S channel, and just as you predicted, they got an explosive response. The video of the fight between Lai and Dako, in particular, went viral. The sheer scale of destruction they caused left everyone completely speechless. "Whoa, are you serious? Aren't they from the secondary dimension?" And they were just freshmen. Before they could react, another video of the group playing a game appeared. "What's that?" someone wondered. "It's called the Boss Game, a traditional game for master negotiators. You move the pieces on the board according to the rules. The game uses square stones and paper." "What? That's a game? That secondary dimension is so weird. Look, the rules are so simple. How does that guy not get it?" Someone laughed as Lai lost almost instantly. In the next clip, Professor Yumina appeared on screen. The moment she showed up, the comment section exploded. "Wow, Professor Yumina is literally an angel." The next scene cut to Ruo crying over her vegetable noodles. The viewers immediately started teasing her. "Haha, she's so cute. It's painfully adorable." "Ruo, did you fall from heaven? What's the next video?" "It's a live stream." "For real? Awesome. Wait, but the broadcast date is tomorrow?" "That is right, early tomorrow morning." "Hold on," someone shouted. "Isn't tomorrow the day of the tower climb?" Indeed, the broadcast was already scheduled. Back with US Group, even he was shocked by how enthusiastically their videos had been received. "No way. I can believe it. Why are so many people watching this?" Ruo wondered aloud. But Yu wasn't focused on the comments. He was looking at the results. "Our channel gained over 100 subscribers in a single day. We are blowing up," Yu announced cheerfully, while Lai looked visibly annoyed, unable to hide his frustration. "Why is the video of me getting destroyed the most popular one?" Lai whined. Just then, the beautiful Professor Yumina noticed the Group S excitement. She approached them and praised their work. "This is wonderful. Union is truly a place full of surprises. Here, where everything can feel so routine, no student has ever thought about creating their own content. But you all cleverly created your own channel to connect with everyone. Hee hee, you're making entertainment and building a community. I never would have thought of it myself." Hearing her praise, Yu jumped at the chance to boast, "Professor, our first fight video has. It's super popular, you know." "Hey, take it down," Lai pleaded. "Just drop it already." The professor clapped her hands, interrupting them. "All right now. Today, we will enter the tower. You're all aware of that, right? Are you prepared? At her words, the whole team nodded, their faces filled with confidence. Meanwhile, our main character glanced over his team when suddenly it hit him. Wait a second. I am just noticing this now. Am I the only one wearing a school uniform? Why is everyone else geared up for a fight? In response, the group just stared at Yoon with bewildered eyes. We were going to be in constant combat inside the tower, so we chose outfits that are practical and easy to move in. Exactly. If we have to fight, this gear makes me feel the most protected. Ruo nodded in agreement. So that is it? Yoon whispered. Is what you were wearing really okay? Yoon Lai asked. Hearing that, Yoon sank into thought. I get it. I grew up in a peaceful world, so I don't own any real combat attire. But I chose this life now. I am ready to walk into a life or death struggle. With that thought, he adjusted his tie and declared with confidence, for me, this is more than enough. Turning back to the professor, she saw the team's renewed resolve and smiled. It seems you're ready. Let's go. With a snap of her fingers, a magic circle flared to life beneath them. A flash of light erupted, and they were teleported to the foot of the Tower of Babel. Here, countless other students were already waiting to make their way inside. The moment they appeared, the surrounding crowd instantly recognized them. Huh, isn't that the rebels' party? For real? They came too. A guy with brown hair shouted. Meanwhile, Ruel looked around in a daze, like a lost kid in a massive crowd. Wait, this is the entrance to the tower. It opened at dawn, but we have to enter in order of class ranking. We re in the 52nd group, Lai explained. Yoon's face went a little pale. You mean, we re the first freshman to enter? Well, you could just say it as because your skill levels are that high, she said with a shrug. While they waited, Lai spotted the three nobodies who used to bully him standing nearby. Oh, it is those guys. Do they seem to be looking at us differently than before? The swordsman wondered, noticing how they nervously avoided eye contact. Seeing this reaction, Yoon felt an incredible sense of satisfaction. Well, they are subscribers to our channel, after all. On the other side, the swordswoman Dako John spoke up. But there are still some glares filled with killing intent, she said, her eyes drifting toward Hector, who was shooting daggers at Yoon. Hey, Yoon, she warned. But no more words were needed. Yoon understood perfectly. I know. Let's move. With that, he led the team forward into the tower. As he walked, his thoughts raced. Today is the tower climb. And next Tuesday is the showdown with a rector. That is only 4 more days. In that time, I'll reach a level that he can even dream of touching. Before the group officially started their climb, Professor Illumina gave one last warning. Well, to be safe, I'd hope you can finish the expedition early and return before the weekend, but the final decision should rest with those actually participating. Shouldn't it? How long do you all think this expedition will take? At her question, Yoon turned to his team and said, We all on the same page anyway, so how about I answer for us? Yeah, sure. That's fine. All 3 of them nodded. Yoon faced Illumina, his voice brimming with resolve. We'll be back on schedule in 3 days and 2 nights. As he spoke, he took out a mini robot to prepare for their live broadcast. Seeing their clear plan, Illumina could only wish them the best. In that case, please be careful. After saying goodbye, the team of 4 and their robot stepped through the gate. Yoon thought to himself, Ancestors, please watch over me. Rewinding time to when Yoon's team asked Illumina about filming inside the Tower of Babel. You talking about recording footage inside the tower, right? Illumina confirmed. Yoon nodded. That's right. I'll record what is happening inside, and this robot will handle the filming. He pointed to a teardrop-shaped drone floating around him, an autonomous creation of his own design. Like Evie and Lilith before, Illumina assumed they were filming for tactical analysis. Do you really think the S worth the effort? The tower's structure changes every second, you know. Yoon looked confused. It does? Apparently, this was news to him. Night Lai, checking a data screen, nodded in confirmation. It's true, Yoon. If you read the guidebook, it clearly states that the tower's structure is constantly in flux. Machinery from the outside also malfunctions quickly. Yoon was shocked. What is that supposed to mean? Illumina explained everything. Each floor of the tower is a single room. When you defeat the monster or clear a trap, the space itself shifts you to the next room. This phenomenon is called a shift. The more shifts you experience, the deeper you'll advance. Yoon's curiosity grew. Do the rooms actually move when we teleport? Illumina nodded. Exactly. Once you've passed through a room, you can never go back. Lai then asked nervously, Do the monsters and traps change as well? Illumina replied, Of course. With every single shift, the monsters become stronger and the traps become deadlier. Doko-John, after a calm sip of tea, asked the most serious question. What happens if someone dies during the tower climb? Yoon and Lai froze, realizing things weren't as simple as they thought. That is right. What happens if we die in battle? We completely forgot about that critical detail. A wave of anxiety washed over them. Illumina answered them carefully. That is the key question. Contrary to your fears, in most areas of the tower, challengers don't actually die, even when they were killed. Yoon breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. Both he and Lai relaxed. The generals all breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they would have to die inside this tower. Turning to Illumina, she continued to explain. To be precise, if you die, you will be sent back to the tower's entrance. What? So we have to start over from the first floor? Yoon asked in astonishment. Not at all. Your student ID rings record your teleportation history, so you can return to the exact spot where you were eliminated. That is why your student ID is critically important when climbing the tower. Whatever you do, don't lose it. Remember that well. She spoke while pointing to a chain on her own wrist, where the words "No Return Teleport" appeared. Back with the two young men, after hearing the instructor's explanation, they felt like they were in a video game. Ha, this is just like an RPG with a save function. If I can just revive after dying, I can take on any challenge, Lai declared with confidence. Meanwhile, only Dako Jun was paying close attention to the instructor's words. Wait a minute. You said the challengers won't die in most areas of the tower, right? Does that mean there are still places or situations where our lives could be in danger? Is the tower not completely safe? Hearing this question, the whole group turned to Illumina, waiting for her answer. Is that true? As expected. You read very sharp, Dako Jun. That is right. I will now explain the special circumstances where even you could truly die. The instructor's voice suddenly turned grave, but the rest of her story was hidden by the author. The scene shifts back to the group, now locked in a fierce battle with a swarm of toxic green slimes inside the tower. These creatures, known as chlorids, were infamous for their ability to devour equipment and snatch weapons from adventurers. For Yuna's party, however, they were nothing more than a puddle of goo. With a single slash of his sword, Lai effortlessly took down 3 of the slimes. At the same time, Dako Jun flicked her fingers, firing off blasts of magic that vaporized their bodies in midair. While the two were lost in the thrill of battle, Yoon was experimenting with a wall-mounted lamp, but it seemed to be failing. Humph, as I thought, it's not working. I can clearly feel the concept of fire, but I can seem to separate it. I could do this in other dungeons, so why not in the tower? Figuring this out is the key to unlocking my power. Yoon's brows furrowed in thought. Seeing him lost in thought by the lamp, Dako Jun came over. Hey, Yoon. Sorry, I zoned out for a second. Yoon snapped back to reality. You said you needed time to think. Have you figured anything out yet? She asked. Yoon shook his head. I was trying to see if I could extract the fire, but it seems impossible here. Is that so? That is a shame. If you could, we could use the tower's terrain to our advantage, Dako Jun said with a hint of regret. Hey, don't make such scary assumptions about my abilities, okay? Yoon replied awkwardly. As the two were talking, a green slime slowly crept up behind them. Just as it reached Dako Jun's heel, it suddenly lunged, spreading itself wide in the air as if to swallow her whole. But before it could touch her, a supersonic chain shot out, blasting the chlorid's body into gelatinous chunks. The attack, of course, came from Yoon. Seeing him use such a strange weapon, Dako Jun exclaimed in surprise. Oh, so that is what your automated item looks like in battle? Yeah, that's it. Yoon nodded. He then waved his hand, directing it to attack. Possessing an independent soul, the chain needed few commands from Yoon. It flew around on its own, wiping out the entire swarm of chlorids at blinding speed. Even Dako Jun had to admit, not bad. That is pretty fast. Yoon just gave a forced smile in return. Actually, I have something stronger, but it is a bit loud. Hearing this, Dako Jun glanced over towards Vu Cho and asked, can it compare to her? At that moment, under their watchful eyes, Vu Cho became incredibly ferocious as her hands transformed into beastly claws. With a single swipe, she gouged a massive crater in the floor, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. It's ridiculous. The basic rule of combat is to stay hidden from the enemy's sight, yet she's fighting and screaming in a place like this. Dako Jun shook her head, exasperated by Vu Cho's style, while Yoon also felt a bit numb. Haha, Vu Cho's fighting style is completely based on instinct, isn't it? Gra, Lai and Vu Cho roared, causing Dako Jun to grit her teeth from behind them. So noisy. Does he have to scream with every swing of his sword? She muttered in complaint. Time flew by, and the party soon cleared the hallway. Looks like this room only had chlorids. Monsters of this level are nothing to us, right? Lai said calmly. But just then, Dako Jun sensed a strange aura. Don't let your guard down, she warned. A much stronger monster is about to appear. As soon as she finished speaking, energy began to gather. Hearing this, Lai quickly tightened his grip on his sword and asked, Could it be a high-level monster? It's possible, Dako Jun speculated. Lai turned to Yoon and signaled him. Hey Yoon. I know, Lai. You don't have to tell me. I am already looking. Yoon activated his myriad poison's eye to scan the area and quickly spotted a strange energy emanating from a stone tablet up ahead. Hey, Vu Cho, smash that stone tablet. Following his command, Vu Cho let out a mighty roar and charged forward, pulverizing the tablet before the monster could even fully form. The punch was so powerful it made the entire corridor tremble. Whoa, did we just obliterate a high-level monster before it even fully appeared? And it dropped an enhanced magic core this easily. Lai muttered in disbelief, still braced for a major battle, completely missing Vu Cho snatching up the newly dropped core. But the moment her fingers touched it, her pink hair blazed into a fiery crimson, and you spotted words materializing above her head. Heart Furnace. Hey, Vu Cho, your hair is getting darker, you warned, his eyes locked on the strange text above her. Heart Furnace. Like a furnace inside her soul? A concept that burns emotions as fuel for power, just like a berserker. Will her hair change completely? Thinking back on it, everything was starting to make more sense now, Yu thought to himself. As if sensing his concern, Vu Cho nervously tugged on Yu's sleeve and asked, was I scary just now? Yu could only offer a practiced smile. Not at all. In fact, you were incredibly reliable. But what if it gets worse? Vu Cho stammered. That is when Dako-Jan cut in. I already said it was fine. What are you so worried about? If you were afraid of losing control, then relax. I'll just kill you myself to prevent any collateral damage. She spoke with such ice-cold certainty that tears welled up in Vu Cho's eyes. The other two yelled in a panic. Don't say that, Dako-Jan. If even one of us dies, we'll have to restart this entire dungeon from the first room. Our main character shouted, quickly holding up a hand to stop her. But Dako-Jan calmly stated her point. If we keep going on like this, maybe only 3 of us will be able to advance anyway. She paused for a moment, shaking her head before continuing with even more conviction. No. I think it would be better if just the 2 of us climbed. Hearing this, Lai felt a sudden sting of abandonment as tears streamed down his cheeks. Hey, wait a minute. What about me? He screamed in frustration, feeling like he was being cast aside. Yu wondered to himself, why did he suddenly get so angry? He then turned to Vu Cho, who was still fretting over her new power. Yu gently placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Listen, I'll think this through. I understand why you were worried, and as the party leader, I promise I will find a solution. Yu's warm smile made Vu Cho's entire face light up. She grabbed his hand and said, Thank you, Yu. Faced with her sudden affection, Yu blushed and scratched his head. It's nothing. That is what a leader has to do. However, Lai and Dako-Jan now felt completely ignored. They glared at Yu with pure annoyance. So Yuri, just like every other guy, your eyes light up the second you see a pretty face. Dako-Jan said with contempt. Yu quickly shot back. That is a total misunderstanding. I act perfectly normal around you. Lai jumped in to remind them, aren't we all getting a little too careless? After clearing the floor, they used a teleportation spell to descend to the next level. Lai calmly announced, teleportation complete. We are now in the second chamber. He crouched down, picking at some weeds on the floor. Other than some moss and weeds, I don't see how this room is any different from the last. Meanwhile, Yu was focused on the magic core from the first floor, the one from the high-level monster Vu Cho had given him. He thought to himself as the core's stats appeared before his eyes. Life 8, Demonic 11. Melting 12, Acid 5, Resistance 1. Looking at these numbers, Yu was disappointed. What is this? This dungeon is a total waste of time. The amount of concepts I can absorb in one room is the same as a single goblin den. Acid and melting are both material decomposition attributes. It's probably because we defeated a golem. I'll absorb the melting concept into my sword. And as for the acid, that is for you, of course. He tossed the acid orb to his little snake, Ev, but the orb seemed way too big. Its eyes bulged as it struggled to swallow it. Dako-Jan curiously ran over and asked, This little one is getting strong fast, isn't it? Her sudden voice made Yu jump. Hey, could you not sneak up on me and talk so suddenly like that? Dako-Jan just scoffed. If you trained your senses a little, you wouldn't be so jumpy. While the two were bickering, Lai interrupted them. You guys are unbelievable. The monsters for the second room are about to spawn. Can't you be serious? Right on cue, a series of magic circles flared to life before them. It looked like they were preparing to summon monsters. But before Lai could even finish his sentence, Dako-Jan had already fired off a magic bullet. It instantly dispersed a cloud of black smoke that was gathering ahead. Serious. Is that all you talk about? This second room seems exactly the same as the first. No matter how careless a lion is, it won't get killed by an ant, right? She shrugged, completely unconcerned. At that moment, a black, smoke-like entity in the shape of a person materialized. It was an evil spirit, a malevolent creature that hunts the magic inside humans. Lai immediately argued against facing them head-on. If we keep being this cocky, we were going to face a disaster sooner or later. I propose we let our friend Yu handle the combat in the second room. What do you all think? A girl's voice made the suggestion, startling Lai. But knowing how weak Yu was, the others immediately shot it down. What are you talking about? That's way too dangerous. But Dako John, still smiling brightly, chimed in. Actually, I think that is a fantastic idea. We have a fierce match coming up next week. He needs to improve his skills, and fast, doesn't he? As she spoke, she shot Yu a teasing glance. Faced with her challenge, Yu could only let out a bitter laugh. Haha, you were really something else. Fine. I'll give it a shot and try to handle this place myself. With that, he began to rotate his arm, getting ready for the fight. Despite his excitement for the battle ahead, Lai couldn't help but warn Yuan. This is incredibly dangerous. But Yuan was resolute, determined to grow stronger. It's fine. Just like Doko, Joe said, I need to power up fast. It's a waste for you guys to burn your energy here. You two are the key to my rapid progress, right? Alright, if you lay that set on it, I'll trust you. Vucho nodded in agreement. But the second things look bad. I am jumping in. Lai added, we recounting on you. Yuan smiled, then turned to Doko John. Listen, you should conserve your strength. I know you will have my back later, won't you? Doko John flashed a confident grin. I can at least promise you won't die from overexertion right now. Her guarantee put Yuan's mind at ease. Perfect. Let's go, he roared, instantly transforming into an AK-47. A torrential rain of bullets erupted, annihilating the horde of monsters before they could advance a single step. Lai and Vucho stared, completely stunned by the spectacle. What was that? Is that some unique weapon from his world? The speedies wiping them out. It is unbelievable. Lai wished his own soldiers had such firepower. Dako John observed with a critical eye. Is that a form of ki? No. It is firing solid iron projectiles. It can handle second-class assassins, maybe even threaten a first-class. It would be incredibly useful in the martial world. However, its attack is a straight line. Fine for long range, but in a cramped space like this, it's vulnerable. For instance, if an enemy attacks from a blind spot. The moment the thought crossed her mind, a ghoul lurking in a corner lunged at Yuan from behind. Yuan! Lai and Vucho screamed in terror. But Yuan's reaction was lightning fast, pulling a long sword from his inventory. With a single, fluid motion, he cleaved the ghoul in two before it could land a scratch. Whew, that was a close one, Yuan panted. Lai and Vucho breathed a heavy sigh of relief. What was that, Yuan? Where did that sword come from? Lai asked. Yuan replied, this is my personal longsword. Its stats are Magic Sword 12, Slayer 19, Poison Blood 9, and Melting 12. Didn't you know I was this good with a blade? Hearing this, the other two could only shower him with praise. As the group chatted, a new wave of ghouls suddenly surged from behind like a tidal wave, seizing the moment of distraction to attack. Back with Yuan, he didn't let the praise go to his head, humbly replying, it was nothing special. Compared to Lai and Doko John, I am still leagues behind. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his sword, ready for the remaining foes. Doko John watched Yuan's posture, nodding in approval at his seamless blend of sword and firearm combat. Our main character wasn't the least bit worried about the ghoul's ambush. Soon, the second floor was almost completely cleared out. Only a single, lonely ghoul remained, standing there looking almost embarrassed. No more ghouls in sight, Yuan calmly noted. This must be the last one. After we take it out, we'll move on. Let's take a quick break for now. With that, he commanded his small snake to transform into chains, binding the ghoul to prevent its escape. The rest of the team took the opportunity to catch their breath. Doko John bent down, examining the remains of the slaughtered ghouls. The blade melted and dissolved them, she observed. He's already using the ability he gained from the previous room. Judging by what happened and his swordsmanship, it's clear he has no real battlefield experience. So how is he improving this fast? She wondered to herself. Meanwhile, Lai and Vucho couldn't stop praising Yuan. To think of a teleportation strategy like that. Yuan, you're a genius. Only the most experienced students could come up with a plan like that. Haha, really? Yuan scratched his head, embarrassed by the praise for something so simple. Even Doko John didn't hesitate to acknowledge his skill. Well done, that final slash was excellent. Huh, for real? Well, thanks, Yuan replied cheerfully. However, she shook her head and added, aside from being too focused on speed, it was much better than how an idiot would do it. An idiot would just swing their sword wildly. As she spoke, she pointedly stroked her chin, mocking Lai. The knight flared up. What was that? Why am I the idiot? I was fighting with everything I had back there. Dako John played innocent. I never said anyone's name. How did you know? What do you call someone who just screams while slashing in the dark if not an idiot? She grumbled. Lai continued to argue defensively. That's how I was taught to fight. In the dark or anywhere else. Back with Yuan, he ignored their bickering and casually pulled a can of soda from his inventory, laughing. Haha, you guys are really one of a kind. Even though it's a break, aren't you tired at all? His voice trailed off as he realized the other three were staring at him with a strange, intense glare. Doko-jan's face darkened. Hey Yuan, what are you holding out on us? Vucho was practically drooling. I heard a fizzing sound just now, and then this incredibly sweet scent filled the air. Yuan quickly held up the can in his hand to explain. This? Oh, they sell these outside the dungeon. Lai's voice was cold. You get to go outside, we don't. Whoa, calm down, guys. I'm sorry for drinking alone. I'd share, but I don't have much. Besides, this stuff only works when you're completely exhausted. It wouldn't do you any good right now. With that, he quickly tossed the can into his inventory. Yu was just bluffing through his teeth, but Dako Jun's group bought it completely. What if you get exhausted? I'll handle the third room. The swordswoman declared as she began to warm up. You saw this and couldn't help but question her. Hey, didn't you say I should handle things myself to improve? Why the sudden change of heart? Hearing this, Dako Jun's cheeks puffed out. Ignoring him, she huffed. I've never tasted that drink before. I can just let you have it all to yourself. Hey, that drink was used to begin with. Lai reminded her with a sharp glance. Putting it aside, Yu finished off the last enemy after their rest. He put the pathetic evil spirit out of its misery, saving it from more mental torture. The moment it vanished, a circle appeared beneath the team, a teleportation portal to the next floor. The teleport is starting, Lai announced. While they waited, Yu took the chance to check his progress from the last floor. This was his current status window. Vitality 129, Physique 72.8, Spirit 350, Mana 101, Martial Arts 62, Swordsmanship 36, Pierce 26, Leadership 7, Driving 15, Resistance, and All-Seeing Eye at 115, All-Hearing Ear at 105, and All-Speaking Tongue at 107. Compared to when he first joined the academy, his stats had skyrocketed. This is amazing. I am already at the academy's average level, and I've only swung my sword a few times. Even my swordsmanship and pierce skills, which I just learned, have improved. At this rate, I should focus on developing my swordsmanship. The match next Tuesday will probably depend on how much my martial skills have grown. My physique and Erector S are worlds apart, a difference of over 200 strength points. Honestly, it's impossible to catch up in just a week, no matter how hard I try. But while learning from Dako Jun, I realized that while gaining skills is important, nurturing and developing them is just as crucial. As for developing my martial arts, what if Dako Jun could teach me more? Yu looked toward the swordswoman with a hopeful expression, but immediately scolded himself. What am I thinking? No matter how strong Dako Jun is, relying on her is not the answer. It would unbalance our relationship. Think, Yu, think. I still have time. He rubbed his forehead. Just then, the teleportation magic activated, sending them to the third floor. While Yu was lost in thought, a terrified scream from Lai snapped him back to reality. Hey Yu, what are you doing? Snap out of it. Hearing the shout, Yu was jolted to his senses. All three of them were plummeting through the air. Seeing the distance to the ground, his face turned pale. What is this? Why are we in a freefall? Oh my god, did the floor just disappear? Yu thought numbly, while Dako Jun shrieked, clutching her skirt. Yu glanced down and saw a pit of sharp spikes waiting to impale them. Without a second's hesitation, he commanded his little snake. It transformed into a chain, wrapping tightly around Dako Jun and yanking her from death's door. Dangling above, Yu clung to the chain with one hand, breathing out a sigh of relief. Woo, that was way too close. Thank you, Yu, Dako Jun quickly called out. Paying her no mind, Yu scanned their surroundings. He thought, what the hell was that? What kind of teleportation is this? And why is this room so huge, with a trap right at the spawn point? Could this place be? An idea began to form in Yu's mind. But before he could speak, the swordswoman's voice rang out. Hey Yu, get moving. Hearing her, Yu turned his head toward the sound. What he saw shocked him. Dako Jun was standing firmly on the ceiling, as if it were solid ground. How did you get up there? Yu exclaimed, in total disbelief. But Dako Jun didn't explain, only warned him. If you just hang there, you were going to die. What? Yu asked back, still not understanding what she meant. At that exact moment, small shutters on the walls flew open, and countless spears shot straight at him. He was trapped in a perilous situation. Damn it, I can just leave Dako Jun. With that thought, Yu used all his strength. He swung his right arm with immense force, pulling the chain and Dako Jun's entire body through the air. At the same time, he summoned his flying motorcycle, Lilith, to avoid falling into the spikes. With his lightning-fast reflexes, Yu successfully saved them both from danger. Then he quickly reeled in the chain and caught Dako Jun princess style. Gotcha. Are you okay? Sorry for being a little rough, but it was too dangerous back there. I had no other choice. Hearing this, Dako Jun's face flushed bright red as she stammered. It's fine. Then hold on tight, Dako Jun. It looks like this space has plenty more dangers in store, Yu said while glancing around. He immediately spotted another set of spears preparing to launch from the pillars. In another corner of the room, the knight Lai was also facing a swarm of flying axes, but these simple attacks were no match for him. With just a few swings of his sword, Lai easily shattered every single axe blade, while two wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to hover in midair. Still, Lai was puzzled. What is going on? Professor Illumina said traps only start appearing from the 20th floor, but we were only on the 3rd floor. Isn't this difficulty level way too strange? And you? What did you just pull out now? Lai asked, as he watched Yu pilot the flying bike, dodging the incoming spears. Back with Yu, he gritted his teeth and thought, this is insane. Traps are being triggered constantly from every direction. What kind of structure is this? Meanwhile, Dako Jun seemed to be enjoying the thrill ride. Perhaps feeling a bit too comfortable, she recalled Yu's words, hold on tight. As the thought crossed her mind, she smiled happily. She clung to Yuan, crushing him with the giant speaker set on her back, causing his face to flush beet red. What in the world is she doing? He thought to himself, feeling a strange heat spreading across his back. Just then, an arrow shot out of nowhere, embedding itself in the vehicle's tail. Lilith cried out in pain, swerving wildly. This is way too dangerous, Yuan cried out, just as a golden blur sliced through the air, shattering the spears that were chasing them. Lai appeared, asking, you were handling it just fine. Why the sudden swerve, Yuan? Yuan slammed on the brakes, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lai, what are those wings? Before I answer that, I have a question of my own, Lai retorted. What is this thing you were piloting? Is this another creation from your world? Lai's eyes were filled with curiosity. It's a hoverbike. You've really never seen one before? Yuan answered, a hint of shock in his voice. A hoverbike? Lai repeated, utterly baffled. From the confused look on his face, Yuan knew instantly the knight had no idea what he was talking about. Not wanting to get sidetracked, Yuan scanned the area. Where is Dako Jun? The question jolted Lai. He'd completely forgotten about the swordswoman. Now that you mention it. I haven't seen her, either. Do you think she fell for one of the traps? Lai asked, his voice laced with concern. Yuan immediately shook his head. No way. She's just far too sharp to get caught that easily. She's got to be somewhere close, observing. As they started moving again, Lai asked, so, what's the plan? How do we get past all these traps? Yuan paused for a moment, thinking. The guidebook says the key is survival. We just have to endure for a set amount of time. I don't know the exact duration, or how the mechanism works. But for now, Lai, head to the other side. I am going to try and analyze them. Lai nodded, and immediately flew in the direction Yuan indicated. Meanwhile, Yuan's eyes were locked on the windows firing the projectiles, trying to figure out the trap's activation patterns. They were all targeting Lai. It seems they prioritize moving targets. He cursed himself inwardly. I shouldn't have rushed. That was reckless. As Yuan berated himself, Vucho's voice cut through. Over there. Yuan spun around and yanked the arrow from the vehicle's tail. He clicked his tongue. This could have seriously hurt Lilith. I need to tell everyone to stop moving around so erratically. But if we stand still, we'll never clear this room. He racked his brain, trying to find a way out that wouldn't trigger the traps. Suddenly, the arrow in Yuan's hand dissolved into a stream of light. Wait, what was that? Did I just absorb something? It feels like I've read some kind of concept. Why is this happening all of a sudden? I couldn't read anything in the last room. So why now? There has to be a reason for it. Yuan's brow furrowed in thought, but he quickly dismissed it. No, it's probably just a coincidence. I have to be sure. He reached out and touched a nearby sword. Just as he suspected, it dissolved into light in his hand. Unbelievable. Yuan stared in awe at the two characters floating in his palm. He thought to himself, the concept I gained is decapitation, not sword. Last time, the concept was also different from the object itself, but before he could puzzle it out, Vucho cried out in alarm. Yuan, look out. He whipped his head around, just in time to see Lai get slammed by a massive wave of water. Lai, you idiot, Yuan screamed. The knight was struggling with all his might, fighting to keep from being swept away. Damn it. I let my guard down. Lai grunted. I thought the only threat was the weapons. I never expected a water trap. There's something in this water. A strange numbness is spreading through my body. My vision is blurring. At this rate, I won't be able to handle whatever comes next. His eyes widened in terror as a storm of spears hurtled towards him. I can block them all. This is it. I'm done for. From across the room, Yuan saw his friend in a desperate situation. Without a second thought, he gunned the engine and raced to the rescue. As Vucho watched the main character speed away, his words echoed in her mind. Sorry, Vucho. I am about to take a huge risk, and I can T-drag you into it. Just wait here for a bit, she whispered to herself. You can do it, Yuan. Back with our hero, he sped forward, reaching out a hand to touch the surging water from the trap. Instantly, new concepts flooded his mind. Concept acquired. You have gained over 10 points for acid and wave. It's just like before, he realized. Even though I touched water, the concept I gained wasn't water. It was wave. Now I finally get it. That is why the concept I absorbed earlier was decapitation, not sword. In another part of the room, far from the chaos, Dako-John moved with impossible grace, leaping between pillars as if the traps didn't exist. But her calm gaze sharpened, locking onto Yuan as he charged his hoverbike straight toward Lai. Yuan, what are you planning? She wondered, her brow furrowing. Meanwhile, Yuan reviewed what he'd learned as he drove. The concept I obtained is determined by the object's purpose or state. The blade was aimed at the neck, so the concept became decapitation, not sword. With that realization, a plan formed in his mind. He shouted to Lai, his voice filled with newfound confidence, I'll take care of this. He then hit the accelerator, charging headfirst into the volley of deadly weapons. As the engine roared, he offered a silent prayer. Let the depths of my myriad poison's eye expand, allowing me to see beyond their physical forms, and read the true intent of these traps. Activating the myriad poison's eye, Yuan could suddenly see the concepts behind every single weapon. Watching him, Lai couldn't believe what he was seeing. What is he doing? The knight thought in horror. He's flying right into them. But ignoring Lai's shock, Yuan was already putting his plan into action. I don't need to absorb everything. I just need to shatter their forms and fuse them together. A sphere of pure concept began to materialize in his palm. It drew in all the surrounding concepts, causing the storm of weapons to slowly dissolve. Seeing this, Yuan knew he had succeeded. All right, he shouted. As the chaos subsided, Lai rushed over. Hey, Yuan, are you okay? Yeah, I am fine, Lai. Glad you re-safe too. Yuan chuckled. Haha, that was a close one. We almost bought the farm. So, what was all that just now? Lai asked. Yuan revealed the conceptual orb and explained. It seems like everything combined into this one single mass. I managed to harvest something amazing. Lai was in awe. Did you just awaken a new ability? Facing a trap head-on like that, you're a real beast. Just as he finished speaking, the air filled with the sound of countless spears whistling towards them. But before Yuan and Lai could even react, Dako, Jung, and Wu Cho leaped forward, swatting every single weapon aside. After clearing the threat, Dako Jung gave a cold warning. If you two don't drop that careless attitude, you are going to find yourselves in serious trouble. Ha! Thanks you two, Yuan said with a sigh of relief. I was almost a goner there. Meanwhile, Dako Jung shot a look at Lai and smirked. You were almost seriously injured, and you were still acting that reckless? What did you just say? Lai shot back through gritted teeth. After the group finished clearing the remaining traps, a teleportation circle suddenly appeared beneath their feet. This was the signal that they had finally cleared this grueling floor. Oh, looks like that was the final trap. We were about to be teleported again, Wu Cho said nervously, while Lai and Dako Jung continued to bicker. What's up with your attitude? Lai demanded, his eyes wide with anger. Don't you think you were being a little harsh on someone who just barely escaped death? Dako Jung shot back with a sarcastic tone, refusing to yield. Then maybe you shouldn't have let such a pathetic trap get the best of you. You just waited for the perfect moment to swoop in and look like a hero, didn't you? Lai seethed, but all he got in return was a faint smile from her. Do you really even need to ask that question? Back with Yuan, he watched the two argue endlessly, not even bothering to intervene. Heh, these two are hilarious. Besides, whenever there is danger, we always rush to save each other. What is there even to fight about? But doesn't this also prove our team is working pretty well? Yuan thought to himself. However, Dako Jung quickly shattered his illusion. Of course I waited for the most critical moment. Now that you owe me, I fully intend to collect. With interest. The group stared at her, stunned, while Yuan could only hope that feeling of camaraderie wasn't just his imagination. The scene changes to the 4th floor. The group found themselves in a ruined, collapsing structure. Yuan turned to survey his surroundings before speaking. The ceiling is lower here. At least we won't get ambushed from above like last time. Well, that's a relief. As he spoke, he pointed behind him. The small serpent, Yi, in its AK-47 form, immediately opened fire on a nearby spider. However, when the bullets hit, the spider just shrieked in panic. The rounds only created a few sparks against its hide. Yuan's momentary joy vanished. Lai quickly identified the monster. It's a tower spider, he warned. They're a unique type of monster that can appear on any floor of the tower, high or low. Yuan swallowed hard. They were completely unharmed. They even deflected Yi's attacks. Lai stepped in front of Yuan to explain. A tower spider's abilities are random, regardless of the floor number. It looks like your weapon isn't strong enough. Yuan, we'll handle this room. Dako Jung, looks like we'll need to rely on you this time. The swordswoman nodded. I know. Back with Yuan, seeing his weapon was useless, he clicked his tongue in frustration. I can't believe monsters this strong are already showing up. Dako Jung sighed and held out a hand to stop the group. Everyone, stand back. That includes you, Yuan. Watch closely. This is the power you've been wanting to see. Energy blast, she shouted, and from her palm, a powerful beam of energy shot directly towards the tower spiders. With a single attack, she wiped them out completely. Yuan gave a strange smile. Whoa, that was a real energy blast. So much stronger than Yi's bullets. Most of the spiders are down. Beside him, Dako Jung glanced over the aftermath before assigning him the cleanup duty. Haha, you won't find a leader as merciful as me, right? She said with an arrogant flair. With a golden opportunity like this dropping right into his lap, Yuan had no reason to refuse. He immediately drew a long sword from his inventory, turning to give orders to his teammates behind him. Lai, you take the rear guard. And Wucho, keep an eye on the ceiling, just in case. Got it, the two replied in unison, nodding in agreement. Back to Yuan. Now fully protected by his comrades, he calmly advanced on the crippled spiders to farm some experience. How interesting. Yuan mused to himself, Dako Jung isn't my leader. So why is she being so considerate? To be honest, I can help but feel grateful. With that thought, Yuan gripped his sword tightly and charged the immobilized spider. He expected the slash to grant him experience, but no. The moment his blade struck the spider's body, a sharp, metallic clang echoed through the quiet space. Yuan's entire body shuddered from the impact's recoil. It turned out that striking this spider was no different from hitting a solid block of iron. No good. It's too tough. Yuan gritted his teeth, a look of helplessness spreading across his face as he stood before the tower spider. Enraged, its eyes blazed like twin beacons. It lunged toward Yun, as if to reclaim its very blood. Yun instantly fell back a step. There's always a way. With that thought, he gathered his strength and lunged forward, thrusting his sword straight through the spider's head. It had exposed a fatal weakness, and Yun seized the opportunity. He did it, Wucho shouted with joy. Lai, meanwhile, let out a sigh of relief. Back with Yun, even after taking down a tower spider, he showed no signs of celebration. If slashing is useless, then this is pointless. I can keep stabbing and retrieving my sword against these numbers. Maybe the tower spiders are still out of my league. Yun thought to himself. Suddenly, a memory sparked in his mind. Haha, I am such an idiot. I have that ultimate item from the last room. How could I forget? Now is the perfect time to use it. He then took out the severing concept orb. With 20 accumulated points, he fused it with his longsword. Immediately, the blade flared with a brilliant light, like superheated steel. Let's see how compatible this is with my blade. A system notification appeared before Yun, item evolving. Due to excellent compatibility, the Executioner's severing longsword gained 30 severance, 30 magic blade, 19 assassination, 9 blood toxin, and 12 melting. On the other side of the room, after a moment's rest, the remaining tower spiders had recovered from Dako's palm strike. Sensing the killing intent from Yun, they charged in unison, trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yun confidently gripped his sword, slowly drawing it back to prepare his strike. Now, let's give this a try. With that, he unleashed a powerful swing forward. With a single slash, he effortlessly tore through the bodies of 3 tower spiders, the very same creatures he couldn't even scratch before. Behind him, Lai's group stared in utter shock, wondering what on earth Yun had consumed to suddenly become so powerful. Lai looked at Dako Jun in disbelief. But he was also watching intently, trying to figure out what trick Yun had just pulled. Back with Yun, a hint of confusion crossed his face. Wait, the cut was clean, but something feels off. It felt so awkward. I think I swung the sword much harder than I needed to. Let's try that again, and this time, I'll get it right. Yun swung his blade again, cutting down several more spiders to test his theory. Seeing that the horde was still massive, Lai and Wucho didn't hesitate. They charged forward to help. There are too many. Let us give you a hand, Lai shouted, and Yoon nodded in agreement. As they joined the fray, Dako Jun finally noticed something strange. He definitely did something to that sword. In just a single moment, he had defeated an enemy that was impossible for him before. How can one person possess such incredible instinct and overwhelming power? Not only that, he's developing his skills without relying on any standard abilities. When most people get a stronger weapon, they swing it wildly without control. But he doesn't have that weakness. It might not be immediate, but one day, he'll surely grasp the true essence of the severing technique. I have no reason to interfere with his progress, but it feels like such a waste to just let it be. After overcoming the 3 calamities, I prided myself as the greatest prodigy in the martial world. But now, I am witnessing a talent that makes my own past seem insignificant. Unacceptable. This man must belong to me. As he thought this, a dangerous light glinted in Dako Jun's eyes. Meanwhile, our main character was completely absorbed in the fight, totally unaware that he had just become a target. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, causing him to pause his swing. "Hey Yoon, what's wrong?" Lai asked. "Oh, it's nothing. I just felt this sudden chill. Thought a high-level monster was about to appear," Yoon said, failing to notice the dark expression on Dako Jun's face behind him. He turned to the martial artist. "Hey, Dako Jun, why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to use your palm strikes anymore?" "Huh. You were doing just fine on your own. Why do you need me?" he answered irritably. Yoon just grinned slyly. "Is that so? Then I guess I don't need to give you that drink anymore, since I'm doing so well." What? Dako Jun's eyes widened in confusion. Phew, finally cleared this room. Lai sighed in relief. Yoon had already taken out 2 cans of soda, teasing the swordsman. "Guess I'll have to share these with Lai and Vucho. You just want to keep the soda for yourself, don't you?" Dako Jun shouted as he chased after him. Suddenly, Lai received a message. Huh? A message from the outside? It wasn't just Lai. Yoon, Dako, Jun, and Vucho all received the same notification. A message from outside? Why now? Did everyone get one? Lai's eyes widened with worry as he read through it. The message demanded that everyone evacuate the tower immediately. What? Why so suddenly? This is a direct message from the headmaster. Does this apply to the whole school? I don't want to go. This isn't even a proper warm-up for me. I haven't even had my soda yet. Unless there's a damn good explanation. I am not leaving. Dako Jun complained loudly. Before he could say more, Vucho suddenly screamed, "They rehear." The group spun around to see what was happening. Several spatial gates had opened before them, and from within, countless tower spiders began to swarm out. "Ah, so that is it. This is why they were calling us out," Lai said, remembering something from a previous briefing. "This is what they warned us about, isn't it?" Dako Jun nodded, his expression deep in thought. "Ha, no wonder the difficulty felt so strange." Yoon chuckled softly. The swordsman Dako Jun inspects. He handed back the identification necklace, shaking his head in defeat. The device was dead. It looked like they were well and truly trapped in this room. So this was it, the phenomenon the professor warned them about, where even students could face their end. "An irregular space," Lai said, his voice tight with tension as a monstrous wave of tower spiders swarmed towards them. Time rewinds to a meeting with Professor Illumina, where she mentioned a situation that could prove fatal even for students. When new students climb the tower, there's always a chance that space pirates will launch an invasion. Hearing this, Yoon turned and asked, "What are space pirates?" "I'll explain later. The real problem is that their invasions create an irregular phenomenon. It was an event that could never be predicted during a normal expedition. Normally, you cannot die," she explained. "But once an irregular phenomenon occurs, everything changes completely. All the rules of the tower become warped, safe zones turn deadly, the number of monsters multiplies without limit, and the difficulty skyrockets. You could call it hell mode. On top of that, a whole host of other problems would occur simultaneously." Hearing this, the blood drained from all 3 of their faces. Just imagining that scenario was enough to paralyze them with fear. Back with Professor Illumina, she stated, "As you can see, the tower does not guarantee your absolute safety. So you must remember this. If you are unlucky enough to get trapped in an irregular phenomenon, know that you are in real, mortal danger." Returning to the present, as the reality of their situation sank in, the group immediately decided it was foolish to confront this seemingly endless tide of monsters. Yoon instantly started his ship, grabbing Vucho to escape while the other 2 pushed their speed to the absolute limit. However, the spiders clung to their trail, refusing to let go. "We have no idea when these spiders will stop spawning. Trying to hold out in this tight space is just too risky." Yoon's brows furrowed. "We can assume it is infinite," Dako Jun muttered, just as the spiders began pouring out from the corridor again. Dako Jun unleashed an energy blast, sending a wave of internal power to blow them away. At the same time, Lai relentlessly swung his sword, unleashing blades of aura that sliced through the spiders' bodies. As he slashed, he yelled, Dako-jun, don't stop. Just worry about yourself for now. Dako-jun grumbled. Together, the two managed to halt the monstrous wave. However, Yoon was worried about how much energy they were burning. Dako-jun had already killed dozens on the way here, and so had Lai. Their stamina was being worn down, and Vucho's hair had grown darker. He couldn't even speak anymore. If his hair completely changes color, will something terrible happen? These spiders are too tough. What are we supposed to do? Yoon thought in a panic. During a brief pause, Dako-jun turned to Yoon. Your beast friend seems to have completely lost his mind. Who knew this would happen? I can keep this up for much longer. This is dangerous if we don't get a break. As she spoke, she rotated her wrist, which was aching from overusing her power. Without hesitation, Yoon pulled a can of soda from his inventory and handed it to her. Oh my, what's this? Dako-jun asked, hesitating. Just drink it. I'll hold them off. You take a moment to rest and drink. At his gallant words, Dako-jun's face flushed slightly as she took the can. Haha, you think you can handle it? Of course. Just watch me. Let's go. Yoon shouted as he pulled a grenade from somewhere, yanked the pin, and threw it right into the middle of the spiders ahead. The grenade exploded violently, sending the dismembered limbs of the tower spiders flying everywhere. What was that? What kind of power is this? Lai shouted in astonishment. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? I put a lot of effort into making it. Take a break, Lai. Yoon said with a laugh, then continued to pilot his hoverbike, diving in to absorb experience. As he moved, he absorbed concepts from the spiders' bodies and thought, Vucho still looks full of energy, but he is a bit The monsters just keep increasing. I don't know how much more time we have. Letting Lai and Dako-jun rest is the best option. In the meantime, I have to defeat as many monsters as possible. I have to buy them time to recover. Yoon thought to himself just before he was drawn in by a notification that appeared before him. Blood toxin of the Executioner's sword has increased by 15. You have understood and mastered a bit of the concept of slash. The depth of slash has reached level 2. The moment the notification appeared, the sword in Yoon's hand was suddenly enveloped in a sinister red aura. Is my sword turning red? Yoon frowned at the blade. I don't know what this blood toxin concept is based on, but I guess I'll just have to test it out. With that, he gripped the sword tightly and swung. Immediately after the attack, Yoon noticed the difference. Wait, the trail of the sword is expanding. If a downward slash enhances the cut itself, then blood toxin extends the attack's range and distance. By draining my own blood, I can use it too often. Every swing is like donating blood. Yoon thought in horror about this treacherous sword. From behind, Lai saw the sword transform and asked, Did you get another interesting item? What is with that sword aura? Yoon didn't answer, instead asking, Vucho, where is he? Lai glanced to one side and shook his head. He's over there, massacring the spiders. We probably shouldn't get close to him right now. Yoon glanced toward Vucho, who was roaring like a wild beast, pulverizing any spider that dared get close. He sighed, telling the others not to rush in just yet, but to rest a little longer. That's not necessary, Yon. Thanks to you, I've had more than enough rest. You should take a look around you. The spider swarm has thinned out considerably, Lai said calmly, making Yu whip his head around, finally realizing how few monsters were left. Now that you mention it, Dako-yeon also scanned their surroundings and then spoke. The momentum has died down. Usually, when the monsters halt their assault, it means the battle is nearly over, or that something far more powerful is about to appear. At that very moment, Vucho, lost in his battle frenzy, also sensed the strange shift and froze. He stared toward a spatial gate that was forming in mid-air, from which a colossal spider began to crawl through. Looking at the monster's body, as large as a building, Lai muttered gravely, It is too late. Yu's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what in the world was happening. Weren't they told that giant monsters like this were only supposed to appear after the nth floor? Beside Yan, the swordswoman noticed his naive expression and couldn't help but let out a complaint. Don't you ever get tired of constantly whining about these unusual situations? I've heard it so much my ears are about to bleed. However, it wasn't just one giant spider, which sent a fresh wave of panic through them. As he faced the enormous spider, he finally understood the true meaning of danger. Well, I was talking a big game earlier, but what am I supposed to do now? The smaller spiders were easy, just sever their legs and use their poison blood. But against something this massive, I don't know if my attacks will even work. The more he thought, the more his confidence shattered. Just then, the swordswoman stepped forward and spoke. Didn't you say it yourself a moment ago? That you knew you could win, but you still refused my help. Is that your pride talking, or are you just that stubborn? She whispered softly into Yana's ear, causing his face to flush slightly. What? You asked instinctively. This is your type, isn't it? A bit of an acquired taste, but not bad. Now, it's time to pay the price for that sweet moment. The price might be a little steep, so don't consider this a favor. As she spoke, Dako Yuan slowly drew her sword. This was the first time Yu had ever seen her use a weapon. Dako Yuan uses a sword, but she can fight bare-handed, so why? Is she trying to show me something on purpose? Yu thought to himself. As if reading his mind, Dako Yuan glanced back to explain. I just don't feel like getting my hands dirty. Don't overthink it. Hearing this, Yu's face turned beet red. Sorry, he mumbled. His embarrassed expression made Dako Yuan chuckle. You were just missing one more thing. I'll show it to you, just this once. And for someone like you, this single sword strike should be enough to find your answer. As she finished speaking, a powerful aura began to radiate from her. Her voice turned serious as she warned, Hey Yan, watch closely. She slowly brought her sword back, and the very air around them grew heavy with tension. Just then, Yu heard a commotion coming from Lia's direction. Hey Wucho, you idiot. Stop hunting me and go hunt the monster. Lai yelled with great difficulty as he tried to block Wucho with his sword. You've lost your mind and turned on your own allies. While the two were arguing, the giant spider behind them quickly seized the opportunity. It launched a massive strand of webbing aimed directly at them both. Wucho reacted in time, leaping to the side to evade. But Lai wasn't so lucky and was pinned tightly against the wall by the web. Seeing the spider interfere with his battle, Wucho immediately let out a threatening roar. This sight made the main character break out in a cold sweat as he thought, Oh man, what a total mess. At that moment, Dako Yuan's sharp reminder rang out. Hey Yan, where are you looking? Focus on me. Yu quickly turned back to explain, I am watching, but the spider is over there. Dako Yuan calmly replied, I already told you it's fine. There's only one spider there now. And with that, she swiftly swung her sword. With a single strike, she sliced the spider in half before it could even react. Yu watched Dako Yuan's movements with eyes full of astonishment. Her arm swung up from below, a simple motion that carried absolute destruction. From that one action alone, I witnessed death itself. Severing the world, he thought. After seeing such an ultimate skill, Yu's mind felt overloaded with information, making him feel dizzy. All around him, a flood of system notifications appeared. High-grade skill has been instantly comprehended. Control over authority has been enhanced. The depth of the all-seeing poison eyes, all-hearing ears, and all-speaking tongue has increased by 5 points. Successfully comprehended a portion of an extremely powerful and complex martial arts concept. Depth of soul is 390. Depth of martial arts is 97. Depth of swordsmanship is 52. You have observed the essence of the slash. Depth has reached 15. Yu didn't have time to carefully review the notifications. His head throbbed as if it would split in two. I can believe it. Just by catching a glimpse of her martial art, my stats have skyrocketed. That power was like when I broke through Optimus' energy field. That must be an upgraded version of the death slash she showed before. How can one person channel such an overwhelming will into a sword? The concept of death that I just discovered was so clear and vivid that it sends a shiver down my spine. At that thought, he couldn't help but tremble as he imagined facing that attack himself. Dako Yuan saw Yu standing stunned after her attack and called out, Hey Ban Yu, were you observing carefully? Don't expect to see that a second time. With that, she leaned in close to Yana's face, making him jump back in surprise. Why are you dodging? She asked. A little too close, Yun stammered awkwardly. Without a word, Dako John tossed him the core from the elite spider she had just slain. Huh? Isn't this the core from that high-level spider? Yun stared in disbelief as he inspected the life core S stats. Body, 11. Demonic energy, 12. Carapace, 15. Spiderweb, 10. Resistance, 1. A wave of doubt washed over him. Dako John was the one who defeated it, after all. Is it really okay for me to take this? He glanced at the swordswoman, his expression unreadable. It was as if she could read his mind. A teasing smirk played on Dako John's lips. Come on, it's your reward. Just take it. Hearing that, Yun whipped his head away, a blush creeping up his neck. As the tension between them thickened, the trapped knight, Lai, had a front-row seat to their little moment. He finally couldn't take it anymore and roared, Hey, you two. Stop flirting and get over here and help me. Vucho's gone completely berserk over here, Lai yelled, casting a terrified glance into the distance. At that moment, she was unleashing everything she had. She was literally beating the other elite spider into a pulp. Looks like Lai is totally useless now. I'd be crushed in an instant. There's only one person who can stop her now. It has to be Dako John, Yun thought, turning his gaze to the strongest member of their party. But when he saw her standing there with arms crossed as if this had nothing to do with her, a cold sweat trickled down Yun's back. Don't look at me, the swordswoman replied coolly. I've already pulled my weight in this fight. But knowing he stood no chance against Vucho alone, Yun pressed on. I know you don't want to, but this is an emergency. If one of us dies, Who knows what happens next? Just as the words left his mouth, the legs of the downed elite spider began to twitch. It seems it wasn't dead yet. Just as I thought. All right, fine. I'll go play with that monster. Dako-John sighed, starting to stretch. A wave of relief washed over Yoon. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, he said, overjoyed. But Dako-John added a condition. In exchange, you finish off the creature right in front of you. Hey, monster, don't just stand there, come on down, she yelled, firing a blast of aura straight at Vucho's face to get her attention. Let's have some real fun. Provoked, Vucho let out an animalistic growl and launched herself directly at Dako-John. Her landing shattered the ground beneath her, but Dako-John dodged with effortless grace. She continued her taunts, luring Vucho further away. Over here, monster, she laughed. And so, Vucho, blinded by rage, charged again and again without thinking. After Vucho swung wildly and missed, Dako-John swiftly grabbed her wrist, using her momentum to slam her entire body into the ground. Whoops, not there. I am over here. Haha, all you know is how to blindly rush at the strong. Get up, monster. Still got some fight in you? I'll play with you until you snap out of it. Go on, run wild. Dako-John taunted, which only made Vucho more furious. Watching the scene unfold, Yoon felt a chill run down his spine. My god, she really is just playing with her. While effortlessly handling Vucho, Dako-John called out to him. All right, now it's not the time to stand around gawking. Startled, Yoon drew his sword and turned to face the elite spider. I get what you're saying, but isn't this a little above my pay grade? Teach, he muttered nervously. Even though Vucho wounded the spider, it's still a formidable foe. But if you were paying attention to my attacks earlier, you can do this. Dako-John shot him a look of pure confidence, making Yoon laugh nervously. Haha, what makes you so sure? Just then, the spider lunged, slamming a massive leg right into him. Yoon's body went flying. Yoon, are you okay? Lai cried out in concern. What in the world? Yoon let out a gasp of shock. In that instant, he could feel it. The spider was looking down on him. It's barely alive, and it still thinks it can take me on. Fine. Bring it on. Yoon roared, his eyes blazing with resolve. Instantly, magic circles materialized around the creature. From within them, ethereal chains shot out, binding the spider's legs. He's restraining it. Lai gasped, watching in awe as the scene unfolded. Yoon seized the opening while the spider was immobilized, lunging forward to strike. I'll use my will to lock it down, then amplify the damage with blood poison and go for a close-range assault. That is the plan. With a mighty roar, Yoon swung his blade, slashing straight into the spider's face. It shrieked in agony from the fresh, deep gash. Take that, he yelled, thrilled with the hit. But from the sidelines, a worried frown creased Lai's face. This is bad. Yoon, I don't think that was enough. In the distance, Dako-John effortlessly dodged another attack and muttered, too shallow. If you want to kill it, you have to take its head. What are you doing, Yoon? Back on the ground, Yoon realized it too. His attack had only enraged the beast further, without dealing any real damage. The cut was too shallow. But why? Did the blood poison not activate properly? Come to think of it, I've never tried to use two skills back-to-back like that before. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the spider poured all its remaining strength into its legs, and the magical chains shattered into 1,000 pieces. Model. With blinding speed, its legs slammed down towards Yoon, creating a massive explosion. Damn it, Yoon cursed inwardly. From a distance, Lai screamed in absolute terror. Even Foreman John was stunned for a moment. Then, as the smoke and dust cleared, Yoon's figure emerged once more. Thankfully, he managed to block the attack with his sword. But even so, the direct impact sent a shockwave through his body, threatening to shatter every bone.
Pant. That was too close. I barely managed to deflect it by changing the blade's angle at the last second.
If I'd taken that head-on, my sword would be shattered and my arm with it. But how was I able to read that attack? In that split second, time itself seemed to stretch into infinity. It must be Foreman John's swordsmanship, Yoon realized. At that very moment, his power surged once more. By facing his enemy, he had grasped the concept of flow. The depth of flow has increased to level 5. Leaning on his sword, Yoon pushed himself up, his theory confirmed, so that is how it works. Her one sword strike. It completely changed my perspective. Haha. This is incredible. To think she could awaken a martial talent I never knew I possessed. I can replicate her swordsmanship perfectly. But I think I finally understand what I need to do. With this realization, a powerful fighting spirit surged within Yoon. He stood confidently before the elite spider. All right, you overgrown arachnid. Let's go for another round. Bring it on. He stared down its multiple eyes, his expression dead serious. Answering his provocation, the elite spider unleashed a vicious assault with its 4 front legs. But something had changed. Yoon moved with uncanny precision, his sword a blur of motion. He met and deflected every single relentless strike from the massive beast. Watching this fierce clash unfold, Lai observed from the sidelines, and she quickly realized what she was seeing. It's a technique known as parrying, a method of deflecting or redirecting an opponent's blow. Executed perfectly, it not only nullifies an attack but prevents serious injury. It can even create the perfect opening for a counter. However, a technique like that is anything but simple. On a real battlefield, most warriors die before they ever master it, or they choose simpler, safer methods of fighting. After all, you only get one life. That is just the reality of combat. But Yoon, how is he executing it so flawlessly right now? Didn't he say he never even held a sword before? The more Lai thought about it, the more mystified she was by Yoon's terrifyingly fast growth. Back in the fight, Yoon moved like an afterimage. He seemed to be in 3 places at once, blocking the giant's attacks from every direction. Throughout the exchange, his eyes were locked onto his opponent, intensely focused, waiting for the perfect opening. And as the giant spider swung another leg down, Yoon saw it. His chance had arrived. Now is the moment. The frontal assault, block it. The one from the right, redirect it. As the thought crossed his mind, Yoon's sword flashed, knocking the incoming leg aside. Instantly, the spider swung another limb at him from the flank. To meet this new attack, Yoon quickly angled his sword on his shoulder, letting the massive leg slide harmlessly along the blade and past him. With that done, he let out a short breath. All right, bit by bit, it's becoming clearer. Let's keep this up. Meanwhile, the battle between Foreman John and Wu Cho was a complete mismatch. The Beast Girl was being toyed with like a mouse in a cat's claws. Growing bored of the game, Foreman John simply swept Wu Cho's legs out from under her. She lost her balance and crashed face first into the dirt. Paying the whimpering girl no mind, Foreman John turned her full attention to Yoon's battle. Incredible. I expected him to learn something from observing my blade, but to think he would grasp this. There's a martial art from the Central Plains founded on the very essence of flow, but few ever pursue it, redirecting an opponent's force. It is a technique that requires seizing an opportunity in a 10,000th of a second. The risk is astronomical, and the strength required is immense. Most warriors simply choose an easier path. For someone like me, who has only ever pursued the path of overwhelming power, he has opened my eyes to a completely new world. To think a technique I dismissed as a mere parlor trick could hold such profound depth. At the thought, a faint blush crept onto the swordswoman's cheeks. Her trance was broken by a shriek from Wu Cho. Thank you, Beast, for reminding me of my own embarrassment. Hey, let me go already, Lai pleaded. But Foreman John simply ignored the request, lost in thought once more. But merely redirecting blows isn't enough to win this fight. To claim victory, you must see the bigger picture. Since you've come this far, show me, Yoon. If you've truly mastered the flow to turn aside your enemy's strength, then you should be able to use that same strength to strike back. And back with Yoon, he had come to the same conclusion. So he continued to parry, his focus absolute as he searched for that one opening. There it is. As the elite spider lunged with its leg one more time, Yoon didn't back down, he surged forward to meet it. At the precise moment of impact, Yoon harnessed the enemy's own piercing force, channeling it into a spinning slash that combined 2 of his severing skills. Thinking fast, he parried the spider's leg with his blade, using its own momentum to power up his counterattack. He infused his blade with 2 concepts, poison blood and slash, and swung it directly at the spider's monstrous face. A massive gash tore across its visage. The beast shrieked in agony, as if its very soul was on fire. Watching from behind, Dako Johan clenched her fists in excitement. Yes, that's the way. He did it. She cheered silently for him. Back with Yuan, as the spider collapsed, he slumped to the ground, gasping for air, completely spent. In recognition of his desperate battle, a system window materialized before him. Temporary synthesis of concept origin. To create a more powerful concept, the conceptual depth of poison, air, and language has increased by 5 points. Staring at the message, Yuan was stunned. Whoa. I actually did it. It went up that much, he thought to himself. But before he could even check his new status, Lai and Dako Johan's voices cut through the air. Hey, Yuan, Lai pleaded for help. Could you give me a hand with this? He was still trapped in the sticky webbing, while Wu Cho was still relentlessly attacking Dako Johan. And this one over here, too, Dako Johan added. All Yuan could do was flash a weary, crooked smile. So everyone is just going to ask me to do everything because I beat one elite monster? Hey, you're really the all-powerful genius here. Lai's eyes welled up with tears. I am sorry. I am completely stuck and can't use any magic. Dako Johan nodded grimly. This thing has unbelievable strength and endurance. I almost wish I was tangled up like that fool. She groaned in frustration, but her words sparked an idea in Yuan-'s mind. That actually sounds like a plan, he muttered. Instantly, he put his plan into action. He analyzed the concept of the webbing binding Lai and fed it to Yan. All I need is a net. He absorbed the concept from the silk and forced it into his little snake, Yan. You have acquired the concept spider web. Yan's conceptual depth was 25, far exceeding the web's level of 16. After absorbing it, Yan's body transformed into a cage of chains. Yuan hurled the chain net at Wu Chou, who was too stunned to react in time. In an instant, her entire body was ensnared by the chains. The more she struggled, the tighter they coiled around her. Yuan grinned victoriously. Ha! Go ahead, struggle all you want, Wu Chou. This is far more durable, and it can drain your mana, too. The more you fight, the tighter it will become. Meanwhile, the chains began to bind Wu Chou's body in a rather suggestive way, making both Lai and Yuan blush. Lai quickly covered Yuan's eyes. You shouldn't be looking at this. Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Then what about you? I am fine, Lai stammered back awkwardly. Dako Johan scanned the area and nodded, satisfied. Whew, thank goodness. This room has indeed transformed. And those chains, they look pretty useful. Just then, Yuan's pendant began to chime with a familiar warning, filling him with a sudden sense of urgency. He quickly alerted the group. My clearance card is going off again. We have to get out of here, now. Hearing this, Dako Johan nodded in agreement. She's right, we need to leave immediately. But before they could even move, a crimson orb of energy materialized behind them. From within the sphere, an unfamiliar voice echoed. You, who have overcome the trial. Yuan's group jolted, instantly on high alert. The main character's gaze snapped towards the source of the voice. He demanded, Who's there? In response, the orb of light began to shift, slowly taking the form of a woman. She extended a hand towards them and made an offer. I shall bestow upon you a reward. I am giving you a chance to form a contract with an overseer of the myriad eyes. Time flashes forward, and the scene shifts to the world outside the tower. Here, Professor Illumina was anxiously awaiting her students' return. They still hadn't emerged from the tower, but her wait wasn't long. A teleportation circle flared to life, and Yuan's group appeared. Wu, is everyone okay? Yuan asked. Where are we? Lai wondered aloud. It's the place we first entered, Dako Johan replied. Seeing her students return, Illumina rushed over, her face etched with worry. Are you all right? Is anyone injured? Are there any lasting effects? Seeing her on the verge of tears, Yuan offered a reassuring smile. We okay, Professor. We all safe. Please, calm down. But his words did little to soothe Illumina's racing heart. Even though the emergency evacuation alert had malfunctioned, she had been terrified when no one came out. But thank goodness, you all safe. So, what exactly happened in there? Can you tell me everything? Illumina's question made the entire group flinch. Yuan scratched his head, hesitating. About that. Maybe we should find a room to talk first. Time passes, and the scene shifts to a more secluded location. Now, the main character finally had a chance to ask about the incident in the tower himself. So, what really happened out here? We were dragged into a bizarre space after the fourth room transformed. Shortly after we went inside. While all that was happening, what was going on out here? Hearing Yuan's question, Illumina's expression turned somber. The truth is, a student was murdered by an outside intruder. The academy is trying to manage the situation, but their teammates are. This suffering. Perhaps it was the true cause of everything that had happened. We were just discussing the intruders, weren't we? Illumina's earlier warning suddenly echoed in Yu's mind. Space pirates would target new students, murdering them for their certification cards. Without one, there could be no revival, trapping their souls here for eternity. A cold sweat trickled down his spine at the thought. He asked cautiously, So, did we manage to find the intruder? Illumina shook her head. They escaped. The students on site couldn't stop them. Hearing this, Dako John, standing nearby, offered his own theory. It seems this test was a setup from the beginning. Even if they aren't students here, there are always beings who wish to ascend the tower. To them, freshmen who have just entered the tower are nothing more than easy prey. They slaughter students who pass the entrance exam to destroy the Academy's reputation, then use the stolen cards to infiltrate our ranks. So from the Academy's perspective, confronting these intruders is a mandatory test, forcing a massive responsibility onto our shoulders. Isn't it? As Dako John spoke, she shot a taunting glare toward Illumina. Her words were perfectly accurate, leaving Illumina completely unable to argue. Seeing Illumina's flustered expression, unable to form a defense, Dako John sighed and smiled wryly. This place really is something else. Intruders can just waltz into the Tower Academy territory, and the school is powerless to stop them from slaughtering its own students. This puts the reputation of the so-called best academy across all dimensions into serious question. Behind them, US group fell into a heavy silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Only Professor Illumina refused to accept this. "You've misunderstood, Dako-John. Protecting students is our responsibility, but once they enter the tower, they are on their own. Moreover, the tower itself allows the intruders to enter. That is an unchangeable fact. It is the will of the tower." After speaking, Illumina lowered her head slightly, as if she couldn't bear to face the students before her. Hearing this, the swordsman gritted his teeth in frustration. "The will of the tower? If that is the case, then I don't need to be here anymore." He immediately used his necklace to teleport away, vanishing before Illumina could even try to stop him. The main character then spoke up to explain. "Please, try to understand him, Professor. Something terrible happened inside the tower." Turning back to them, Illumina finally noticed the dark mood hanging over US group and asked, "You, tell me, what on earth happened in there?" In response to her question, the main character hesitated for a moment, but then recounted the entire incident. "Right before we returned, we encountered a Star Keeper." The color drained from Illumina's face. The omnipotent guardians, also known as the Observers. They absorb countless dimensions, and when they find someone they favor, they form a contract. Through that person, they become transcendent beings, able to exert massive influence over that entire dimension. They grant magical power, authority, transcendent skills, artifacts, and so much more, all to force others to obey them. But in return, they also demand a great deal. Still, some would refuse such a thing. But when you think about it, in a world where power is valued above all else, there is no greater bargain than the gifts they offer. The Star Keepers are, without a doubt, incredibly tempting partners. After taking a few seconds to compose herself, Illumina asked with burning curiosity, "A Star Keeper appeared in this world?" You nodded in confirmation. "Yes. The Watcher of all life spoke to me in a very strange tone. The entity promised to grant me power, in exchange for carrying out its requests." As he said this, a troubled look crossed the main character's face, but Illumina didn't seem to notice. Instead, she looked at you with radiant eyes and congratulated him. "This is wonderful. Being offered a contract with a Star Keeper in your first days is an event unprecedented in this Academy's history. To obtain a contract with a star-keeping entity this early is proof that your talent has been recognized on a cosmic scale." She spoke with breathless excitement, completely unaware that Lai and Wu Cho's faces were growing darker with every word. Meanwhile, the main character found it hard to believe he was being valued so highly. "Is that really true?" Yu asked again, his eyes filled with doubt. Professor Illumina nodded repeatedly, her face deadly serious. "You aren't lying to me, are you?" He pressed on. Being valued so highly didn't bring him joy, only deeper confusion. "Professor, what is the Academy's official stance on these contracts and the Star Keepers?" he asked directly. Illumina looked curious at first, but immediately answered. "Officially, we maintain a neutral stance, but if a real opportunity arises, we would encourage you to seize it." Yu nodded, understanding her meaning. "So the Academy encourages us to accept this contract?" he said, needing to be certain. Illumina elaborated, "That is right. Across all dimensions, the tower is a beacon that attracts the attention of the Star Keepers. No one is more suited to climbing the tower than those who hold a contract with the stars." Hearing this, Yu felt suspicion take deeper root in his heart. It was hard to believe that a place like the Academy wouldn't have any. "We need defenses against intruders. Even if they seem friendly, you can be certain when you know so little about them." This is all so confusing, he thought, before Illumina's question shattered his train of thought. "So, Yuan, what exactly did the Overseer of all beings demand from you?" Illumina asked, her eyes filled with a sharp curiosity. Yuan's face hardened as he began to answer. "That entity demanded that I assassinate it, promising a contract with 2 members of our group, if one of us killed the other first." A heavy silence fell over Illumina, her face clouded with worry. Yuan continued, "That was the Star Watcher's demand. It claimed only those who truly crave power are worthy of its blessing. It wanted us to kill each other to prove our worth." He flashed back to the moment the Star Watcher gave its cruel ultimatum. "Slit your comrade's throat and offer it to me. I will make you my most cherished servant until you reach the pinnacle of the tower and seize what you desire. My love will never abandon you. Now, begin." Its chilling voice echoed, inviting them to a mutual slaughter. Yuan found the demand utterly ridiculous. To kill your friends just for power, it was complete madness. "Do you really think I'd go through with it?" he wondered, his suspicious gaze falling on Dako-Jung. If he went berserk, no one on the team could stop him. And sure enough, Dako-Jung didn't disappoint. He strode forward a few steps, his icy stare locked onto the Star Watcher. "Leave me alone," he said, unleashing a terrifying aura of power. Back in the present, Illumina was stunned by Yuan's story. So that is what happened. That boy must have used every last bit of his strength, right? She asked. Yuan nodded. That is right. He forced the Star Watcher to retreat. But it was terrifying how it treated our lives like a game. He paused for a moment, then continued. So does this mean we can't enter the tower for the rest of the week? It seems far too dangerous. Illumina replied, we will be monitoring the tower until the end of next week to prevent any further intrusions. Yuan immediately began to rethink his strategy. He desperately needed to grow stronger to face Erector. But now, climbing the tower was impossible. His duel with Erector was on Tuesday, and now he had no way to train. The weight of the situation crushed down on him. This is a serious disadvantage, Yuan thought grimly. Lost and confused, he wondered how to make use of the remaining time. As he searched for a plan, an idea struck him, and he turned to his professor. Professor, I plan to report everything that happened in the tower. I also have an audio recording we took. Would that be acceptable? Professor Illumina thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. That will work. But if it were possible, I would have liked to hear your report over a meal. However, it seems that that's not an option right now. As she spoke, she glanced over at Vucho, who was sitting silently in the corner. Seeing the grim mood, Yuan could only shake his head. Yes, everyone seems completely exhausted. Looking back at Professor Illumina, she gently reassured her students. I understand. Yuan, Lai, Vucho, you all did very well. I will ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. Starting next week, I hope you won't hold this against the Academy. For now, please get some rest. Hearing her words, Lai's tense shoulders seemed to relax. He turned to her and said, Yes, ma'am, we'll be going. Have a good weekend, Professor. After speaking, both Lai and Vucho used their pendants to teleport away. Just as Yuan was about to do the same, Illumina suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment, Yuan. I have a question. I'll be direct. That entity, the overseer of all beings, didn't just promise a contract to 2 of the 4 of you. It specifically named you and Dako Jung, didn't it? Her sharp deduction caught Yuan completely off guard. He nodded bitterly, the memory resurfacing of the moment the overseer called out their names. You two. Together, you could certainly reach the top of the tower. Yes, without a doubt. But only if you dispose of these burdens. The overseer sneered, gesturing contemptuously toward Lai and Vucho. Hearing this, the 2 of them were stunned into silence. Paying no mind to their reaction, the overseer continued. Now then, my beloved children, go and take care of that dead weight. I promise that you 2 will ascend this tower side by side. You will be left with only pure, condensed potential to defeat everything in your path. Accept the power I offer. It is the axis on which this world turns. Snapping back to reality, Yuan returned to his room to find Lai curled up on a chair, looking completely lost in his own world. Finally back, Yuan muttered to himself. Isn't he going to shower or anything? He decided to break the silence. That was really something, huh? Even Vucho looked completely wrecked. Are you comfortable sitting like that? You look miserable. Lai looked over at Yuan with cold eyes. Yuan, are you making fun of me for sitting abnormally? Yuan quickly backpedaled. What? No, that's not what I meant at all. Lai lowered his head, his voice thick with shame. Sorry. To be honest, I just want to dig a hole and bury myself in it. Just curse me out if you want to. That's not what this is about, Yuan replied, confused. But for some reason, his words triggered a scornful laugh from Lai. Seriously, I am not even worth the breath it would take to curse out. The more he listened, the more Yuan felt that Lai's mind was starting to crack. Something's not right. Why is he reacting like this? He's usually so arrogant, you wondered. Suddenly, Lai's voice turned ice cold. Hey, you. I actually kind of hate you. You didn't even flinch, casually replying, Ha, so what? I hate you too. So we finally have something in common. That is what you thought, but he kept his mouth shut. He desperately wanted to say it, but he had to hold back. Because calling an idiot is just rude. Yu's hands balled into fists with frustration. After a few seconds of composing himself, he sat down next to Lai and said, Hey Lai, if you've got something on your mind, just let it out. No matter what you need to complain about, I'll listen to all of it. As he spoke, his gaze locked onto the night before him. Only after hearing these words from our main character did Lai finally begin to open up and share his story. In my own world, I was considered one of the greatest geniuses. That is not an exaggeration. My family, my subordinates, everyone admired and praised my talent. They entrusted me with the Holy Sword not out of flattery, but because of their genuine faith in me. I made a pact with the Holy Sword and came to this academy carrying everyone's expectations. But what is this? What the hell am I even doing? Why does he treat me like some useless burden? As he spoke these words, Lai's mental state seemed to be crumbling, prompting Yu to quickly try and comfort him. Hey Lai, Don't pay any attention to that holy relic or whatever. It's not worth your time. Before you could finish his sentence, Lai cut him off. Whether it's a holy relic or not, you only call it whatever because you re one of the chosen ones. But I am different. I am just an outsider caught between two chosen people. They re transcendent divine beings, far more powerful and knowledgeable than any human. With an offer like that, how could you and Dako-John refuse so easily? Lai challenged you loudly, causing him to go silent for a few seconds. Then, you slowly explained, because it's obviously meaningless. There are tons of ways to get stronger without sacrificing anyone. Neither of us came here to follow the orders of things like that, right? You asked again. However, his words still didn't seem to convince the troubled knight. Lai just shook his head and withdrew further into himself. You only say that because you rear an overwhelming genius. But me? If that was what it took to be chosen, I probably would have hesitated and sacrificed everything. I can refuse as firmly as you and Dako-John. I would have made that choice. The truth is, I feel resentful, scared, and I can forgive myself. As he confessed this, Lai's expression became unreadable. Time passed quickly. It's unclear how their conversation ended, but now you had finished his shower and returned to see Lai lying on the bed. As if sensing Yu's gaze, Lai spoke up. I am sorry for whining like that earlier. It's not your fault. I am the one who brought up such an unpleasant topic. I'm truly sorry, Lai said, his voice laced with guilt. Hearing this, Yu gave a small smile and waved it off. We were friends. I'm always here to listen. I am stepping out for a bit. If you want the hot chocolate, go ahead. Sweet things usually help melt away the bad stuff. With that, Yu placed a mug of hot chocolate on the table. Lai responded softly, thank you. Back to you. After closing the door and walking into the hallway, he thought to himself, he's changed so much since we first met. I'll have to be more careful with my words next time. At that same moment, Dako-John was walking down the hall and spotted Yu. She ran over cheerfully. Oh, you re back? At least I don't have to go inside now. What a relief. Startled by her voice, Yu practically yelled. What are you doing here? This is the boys' dorm. His eyes went wide. Seeing this, Dako-John quickly shushed him. Shh. It's not a crime if no one sees you. Didn't you know that? With a playful smile, she grabbed Yu's shirt and started dragging him away before he could complain. The scene changes to a wooden bench outside. Yu asks, so, did you come all this way because the cafe was too crowded? Ignoring his previous question, Dako-John changed the subject to check on Laia's condition. I got curious, so I came over. So, how's your burden doing? Is he alright? In response, the main character's voice filled with annoyance. Are you for real? What do you mean, burden? Why do you keep saying that? Hearing him, Dako-John just scoffed. Am I wrong? He just blindly throws his power around. A pathetic, incompetent guy who can't adapt, right? Lai isn't incompetent. He's a master swordsman and has plenty of other skills. Yu shot back, defending his roommate. However, Dako-John had already seen through the knight's true power. The problem is that all of it comes from the sword. You know it too. His immense physical strength, his sharp combat intuition, his special abilities. It's all from that blade. Without it, he's completely useless. He can even grasp the situation he's in. He always gets anxious at critical moments, gets himself captured, and becomes a total failure. The swordswoman listed off Lai's weaknesses one by one, making Yu rub his temples in frustration as he cut her off. Alright, I get it. Stop. If I kept listening to you, we'd be here all day. Hearing this, Dako-John paused her assessment, her voice suddenly turning serious. This was a critical moment. If his spirit breaks now, it's all over. There'd be no point in him coming with us. The monster was already on its last legs anyway. She didn't have to say another word. Yu knew exactly what she was thinking. But still, he wondered, was Dako-Jun just looking down on Lai, or was she actually worried about him? With that thought, he turned to her. What about you? You acted strangely when you saw the god, and you were on edge with the professor. Are you alright? The genuine concern in Yun's voice made the swordswoman's face flush, throwing her off balance. Are you worried about me? Why don't you just use your ability to check? Dako-Jun stammered. Yun sighed. I don't need an ability for that. It's written all over your face. I just wanted to ask if you were okay. After speaking, he pulled a cup of hot chocolate from his inventory and handed it to her. Dako-Jun accepted the cup, feeling a bit amused. Is he trying to comfort me? She took a sip and nodded in approval. It is sweeter than I expected. Well, it's hot chocolate. Of course it's sweet, Yun replied nonchalantly. Dako-Jun's mood seemed to lift. She began to open up. Thanks for your concern, but it's not that serious. I was just irritated at the time. Yun's curiosity was piqued. What made you so angry? Well, I am not entirely sure. But don't you think that me, the observer with 10,000 eyes, and that thing share a similar way of thinking? Is that what you were thinking? She asked, startling Yoon. What? Dako Jun continued, explaining that their fundamental nature was the same. If those two can't pull their weight, I've been considering cutting them loose. The more Yoon listened, the more he felt something was wrong with this conversation. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? He asked urgently. Dako Jun's expression turned to ice. That's why I was so irritated. If I were more decisive, I would have only brought along those with real potential. If I had truly committed to that path, even without killing them directly, I could let them die through my own indifference. Maybe I was wrong to agree to this way of doing things. Dako Jun's voice was laced with a bitter poison. Meanwhile, our main character simply took a quiet sip of his own chocolate before asking, "Is that really true?" "Yes, it is." Dako Jun replied calmly. "Then that just means you really a fool, doesn't it?" His teasing tone made the swordswoman's face burn with anger. She turned her head away, fuming to herself. "I share my deepest, darkest thoughts, and this is the reaction I get?" Then, she went back around to challenge him. "Do you honestly think those two have any talent?" You met her gaze with unwavering confidence. Without a doubt, no matter how amazing an artifact is, they never would have made it this far without natural talent. Lai has a raw gift for the sword, but he's too dependent on the holy sword. He can adapt to the chaos of a real fight. And Wu Cho. She has incredible physical strength and potential, but she's held back by her own inner turmoil. If they can learn to cover each other's weaknesses and overcome their flaws, their talent will explode beyond anything we can imagine. Yoon offered his assessment with a faint smile. His words gave the white-haired girl pause. Although she wasn't fully convinced, she decided to put her faith in Yoon for now. Fine. If they train hard enough, the results will speak for themselves. Hearing this, Yoon's eyes lit up with excitement. So, does that mean you were willing to help? Like you said, if they overcome this and grow stronger, I'll admit you were right. But if the results don't meet my expectations, you will have to take full responsibility. She stared directly at Yoon as she spoke, leaving him slightly flustered. Before Yoon could even respond, Dako Jun pressed on. You made me put my judgment on hold and waste my time on those fools. Think carefully about that. See you tomorrow morning, and make sure you bring those two brats with you. With that, she walked away, leaving Yoon standing there, utterly speechless. Time flew by, and the next morning, the training began. Lai and Dako Jun were sparring bare-handed. The sound of their strikes echoed, tearing through the air. The outcome was predictable. Lai was completely overwhelmed. His punches couldn't even touch Dako Jun, while a single one of her blows sent him flying back towards Yoon. Hey, Yoon, Lai called out weakly, as if giving his last will. What is it? I am here. I am right here. Yoon rushed to his side. Lai looked up at him with pure resentment. You said you were going to teach me something. So why am I the only one getting beat up? Because of this. Yoon stammered, unable to find the right words. Before he could make an excuse, Dako Jun stormed over, stomping her foot and shouting, You idiot. This is physical conditioning. This is exactly how it's supposed to be. You not the type who can learn just by watching like Yoon, so stop whining and get back on your feet. Lai shakily reached for his sword. Sob. My sword. Just give me my sword. Absolutely not. You won't get it back until you learn how to fight without it. Think of it like being back in the tower. Dako Jun flatly refused. Her words made the young knight's eyes go wide with disbelief. But I'm a swordsman. Taking away a swordsman's sword. How does that make any sense? Dako Jun shot him a look like he was the dumbest person alive. So if you lose your sword, you were just going to roll over and die. Lai immediately shot back. No, I would never let that happen. Your pathetic dodging is starting to piss me off. Dako, John Seed. You want your sword back so badly? Fine. I guarantee I'll take it from you in less than 3 seconds. Her overwhelming presence left Lai speechless. All he could do was mutter to himself in despair. But without my sword, I'm nothing. Seeing his friend's spirit break, Yoon quickly stepped in. Lai, this is the training Dako, John, and I agreed on to help you grow. Just trust us this once and train without your weapon. We're redoing all of this for your sake. Yoon's sincere words seemed to reach Lai's heart, slowly reigniting the flame of his determination. If Yoon has a plan, there must be a reason for it. All right, I understand. I'll trust you and give it a shot this time. Okay, let's go again, Lai said with renewed vigor. But before he could finish, Dako John lunged, unleashing a spinning kick from above that sent Lai flying like a ragdoll. You left yourself wide open again. What was that? Your stance is pathetic. Aren't you even going to try and block? Stop relying only on your eyes. Feel the battle with all of your senses. If you get it, then focus. Is your combat instinct really this weak without your holy sword? Dako John roared, unleashing a relentless storm of attacks, forcing Lai to do nothing more than throw up his arms to defend himself. From the sidelines, Yoon watched intently and finally realized the problem. Everything Dako-John was saying was true. Right now, Lai's stats were steadily dropping. Normally, he, as a monster who could handle an erector with ease, but for some reason, he as fighting without a sword. If his abilities can advance so much just by wielding that weapon, then his condition is far worse than I ever imagined. Yoon's brow furrowed deeply. Meanwhile, Dako-John taunts continued. Yuri getting weaker. What are you? The holy sword itself. Are you the sword? No, I am not. Lai screamed back. Then what is the meaning of this? Yuri completely useless without it, Dako-John challenged. That's not true, Lai growled through gritted teeth. If you really believe that, then stop searching for a sword. You don't even have and face me properly. Dako-John roared, her eyes blazing. Her words seemed to awaken something deep inside Lai. Suddenly, his entire body erupted in a blinding flash of light. With a powerful shout, Lai threw a punch at lightning speed, catching Dako-John by surprise and forcing her to jerk her head aside to dodge. The sheer force of the blow created a shockwave, blasting away everything behind him. But what shocked everyone even more was Lai's appearance. His body had completely transformed, with long, silky hair and a feminine figure with a massive chest. This new form left both Yoon and Wucho completely speechless. Dako-John stared thoughtfully, about to speak, when Lai's body began to change once more. Shrouded in streaks of light, the light rapidly converged, absorbing into a cross-shaped mark in the center of her chest. The sudden event sent a wave of pain through Lai, causing her to collapse. Seeing this, Yoon rushed over to check on the situation. But Dako-John quickly put out an arm to stop him. Calm down, he's fine. This just isn't going to be an easy fix, she said, her eyes narrowed with grim seriousness. A moment later, Lai slowly reverted to his normal state. Dako-John asked Lai coldly, So, you understand the problem now, don't you? Lai nodded, a sad expression on the knight's face. Yeah, you and Yoon were right. I can go on like this anymore. Then how about another round? Dako-John proposed. But first, I am sorry for misjudging you. Lai scratched his head, embarrassed. No, don't apologize. You were the one who helped me. There was a hint of joy in his voice. But that joy lasted for less than 3 seconds. Before Dako-John continued, I used to think you were just a clueless idiot. But now I see you re a clueless idiot with a ticking time bomb on your back. Let's just hope that bomb doesn't go off inside the tower. She finished with a long, exhausted sigh. Lai could only scream in frustration. I really don't like you. Meanwhile, Wucho watched the scene between Lai and Dako-John, a spark of excitement in her eyes. Hey, Yoon, we should do that, too, she said, lightly tugging on the main character's sleeve. But Yoon was completely focused on Lai and didn't hear a single word. He noticed something strange. What was that just now? Holy spirit and demonic spirit. How can 2 opposing forces exist in the same body? That must be what's causing these outbursts. I wonder if Lai even knows about this. I'll talk to him when we get back to the dorms, Yoon thought, turning to Wucho. Oh, sorry, Wucho. Have you been calling me? I was just lost in thought. Wucho replied awkwardly. It's okay. More importantly, we should have a practice match too. Yoon recalled her berserk state and couldn't help but hesitate. Are you sure that that's a good idea? Wucho quickly explained. Well, no, but you know how to restrain me, Yoon. I want to learn to control my power. I want to be useful, too. Her desperate plea was impossible for Yoon to refuse. All right, he nodded, walking toward the weapon rack. As he walked, he thought, Wucho as being unusually proactive today. Maybe yesterday's shock was bigger than I realized. He then tossed a wooden sword to Wucho. All right, let's set our own pace. No need to be flashy like them. We'll gradually increase the intensity. Wucho nodded. I understand. Yoon raised his sword. Okay, let's begin. Wucho replied, Right, I'll give it my all. But in that moment, a realization hit Yoon. Hold on, come to think of it. Isn't this my dream school life scenario? The youth I always pictured wasn't about chaotic, all-out battles. It was a guy and a girl, encouraging each other as they polished their skills. This is it. Ha, I'm so lucky. Thanks to Wucho, my dream is becoming a reality. He was so thrilled that the tip of his nose turned red. Wucho asked worriedly, So, should I begin? Yoon whispered, All right, bring it on. In the next instant, the pink-haired girl's entire demeanor shifted, and she exploded into a berserker state. The sight terrified Yoon, draining the color from his face. After just 5 short minutes, Yoon was frantically ordering Yukon, his little snake, to transform into chains. To restrain the rampaging Wucho, Yukon, hold her tight. Don't let go no matter what happens, Yoon cried out in a panic. The struggle ended quickly as the chains began to drain mana from Wucho's body, allowing her consciousness to slowly return. Are you back with me? Yoon asked, his eyes welling up with tears. Seeing the look on his face, Vucho knew things had gone terribly wrong. She covered her mouth, asking anxiously, Yun, are you all right? Are you hurt? How many times did this happen? Looking completely drained, Yun answered, I lost count, but it's definitely over 10 times now. It's fine, though. All my limbs are still attached. Hearing that, Vucho could only weep and blame herself. I am so sorry. It's my fault you have to suffer like this. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She looked utterly heartbroken. Yun couldn't stand it and reached out to pat her head. It's really okay. I promised I would help you. I was prepared for things like this to happen, so please don't be sad. Yun's warm voice sent a deep blush across Vucho's face. However, that sweet moment didn't last. The sharp voice of Dako-John shattered the atmosphere, making them both jump, as if they'd been caught in the act. Ha. So while I'm over here training my butt off, you were flirting with a beast? Dako-John taunted as she dragged a limp lie toward them. Yun shot back, flirting. Can't you see? I almost died here. Dako-John looked unconvinced, whispering sweet nothings to an innocent little beast. Her voice was dripping with scorn. Vucho rushed to explain. It's not like that. Yun was just worried about me. Dako-John shot Vucho a suspicious glare. Oh, I'm sure he was. Or does the beast have some kind of ulterior motive? Her jab made Vucho blush with embarrassment. After that, Dako-John dropped the teasing. Her tone turned serious. Losing your focus during training is disrespectful to your partner, beast. You need to clear your head of those thoughts. Meanwhile, Yun was quietly thinking about Vucho. She was normally so cheerful, but now she seemed so timid. She was being way too passive with Dako-John. But then again, shouldn't this be when I step up? Yun decided to do something. To raise the pink-haired girl as spirits, he spoke. All right, so I asked the professors if I could take one of you with me when I leave the floating island, and I just got their approval. Dako-John flipped her hair, already lost in a fantasy. Excellent. It's so suffocating here anyway. Yun paid her no mind, looking straight at Vucho. So, Vucho, from now on, let's go out together. Let's go on a date. His words shocked the other two into silence. Some time passed, and just as planned, Yun and Vucho were out on their date. Inside a clothing shop, Dako-John's interrogating voice blared from the communication screen. No, I already told you before you left. Yun explained, completely exasperated. We were not staying overnight. It's just a quick trip. I'll be back before nightfall. Hearing that, Dako-John seemed to calm down a bit. Fine, she replied. You've lived in another world for so long, do you really think that men and women can just go out recklessly at night like that? In another feed, Lai couldn't hold back her tears. Her voice was choked with emotion. Hey Yun, is that it? If you go out with someone other than me, your own roommate. Yun cut her off before she could finish. What are you, my mother? Why are you so worried? At that exact moment, Vucho emerged from the fitting room. Her face was beet red from shyness. Sorry. I tried on the outfit you picked out. Does it look okay? It feels like I am showing off my whole body. Though she was embarrassed, the outfit highlighted her beauty so perfectly that Yun instinctively covered his mouth, giving her an emphatic thumbs up. It looks absolutely beautiful. On the other end of the call, Lai and Dako-John were practically losing their minds watching the scene. Lai screamed, You just wait till you get back. I want to go out too. Ignoring the chaos, Yun and Vucho began their stroll. This was Vucho's first time ever setting foot outside the school grounds. She was absolutely buzzing with excitement. Whoa, this is incredible. I never imagined there was a city this huge outside the academy. She exclaimed, her curious eyes taking in everything around her. Yun smiled warmly. Amazing, right? To be honest, I've only been to the city outskirts twice myself. Let's walk around for a bit. There are shops and a shopping district that way. Okay. Vucho agreed and hurried to follow him. But she quickly realized her mistake. She was being swallowed by the crowd. At this rate, I'm going to lose him, she thought, desperately reaching her hand forward. Luckily, Yun noticed her falling behind. He quickly grabbed her wrist, his voice full of apology. Oh, hey, are you all right? I am so sorry. I forgot this is your first time in a place like this. No, it's okay. I am fine, Vucho said, shaking her head. Seeing her, Yun gently took her hand in his. He gently took her small hand and proposed. It's crowded here. So from now on, let's just hold hands. As soon as he said it, he turned away, trying to hide his beet red face. Vucho just nodded softly. Okay. The two spent the rest of the day joyfully exploring the city. They tasted delicious street food, visited a cute teddy bear shop, and took a relaxing walk through the park. Every moment lifted Vucho's spirits higher than ever before. As evening fell, they settled down at an outdoor eatery. Yun asked with a hint of concern, Are you sure you're okay with this? Everything at this restaurant is made from monster meat. It seemed his worries were for nothing. because Vucho was already digging in with delight. That is exactly why I love it. This is amazing, she declared, her face beaming with satisfaction. Yoon couldn't help but nod in agreement. Wow, this is even better than I imagined. Vucho kept eating, even starting to hum a cheerful little tune. I can believe I am eating something this good after arriving in the city. It's all thanks to Yoon. But just as suddenly, the light in her eyes dimmed. Yoon noticed immediately. What is it? Do you not like it? Vucho answered, a shadow falling over her face. No, it's not that. I think I got a little too carried away. It's been a while since you brought me to the city like this. You bought me nice clothes and treated me to this amazing food, but I haven't done a single thing for you in return. I am starting to wonder if it's really okay for me to be enjoying all this. I don't even know if anything I am doing is actually helping me control my powers. The more she spoke, the more her voice filled with doubt. Hearing her words, Yoon grew silent for a moment. Then, he slowly raised his hand, drawing an abstract concept into his palm. He said, "Can you look here for a second? The emotion you're feeling right now. It's appearing in my hand." Vucho stared, her eyes wide with confusion, before shaking her head. I don't see anything. Right. Well, just pretend it's there. Yoon answered awkwardly. He continued to explain. Until recently, my power could only manifest anger. But now, that has changed. Even though we've only spent a little time together, I have become able to recognize these other feelings. And just now, all your worries vanished. If we get closer, I am certain we can find a solution to your problem. Vucho lowered her head, a sad expression on her face as she mumbled. My problem. You already know about it, don't you? I do. Yoon replied, crushing the orb of sorrow in his palm. Then he declared with absolute certainty, I promise you, I will solve everything. So for today, just enjoy yourself without a single worry. Yoon's unshakable words seemed to calm the storm inside Vucho. She answered softly, okay. Then thought to herself, this is incredible. His words are like a magic spell. Meanwhile, Yoon scratched his head, suddenly embarrassed by his own confidence. Maybe I came on a bit strong. Next time we go out, I won. Call it a date. Vucho quickly cut him off. No, it's not too much at all. Actually, I want to get closer to you. I want to understand you better. Just like Dak Hwa-jan does. She might seem intimidating to others, but she really likes you. Yoon shook his head, dismissing the idea. She doesn't like me. She just wants to own me, like I am some kind of sharp sword or weapon. Vucho couldn't help but laugh. Yoon, do you really believe that? Yoon stared back, completely lost. What's so funny? She replied with a soft smile. No, it's just. I feel more relieved now. I used to think you were some all-powerful, perfect mage, but I guess I was wrong. Knowing that, I feel like I can try harder too. Come on, if you refinish eating, let's go. You bought me all these gifts and clothes. So to thank you, I'm going to pick out an awesome new outfit for you. Yoon beamed and nodded. All right, deal. Don't worry about the cost. Let's just have fun. Vucho giggled. Haha, hanging out with someone as amazing as you feels like such a luxury. Elsewhere, the air in the Academy's faculty meeting was thick with tension. The small robot perched on Professor Illumina's shoulders seemed anxious. I am all right, she silently signaled for it to be still. It feels a little awkward, that is all. I'll be fine. Inside the meeting hall, a voice erupted. How did information about the tower spread so fast? And who in their right mind would accept something like a tower climbing ranking? How dare they? A female professor interjected. The news is spreading too rapidly. It's impossible to contain at this point. That is because there is no conflict involved, another voice countered. But their point was cut short as a different professor slammed his fist on the table. His voice boomed with rage. We made a grave mistake from the start, letting these people from a lesser world act so recklessly. Just as the tension in the room reached its peak, a powerful voice roared, silencing everyone in an instant. That is enough. Professor Illumina. Regardless of your personal feelings, your student's unauthorized actions have gone too far. This is a clear violation of Academy regulations. Is it not? Do you understand the responsibility you hold for letting that boy run wild? The purple-haired professor glared, her tone dripping with accusation. But rewinding time just a little, before this meeting even began, Illumina had already reviewed the footage Yoon's team recorded. Her mind was reeling. My God. He actually managed to film the entire process inside the tower. He said he was just going to climb it and record his journey. I didn't object, but I never imagined, but he shattered all expectations, bringing back an unbelievable result. He probably has no idea what he's truly accomplished. It wasn't just about getting footage from the tower. He created a device that could actually function inside it. An incredible feat, and his idea went even further. Illumina thought. She recalled the moment Yoon first proposed his plan. What? Yuri going to upload that footage publicly on your channel? Illumina asked, completely shocked. Yoon answered without hesitation, yes. I think it will draw a lot of attention. Rebellion, that's our team's name, will help build goodwill with the other students here. Illumina didn't try to stop him. Meanwhile, Yuna's thoughts quietly drifted to Vucho. She used to be so confident, but now she's withdrawn. She's far too lenient with Doc Hojo. Thinking it over, Yoon decided he had to do something to lift the pink-haired girl's spirits. He spoke up. All right, I asked the professors if I could bring one of you with me when I leave the floating island. They just approved it. Doc Hojo flipped her hair smugly. Perfect. It's so stuffy here anyway. But Yoon ignored her, his eyes fixed on Vucho. So, Vucho, from now on, Yuri coming out with me. Let's go on a date. His sudden proposal stunned the other two girls. And so, just as planned, Yoon and Vucho found themselves on a date in the middle of a clothing store. Doc Hojo's demanding voice erupted from the comms screen. No way. I told you before you left. Yoon sighed, exasperated. We were not staying overnight. We were just hanging out for a little while. I'll be back before nightfall. Hearing this, Doc Hojo seemed to relax a bit. Fine. Have you been in another world so long you think men and women can just wander around carelessly at night? From another screen, Lai was on the verge of tears, her voice cracking. Hey, Yoon, is that it? Yuri going out with someone else and not me, your own roommate? Before Lai could finish, Yoon cut her off. What are you, my mom? Why are you so worried? Just then, Vucho emerged from the dressing room, her cheeks flushed. Sorry, I tried on the outfit you picked out. Does it look okay? It feels a little revealing. Though she was shy, the outfit highlighted her beauty perfectly. Yoon couldn't help but cover his mouth, giving her a huge thumbs up. It looks amazing. On the other end of the call, Lai and Doc Hojo were practically losing their minds watching this unfold. Lai screamed, just you wait till you get back. I want to go out too. Ignoring the chaos, Yoon and Vucho began their walk. This was Vucho's first time ever leaving the academy grounds, and she was absolutely thrilled. Whoa, this is incredible. I had no idea there was a huge city like this right outside the academy, she said, her eyes wide with curiosity. Yoon chuckled and nodded. Amazing, right? Though I've only been to the outskirts twice myself. Let's walk around for a bit. There are some shops and a shopping district over there. Okay, Vucho agreed, hurrying to keep up. But she quickly found herself swallowed by the crowd. At this rate, I'm going to lose him, she thought. Panicked, she reached her hand out. Luckily, Yoon noticed right away and grabbed her wrist, his voice full of concern. Whoa, are you okay? I am sorry. I forgot this is your first time in a place like this. No. It's okay. I am fine, Vucho said, shaking her head. Seeing her response, Yoon gently took her small hand in his. There are a lot of people here. From now on, let's just hold hands. As he said it, he turned away, trying to hide his own blushing face. Vucho just nodded softly. Okay. They spent the rest of the day exploring the city together, enjoying street food, visiting a stuffed animal shop, and taking a walk through the park. By the end of it all, Vucho's spirits were higher than ever. As evening fell, they stopped at an outdoor restaurant. Yoon asked with a hint of concern, Are you sure you're okay with this? I think all the ingredients here are made from monster meat. But his concern was completely unnecessary, as Vucho was already digging in with delight. That is why I love it. This is so good, she said with a look of pure bliss, making Yoon nod. Wow, it's actually better than I expected. Vucho kept eating, humming a happy tune. I cannot believe I am eating meat like this in the city. It's all thanks to Yoon. But then, her cheerful mood suddenly vanished, and Yoon noticed immediately. What's wrong? Do you not like it? No, it's not that, Vucho replied, her voice heavy with sadness. It's just, I realize I got a little too carried away. You brought me to the city, bought me beautiful clothes, and treated me to a delicious meal, but I haven't done anything for you in return. I wonder if it's okay for me to be enjoying myself so much, especially when I don't even know if what I am doing is actually helping me control my powers. The more she spoke, the more lost and confused she sounded. Hearing her words, Yoon fell silent for a moment. Then, he slowly raised his hand, drawing a concept into his palm and asked, Can you look here for a second? The emotions you're feeling right now, they remanifesting here in my hand. Vucho stared, her expression puzzled, before shaking her head. I don't see anything. Yeah, well, just pretend you do, Yoon said awkwardly, before trying to explain, until recently, my power could only manifest anger. But now, it's different, even after just this short time we've spent together. If we had been closer, I would realize what you were feeling sooner. I promise we'll find a way to fix your problem. Wujo lowered her head, a shadow of sadness crossing her face as she mumbled, My problem. You already know about it, right? I do. But all of your worries are gone now. Yu-un declared, crushing the orb that represented her sorrow in his palm. He then swore, I promise you, I will handle every single one of your troubles, so just enjoy today without a single care. His powerful words seemed to calm the storm inside Wu Zhou. She whispered, okay, and thought to herself, this is incredible. Everything Yu-un said felt like it was powered by magic. Turning back to him, Yu-un scratched his head, a little embarrassed by his own confidence. Maybe I came on a little too strong. The next time we hang out, I won't call it a date. Wu Zhou quickly interrupted. No, it wasn't too much at all. In fact, I want to become closer to you. I want to understand you more, just like Dako-jun does. She might seem a bit scary to other people, but she genuinely likes you. Yu-un shook his head, denying it. It's not that she likes me. She just wants to possess me like I am some kind of ultimate weapon. Wu Zhou burst into laughter. Ha ha, Yu-un. Do you really believe that? Yu-un looked bewildered. What's so funny about that? Wu Zhou replied gently. Nothing. It's just, I feel more at ease now. I used to think you were this all-powerful mage, but maybe I was completely wrong. It makes me feel like I can try harder, too. Come on, if you're done eating, let's go. You bought me all these gifts and clothes to say thank you. With that, he turned to Professor Illumina, his voice sharp. Tell me, Professor Illumina, should you be sharing more information from that footage, so that the other professors can fully understand the situation? Instantly, every eye in the room locked onto her, burning with curiosity. Is there something else? What information is Professor Illumina hiding? Blindsided by the sudden accusation, Illumina's face flushed with confusion. She was at a total loss for words. What? What are you talking about? So watched her flustered reaction, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He then explained, perhaps the professor is unaware of this matter. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. Ban Yu and his classmates are the only tower climbers who have been chosen by the constellations. This revelation sent a shockwave through the room. The professors lost their composure, and Professor Thalia shot up from her seat. She demanded, wait, the climber who just entered the tower yesterday, he's already been chosen by a constellation? Before So could respond, Professor Illumina quickly interjected. Vice President, a connection to a constellation is a student's personal achievement if you speak so recklessly here. But So cut her off sharply, asking, then you should answer me honestly. This is an official question from my position as Vice President. Did Ban Yu and the other students form a contract with a constellation? Faced with a direct command from a superior, Illumina was forced to answer. No. Neither Ban Yu nor the other students signed any contract with a constellation. Hearing her answer, So's expression grew pensive, his mind racing. He thought to himself, so they refused. How extraordinary. It must have taken immense willpower to declare their intentions, especially under the pressure of a constellation. With that, he clapped his hands together and made his decision. If that's the case, then it's settled. I will admit Ban Yu and all the 11th grade students into my private lecture. His decision threw the other professors into an uproar. They immediately began to protest. What? Wait, just a moment, Vice President. Didn't you just say none of them signed a contract? So, why does he get to attend a high-level lecture? Hearing this, So sighed with a hint of boredom as he explained to the clueless professors. Professors, what is important here isn't it whether they signed a contract. It's the fact that they were chosen by a constellation in the first place. Being chosen is already proof of their overwhelming potential. And since they refused the first contract, you can be sure that other constellations are now paying very close attention to them. So, doesn't that make them the perfect students to attend my lecture? I am, after all, the professor who guides the constellation as chosen. If Ban Yu was selected by a constellation, that makes him my student. Do you understand, professors? As he spoke, his eyes flashed as he glanced around the room, releasing an undeniable wave of pressure. It left the other professors no choice but to agree. Yes, sir, they replied weakly. Seeing this, So continued. Now then, I will continue the meeting regarding the spread of the Tower's internal video. There is nothing we, as the school, can do to impose a punishment on that student. As for his abilities, personal questions and requests for his skills will be permitted. But if, during that process, we discover that anyone has pressured the student or caused him any disadvantage, the person involved, whether a professor or a student, will be expelled from this academy. I expect you all to remember this. With that, this meeting is adjourned. I hope everyone has a productive rest of the week. After saying his piece, the vice president left the room with a pleasant smile. Meanwhile, it all finally clicked for Professor Illumina. I get it now, she thought. This meeting was never about deciding how to handle Yu-un. The vice president's word is law. That was the chairman's will. A clear warning delivered through the vice chairman. Don, you dare touch Ban Yu-un. This is great. Ban Yu-un. I never thought he gained so much favor with the chairman. It seems I was worrying for nothing. Mulling this over, Professor Illumina let out a long, weary sigh. Just then, Professor C suddenly approached the beautiful professor with a proposition. Professor Illumina, what do you say? How about we grab a drink at the bar? I'd like to celebrate the success of your student. In response, the small robot shot him a furious glare, as if to ask how he had the nerve after constantly cornering her just moments ago. And now he has the gall to ask her out for a drink? Beside it, Illumina looked right through him as if he were thin air, then turned and left the meeting without another word. Seeing this, the other male professors could only offer an awkward laugh. Haha, looks like you got shot down, Professor C. Come on, just have a drink with us. Time flashes forward to the next day. At the cafeteria, Yuan is suddenly mobbed by a massive crowd of students. Everyone wanted a piece of him. You reban Yuan, right? My name is Mira, from the Hater World. Are you interested in the student council? Yuan, want to exchange contacts? I am Eureka. Is it true Yuri from a manaless secondary world? Hey, are you even listening? I am asking you on a date. Let's meet up tonight, okay? Should I write this down in my journal? The student council always welcomes talented people like you. The barrage of questions left Yuan completely bewildered. He had absolutely no idea how to react. Watching the scene unfold, Dako Johan couldn't help but ask, what the hell? Why is it so crowded? Lai explained, his voice filled with pride. Remember that channel we created? It's completely blown up. Just from the tower climbing video, our subscribers shot past 2 million, and the tower footage alone has hit 5 million views. At this point, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in the academy who hasn't seen our channel. Back in Dako Johan's thoughts, she grew pensive watching Yuan surrounded by everyone. Honestly, compared to his actual abilities, I didn't think filming it would be this impactful. But seeing everyone's reaction, Ban Yuan's vision and talent are truly impressive. After what felt like an eternity, Yuan finally managed to escape the crowd. He slumped onto the table, exhausted, and groaned to his friends. My God, it's only Monday morning and it's already like this? Across from him, Vucho grinned. You did great, Yuan. Lai didn't miss the chance to tease him. Well, look at Mr. Popular. You enjoying the fame. Yuan shot back with a sarcastic smile. I guess it's better than getting dragged into controversies just for breathing. Then he turned to Lai. Oh, by the way, you have a lot of fans. If someone wants to talk to you, try to be a little nicer. They said they were too scared to approach you. Lai smiled calmly. If they approach with good intentions, then there's no problem. However, not everyone was a fan. A few haters started sneering nearby. How ridiculous, making such a fuss over a staged video. There's no way they cleared 4 rounds that quickly, especially not a bunch of trash from a secondary world. Look at the size of this spider. It's obviously fake. How can the school let them get away with this garbage? Just you wait. Tomorrow, all their lies will be exposed. They shot Yuan a malicious glare. Their words suddenly reminded Yuan of something. Ah, that is right. Tomorrow is the day. The day I have to face that muscle-bound brute. After all this, the people who doubt the video or just plain hate me are definitely dying to see me get crushed tomorrow. Hearing this, worry washed over Lai's and Vucho's faces. But aside from cheering him on, there was nothing else they could do. Meanwhile, Dako Jo-hyun had just finished her meal. She dabbed her mouth delicately with a napkin and smiled. Then all you have to do is give both your haters and your fans the best show possible, right? Yuan laughed. Haha, you rewrite. At the same time, he thought to himself. At the very least, tomorrow is a perfect opportunity to gain some new subscribers. Time passes, and the scene shifts to the training arena. Yuan and his opponent, Hector, are already there. The referee announces, this match will be live-streamed on the school's official channel. Do you both consent? If so, please sign the document. As soon as he finished speaking, a system window materialized before them. Yuan couldn't hide his shock as he read the contents. What the hell are these advisory clauses? The match ends if one combatant surrenders or is incapacitated. Attacking vital points is forbidden, but injuries sustained are your own responsibility. Are they telling us to fight until one of us is crippled? The more he thought, the less he understood the school's policy. But Hector cut in with a provocative taunt. Hey, negotiator. Startled, Yuan replied, what? Hector continued to mock him. What's wrong? You scared. If you re-scared, just surrender now. Crawl between my legs and bark like a dog, and I'll accept your forfeit. His words ignited Yuan's fury. This meathead. What the hell is he spouting? The crowd was filled with faces Lai had already put in their place, and they were back to sneer at the low-ranker who dared cause a scene. Tear that bastard to shreds. From another corner, Erector seethed, while Optima observed from the stands, her eyes filled with contemplation. Unaware of this, Ho-Jon turned to her friend Lai, who was also live-streaming the event on his channel. What's the reaction like? Lai replied with a stiff expression. The live viewer count just broke 10,000, but most of them are flaming him. Seeing the situation, Vucho couldn't help but worry aloud. Everyone is targeting Yoon. This is so unfair. Meanwhile, Ho-Jan didn't seem to think it was a big deal. She thought casually, honestly, this isn't surprising. The number of people who actually support us is tiny, so this kind of backlash is to be expected. With so many eyes on him, Yoon had no choice but to prove himself. To truly demonstrate his talent, he had to rely on his own strength. Back in Yoon's perspective, Erector's words made him burst out laughing. He mused, kneel down, and I'll spare you so you can scurry away like a dog. Ha ha. Never thought I'd actually hear a line like that. It's like something out of a third-rate novel. Yoon felt that if he didn't fire back at this simple-minded brute, he'd regret it. Hey, did you practice that line to provoke me? It actually sounded pretty good, but do you have the power to back it up? Erector shot back with a defiant glare. Heh, I wonder how long you can keep up that calm facade. Yoon shrugged, turning and walking away as he spoke. Whether I am calm or not, why don't you come find out? With that, he drew a sword from his inventory and beckoned Erector with a taunting gesture. The act made Erector grind his teeth in fury, an enraged sound escaping his lips. His blood boiled with the urge to crush Yoon instantly. He screamed at the referee, Professor Jun, "Declare the start already. Let me tear this punk to pieces, now." The sheer killing intent in his voice made the professor break out in a cold sweat, and he hastily complied. All right then, Class 1S Erector will face Class 11S Yoon. Let the match begin. The moment the words were spoken, Erector launched himself forward with the first attack. He clenched his fist, swinging his colossal arm like a sledgehammer, aiming straight for Yoon. Die, he roared, as if to send Yoon to the afterlife with a single blow. All the while, Yoon remained perfectly calm, observing. He thought, you seem a little too confident, but at that speed, what can you possibly do to me? He took a small step back, pivoting his body to dodge Erector's attack. At the same time, the sword in his hand slammed into his opponent's face, snapping Erector's head to the side and sending his massive body crashing to the ground. Facing a brute like him, the most effective method was to use the footwork he had been taught. Yoon recalled the memory of the night after his date with Vu Cho in the Class 11 training room. That's when Ho-Jan had begun his instruction. Her voice echoed in his mind. But before you master this technique, there will be a lot of trial and error. Otherwise, it's nothing but a half-baked skill. When facing a new opponent or a new attack, you have to use your agility. You might feel overwhelmed at first, but stay calm and observe your opponent's movements. To master this, you must practice until you can use this footwork at a moment's notice. With this staff, I will attack you with varying speeds and forms, each with its own purpose. If you can counter me even once, you will have passed. Faced with Ho-Jan's sharp tone, Yoon had trembled like a frightened lamb. His eyes had even started to water. Snapping back to reality, Yoon carefully observed and analyzed the foolish rock man before him. He can even touch me. If he keeps attacking so recklessly, he'll leave an opening sooner or later. On the other side, Erector was still in a daze, completely baffled as to how he'd been hit. Wait, what just happened? A sudden scream erupted from Erector, but as the sound left his throat, the stone-like skin on his face began to crack open. He clutched his face, roaring in agony. Yoon watched the scene unfold, nodding in satisfaction. It seems my technique was a huge success. Before I struck, I infused wave energy into the blade. Your rock-hard body seems to be an excellent conductor for this energy, which is why you're feeling so much pain. Erector responded to Yoon's explanation with a look of pure madness. He bellowed like a wild beast. You dare damage my body. Yoon turned back, giving the screaming Erector a cold look before slowly walking toward him. He reminded him, sorry, but can you stop whining and attack me already? If you don't want any more pain, then just give up now. But Erector, arrogant and foolish, could never endure such mockery. His entire body trembled with rage. Suddenly, without warning, he swung his massive arm toward Yoon, trying to grab him. However, with his sluggish speed, how could he ever hope to touch Yoon? With just a light hop, Yoon easily dodged the attack, which only served to drive Erector further into a frenzy. You, a lowlife from a pathetic lower dimension, dare to look down on me. His eyes turned as black as the abyss. White smoke began to pour from his mouth and the cracks on his head. Next, he activated a skill, causing his already huge hands to grow even larger. You think being bigger means you will win? I'll crush you. Erector roared, raising his arm high before slamming it down. The impact was so massive it shook the entire arena, but making his arm bigger only slowed him down. To Yoon, this attack posed no threat whatsoever. He even smirked inwardly. What a fool. After a powerful blow fails, you should at least try a new strategy. If you keep repeating the same useless moves, I'll have no choice but to end this quickly. Unaware of Yoon's thoughts, Erector had completely lost his composure. He charged in with a frenzied, thoughtless assault, while Yoon moved with grace, channeling energy into his blade. Just as Erector's colossal hand was about to crash down, Yoon's sword flashed upwards, meeting his stone arm. With a single strike, countless cracks spiderwebbed across the giant limb, making Erector shriek in agony. In another corner, Vice Principal XO watched the battle from his office. He chuckled softly and shook his head. What a one-sided match, and he wasn't the only one. Those who had once looked down on Yoon were now flooding the comments with questions, a sight that brought Lai immense satisfaction. Haha, even seeing it with their own two eyes, they probably still can't believe it. Vu Cho chimed in excitedly. Exactly. Compared to when he first enrolled, Yoon has become unbelievably strong. The group of thugs that Lai had previously taught a lesson were now scratching their heads in disbelief. Is this for real? Why is Erector getting beaten the second the match starts? And by a guy from a lower world? Could it be? All those skills shown on his channel were real? They muttered with faces full of doubt, while the referee, Professor Jun, stood speechless at the scene unfolding on the stage. He thought to himself, what in the world is going on? Just a week ago, he wasn't anywhere near this powerful. What could have possibly happened in just a few days? Before his very eyes, a brilliant golden aura erupted around Yoon, radiating an indescribable power. But before he could get a closer look, an urgent message from the Council of Professors appeared. Glancing back, he noticed Erector lying motionless on the floor, his body covered in wounds. Yoon wondered to himself, now what do I do? Attacking someone too injured to move feels pathetic. Get up and fight me. But before Yoon could decide, Professor Jun raised his hand and intervened. That is enough. Stop the match. By the decision of the supervising professors, we declare Erector unable to continue fighting. For the safety of both contestants, this match is over. The announcement stunned both Yoon and Erector, especially Yoon. He felt something was deeply wrong with stopping the match at such a crucial moment. What are they talking about? If I were the one injured, they wouldn't have lifted a finger. Yoon scoffed inwardly, then spoke up. Professor Jun, please wait a moment. But Professor Jun immediately shot him down. You have no right to object, Ban Yoon. The match is over. Now leave the arena. His authoritative voice left Yoon no choice but to grit his teeth in frustration. Though unwilling, he couldn't defy the Council of Professors. Yoon turned to leave, thinking, a match ending without a winner is so infuriating. But at least I didn't lose. I can live with that for now. Just then, Professor Jun's panicked shout echoed through the arena. Wait, Erector. Don't move. You can fight anymore. The match is over. Yoon spun around to see Erector, his battered body trembling as he struggled to his feet. He roared. Says who? You want me to kneel before some trash from a lower world and suffer this humiliation? You bastard. I'll kill you. With that, he activated his skill, his right arm swelling to the size of a tank as he charged toward Yoon. The floor cracked under his every step, while Professor Jun could only scream helplessly from behind. Stop, Erector. Get out of the way, Ban Yoon. The unfair treatment had already pushed Yoon to his limit, and now this fool was blindly charging in again. Yoon decided he would show no more mercy. He drew his sword from his inventory, muttering, Dodge? Why should I dodge? He's the one trying to kill me. Erector must have heard the warning, right? Or does he think the rules don't apply when his opponent is from a lower world? The professors encourage a fight, then ended on a whim, and now this guy acts like an idiot just to protect his wounded pride. The way this place operates truly disgusts me. With that thought, Yoon's eyes turned ice cold. He swung his sword in a flash of light, and instantly, Erector's right arm was severed, sent flying through the air. Erector's eyes widened in shock before he clutched the stump, screaming in pure agony. In the stands, every student gasped, unable to believe what they'd just seen. Professor Jun rushed over, trying to calm him. Calm down, Erector. Your arm can be reattached. I will take you to the infirmary right now. As he spoke, he frantically manipulated his system screen. At that exact moment, Yoon received an unexpected notification from his own system. System alert. Would you like to steal the following traits from Erector's severed arm? Life force, volcanic titan-esque constitution, monstrous strength. The message made a cold sweat run down Yoon's spine. What in the world? How is this even possible? While the main character was reeling from the strange notification, Jun had already finished with the system screen and was swiftly moving Erector's body, along with his severed arm, to the infirmary. Once that was done, the assistant professor whirled on Yoon, demanding, what was the meaning of that, Ban Yoon? I told you to back off. Yoon calmly sheathed his blade, shrugging. My apologies, Assistant Professor Jun. Everything happened so fast. It was difficult to react in time after the match was called. Jun wasn't buying it for a second. He roared, Is that the best excuse you have? Just then, a holographic screen flared to life beside him. The deep, steady voice of Vice Principal Zahn echoed, That is enough. Assistant Professor Jun, I will handle this from here. At those words, Jun's frustrated expression vanished. He answered weakly, Why, yes, sir. Understood. The screen shifted to face Yoon. Zana's voice was stern. Greetings, Ban Yoon. I am representing the faculty. We witnessed the entire event. From this moment, I will ask the questions and you will provide the answers. Think carefully and speak only the truth. Zahn paused, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Erector's reckless final charge. You cannot possibly claim you were unable to dodge it. Is that correct? With your level of skill, evading it would have been simple. The power gap between you was so immense, the faculty council had already called the match. So, provide us with an explanation we can accept. Why did you not dodge the attack, Ban Yoon? The weight of Zana's question was immense, and Yoon felt the pressure mount. He didn't answer right away, his mind racing. Even though I've mastered the art of word-based power, I've never truly considered the soul behind the words themselves. Yoon could feel the overwhelming presence coming from the other side of the screen. Just who is this man? He wondered. He then spoke, his voice clear. Just as you've all surmised, I did not evade Erector's attack. Instead, I chose to counterattack. I believe a student who dares to defy the faculty's authority and takes pleasure in doing so deserves to face the consequences. Zana's voice held a note of surprise. The faculty's authority, you say? Yoon nodded firmly. That is correct. Furthermore, this was an official duel where rules must be upheld. I wanted to ensure that no other student would ever again dare to defy the rules or think they could launch a sneak attack without consequence. Zahn pressed on, curious. And why is that? Yoon answered deliberately. Because many students and viewers from other dimensions were watching today's match. Erector willfully ignored the call to end the duel and continued to come after me. Had I merely evaded him, it would have sent the wrong message. That when fighting cadets from lower-ranked dimensions, the rules don't need to be followed. Though I had only a moment to decide, I am certain my actions were entirely justified. I acted to defend the honor of this academy. Yoon's reply was delivered with unshakable calm and confidence. This brilliant response, using the academy's honor as his shield, made Vice Principal Zahn smile to himself. Hey, a very clever answer indeed. He knows exactly who is listening right now. He just turned a personal issue into an institutional one. I can argue with that logic, but then, Zahna's voice boomed with authority once more. Cadet Ban Yoon, while ignoring the rules, certainly warrants punishment. It is the faculty's duty to administer it, not a student's. Is that not so? Zahna's words made the color drain from Yoon's face. Beside him, Assistant Professor Jun smirked triumphantly. Ha! How do you like that? No matter how slick your words are, Yuri up against the vice principal. Yuri finished. Ban Yoon. However, Yoon understood the situation perfectly. There was no way to defy the vice principal's authority, so he chose to concede. You are absolutely correct, sir. If my actions infringed upon the faculty's authority, I deeply apologize. Whatever happens, I am prepared to accept any punishment you deem fit. Hearing this, Zahn suddenly let out a hearty laugh, and his entire tone shifted, becoming much more relaxed. Ha ha ha, punishment, you say? Oh no, not at all. I never had any intention of discussing punishment. I was simply curious about your reasoning for taking such action. At this, Zahn paused for a moment, his sharp gaze sizing up Yoon. He truly has a gift for words and an unyielding will to win over his sponsoring constellation. With that thought, Zahn delivered his final verdict. In any case, the ultimate fault lies with Erector. He ignored the end-of-match announcement and still attempted to attack you. Therefore, I recognize Ban Yoon's actions as justifiable self-defense. In the stands, Lai and Vu Cho erupted in celebration. Only Assistant Professor Jun stood there, completely dumbfounded. He stammered, "Sir," but before he could finish, Zahn cut him off sharply. That is enough, Assistant Professor Jun. You will cease this disgraceful behavior at once. If you had managed to restrain Erector from the start and prevented him from losing control, then none of this would have happened. Am I wrong? You bear responsibility in this matter as well. Assistant Professor Jun's face went pale, and he didn't dare utter another word. Zahn concluded the discussion. Reattaching Erector's arm won't be an issue. This match is proving too difficult, so we re-ending it here. All students watching, please return to your seats and prepare for the next activity. As for you, Yuan, you've done well. You are dismissed. Yuan himself was stunned by the easy dismissal. He froze for a moment, then quickly bowed in thanks before turning to leave. But just then, a whisper echoed in his ear. It was Professor XO's voice, barely audible. "We meet again soon." The cryptic words sparked Yuan's curiosity. He glanced back at the monitor for a second before rejoining his friends. Seeing Yuan's stunning victory over Erector, Lai and Vu Cho rushed over. Ecstatic. "Yuan, you back. Welcome back, man. That last sword technique was insane," Lai exclaimed in awe. But Vu Cho just let out a sigh of relief. More importantly, "I am just glad you were not hurt." Yuan nodded, acknowledging them both. "You guys were out here the whole time, thanks to the support. Fighting those elite monsters in the tower really paid off. Huh. A new voice cut in. It was the swordswoman, Ho-Jan. I enjoyed the match. You've gotten stronger again. So, how does it feel? Is that new power useful? Hearing her, Yuan sheepishly scratched his head. Thanks. It's all because you put me through those insane training sessions. But Ho-Jan cut him off, her tone turning dead serious. I'm not talking about that. His arm. You absorbed it, didn't you? Ho-Jan's words hit him like a physical blow. Yuan's expression hardened as the memory came flooding back. Moments before, Yuan had made a choice. To absorb the power from Erector's arm, just in case. I'll just take a little, he had thought, quickly hitting confirm. Instantly, a system window popped up. Life plunder. Body, 22.9. Titan, 27.9. Volcano, 14. Superhuman strength, 14. Titan and volcano. These were attributes no human should possess. Yuan had stared in shock for several seconds. Back in the present, he admitted to his friends, I still can control the attributes of a living person at will, but it seems I can plunder specific parts by severing them from the body. So in the end, I chose to absorb the power from Erector's right arm. Yuan confessed, his expression somber. Seeing his gloom, Ho-Jan's voice was like ice. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look like your soul has been sucked out? Yuan tried to explain. At first, I was happy about getting stronger. But the more I think about it, the more wrong it feels. I cut off a man's arm. He wasn't a monster. The idea of celebrating that just to gain power, it makes my stomach turn. Yuan's voice trailed off, weighed down by a profound sadness. His words even had Vu Cho worried. But Ho-Jan immediately shut him down. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Lift your head. He tried to kill you. He paid the price with his arm. You won. He lost. The outcome is clear. It doesn't matter who they are. If they try to take your life, you show no mercy. Got it. Ho-Jan's sharp words snapped Yuan out of it. His thoughts cleared, and he managed a small laugh. Yeah, you rewrite. Haha, sorry everyone. I guess I was just overthinking things. Seeing him back to normal, Ho-Jan scoffed. Worrying about stuff like that is a total waste of energy. So, what if I went around and borrowed an arm from every single one of those rumored special class kids? I'd take their power, spare their lives, but completely crush their spirits. Hearing her terrifying idea, Yuan could only offer a strained laugh. Haha. You were actually scaring me. Lai shook his head disapprovingly. Don't worry, Yuan. Yuri's still way more human than she is. Her head snapped towards them, eyes flashing with anger. Hey, what was that? Just then, a new notification screen materialized in front of Yuan. He cried out, Oh, come on. What is it now? His outburst immediately caught the attention of the other three. Before him was an announcement for a class, led by Professor XO. A cold sweat trickled down his back. Oh no. Mandatory supplementary course. Veto rights denied. Professor XO's Babylonian Constellations open to fourth-year students and above. Professor XO's voice echoed from the screen. How to attract support from the constellations, and how to skillfully negotiate contracts with them. Learn valuable knowledge to avoid a constellation's wrath, and even how to easily switch patrons, and much more. 11th graders are especially welcome to participate. Time passed, and soon Yuan's group was on the move again. But as they walked, they drew hostile stares from everyone around them. Look, it's the underclassman. Look at him, walking around so smugly. It's pissing me off. Seriously, so irritating, another student grumbled. But not everyone agreed. Really? He may be an underclassman, but he's got skills. Did you see his duel? That guy is sharp. But what are they doing here? This is the fourth-year floor, someone pointed out. Yeah. Professor XO's lecture hall is the only thing up here. Yuan noticed his friends had gone silent, weighed down by the whispers. To break the heavy tension, he spoke up. Have I ever told you guys? There's a saying from my world. The more people curse you, the longer you live. In response, Ho-Jan just shot him a skeptical look, as if she were staring at an absolute idiot. Model. Oh, look at the baby throwing a fit, she taunted. At this rate, you will live forever. Meanwhile, Lai scowled, blaming the others for their cowardice. Did you think we were deaf? The petite Vu Cho tugged on Yu's sleeve and whispered, Are you okay? After what happened yesterday. I was worried everyone would avoid you. They were spreading nasty rumors without even knowing the real you. Her eyes welled up with tears. You realized she might be the one who needed comforting. I am okay, Vu Cho. It stings a little, but it's better than before. Better than being totally ignored like I used to be. Thanks for worrying about me. As he spoke, he gently patted her head, and her spirits seemed to lift instantly. But the peaceful moment was shattered by the grinding of teeth and a voice dripping with sarcasm. Ha. Ha. It was Ho-Jan. Look at you too. One weekend trip and you already this cozy? Her words sent a shiver down Lie's spine, and he quickly shuffled away. Ho-Jan glared at Vu Cho. You really love clinging to you, don't you? If you want to get friendly, do it somewhere else. You monster. Vu Cho shot back unexpectedly. What's the matter? Jealous? The retort surprised you, while Ho-Jan bristled like an angry cat. Guess you didn't get beaten enough during training. Did you, monster? Ho-Jan snarled. Vu Cho ducked behind you, but her eyes were still filled with defiance. You had no choice but to step in. Hold on, calm down, Ho-Jan. Class is about to start. Let's not cause a scene. From behind him, Vu Cho gave Ho-Jan a smug little smile. You act as if you weren't the one who started bullying me first, she quipped. The words made Ho-Jan tremble with rage as you shot a warning glare at Vu Cho. You too, he warned her. Time flew by, and soon the group arrived at the Babylon Constellation Lecture Hall. Just before going inside, you hesitated. This is the Babylon Lecture Hall, right? We not late, are we? Lie asked nervously. There was a class last week, too. What will the upperclassmen think of us low-level freshmen joining in the middle of the semester? You just smiled. Is that what you were worried about? Of course. They probably just think we were some kind of genius underclassmen, right? With that, you pushed the door open, and instantly, every single eye in the room locked onto them. The pressure was immense. Ho-Jan muttered, just as I expected. They were all upperclassmen. Even I can afford to underestimate their power. But unlike Ho-Jan's calm assessment, Vu Cho grabbed Yu's arm in a panic, his own face pale with anxiety. He could sense far more than his friends could. My God. I knew this was a class for the elite. But what is this? Before Yu's very eyes, something appeared. Countless garbled notifications flickered, hinting at the terrifying power of the seniors. Yu's current abilities weren't strong enough to fully analyze their strength. A system window popped up. You have successfully understood and partially interpreted a concept held by a transcendent being. Your comprehension of the Tome of 100 Poisons has reached 137. Unable to read U.S. inner turmoil, Professor Exxon noticed the new students and called out, Welcome, 11th graders. I am delighted you could join my class. Allow me to introduce myself. I am San, your supervising professor. Please, take any available seat. For you, the voice was instantly familiar. It was the same one that had spoken to him during his battle with the Erector. Once Yu's group was settled, the vice principal began his lecture. As outlined in the syllabus, the goal of this course is clear: to understand the origin of the tower and the constellations. Since we have some underclassmen with us today, we will first discuss the tower. At a glance, the tower may seem to have no rules or even an endpoint. But in reality, it is much like a living organism. As we climb, we must overcome its trials and discover the treasures hidden within. You may think you receive rewards simply for clearing a trial, but that is not the case. You are not hunting for treasure. The tower itself has prepared these treasures, specifically for you to find. Its purpose is to select the most elite, offering them more precious items, more special treasures, and more transcendent magic. The tower is searching for those who can truly understand it, and revealing more of its secrets. To those who comprehend, it is the fundamental trait of any being capable of higher reasoning. Listening to the vice principal, you scoff internally. What a load of nonsense. A fragile system, thrown into chaos by a single, irregular intruder. And he's talking about the tower choosing people. Isn't he that just glorifying it? How could anyone believe that? But then, Yu's expression grew serious. He started replaying the events of his climb in his mind. Wait a minute. The principal's letter was sent shortly after the intruder entered the tower, so we all assumed the anomaly with the spider swarm in room 4 was the intruder's fault. But thinking about it now, the difficulty on floor 1 was strange from the very start. The creature that killed Liu Yi instantly was definitely an elite monster. If the tower only started acting strange after we reached the 4th room because of the intruder, then the hellish difficulty in rooms 1, 2, and 3 makes absolutely no sense. What is really going on? Could it be that the tower is actually a living thing? The idea sounded insane, but if he changed the entire premise, assuming the difficulty didn't change because of an intruder, but for some other reason, could it be because of that? Could this hellish difficulty really be the tower's design? Or perhaps it's all happening because I am the descendant of the tower's master. God. That sounds so narcissistic. It makes no sense. The more Yuan thought, the deeper he fell into a spiral of confusion. It got so bad his friend Lai had to ask, What's wrong, Yuan? At the front of the class, Vice Principal XO was still lecturing, but his gaze was locked onto Yuan. When he saw the boy's restless expression, a mysterious, knowing smile crept across his face. Back to Yuan, who was still stroking his chin and thought, I don't need to overthink this. If the tower itself chooses its climbers, like the professor said, then there's no better training ground than this. At the very least, our class is facing harder challenges and a completely different situation than everyone else. They say high risk brings great rewards. The prize the tower has prepared for us must be on an entirely different level. Ugh, why can't I wrap my head around this? What is the real secret of this class? From the podium, Vice Principal XO met Yuan's confused gaze and whispered in astonishment. Has he already figured it out? The barrier that surrounds it. Some students can perceive it, even after years, but he spotted that orb on his very first day as a guest. Yes, you are exceptionally sharp. Ban you. It's unexpected, but even as a first year, you are fully worthy of attending this lecture. As he spoke, the professor reached into the air, pulling down a purple orb that was floating above the class. He continued, I have a question for you, Ban Yu. What do you see inside this sphere? The cryptic question made Yuan focus intently on the orb, but his system only displayed vague information. Flustered, Yuan replied, I don't see anything. Hearing this, Zhou merely smiled. You need to focus harder. Check again. Still nothing, Yuan said, shaking his head. Try to concentrate. There must be something you can see. Try to uncover this orb's secret. So encouraged him. After a long moment of intense observation, Yuan began to perceive a few concepts within it: shield, sever, and protect. But anything beyond that, I can quite grasp. He spoke with a hint of confusion. Realizing the boy had reached his limit, Zhou didn't push him further. Very good. You may close your eyes and rest now. Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Zhou couldn't hide his own surprise. To think you discover 3 of the orb's abilities. You are truly no ordinary student. Now I understand why the headmaster has taken such an interest in you. He then asked, do you understand what this is? Not at all, Yuan answered bluntly. The honest reply left the vice principal slightly taken aback. You are very honest, but you should try to think more deeply. I want to emphasize to all of you that in your studies and your lives, expanding your mind and nurturing your imagination is paramount. Expanding your mind is directly linked to expanding your own power. If you wish to use your abilities at a higher level, you must develop your capacity for thought and strive to direct it. You must train your ability to think. Even if the results aren't immediate, you must never stop thinking. The advice only made Yuan feel more lost. Never stop thinking. What does that have to do with the orb? He wondered to himself, then asked aloud. If someone has high perception or imagination, could they control this sphere? The question surprised XO, but he nodded. Precisely. One day, if you can understand the structure of all things, analyze it, and develop the ability to expand upon it, this orb will turn you into a pseudo-god. The entire class fell silent, still processing the revelation. So chuckled. Perhaps it's difficult to grasp right now, but through your studies, you will gradually come to understand. This is the core of my lecture, and it is deeply connected to our main topic, the astral war simulation. Today, as class ends here, for homework, I want you to imagine the possible applications of this. I will see you all next week. As for Yuan, he still felt like he learned almost nothing. He scratched his head, muttering, this is too complicated. A god is a god, but what is a pseudo-god? A being that is like a god, or a false god. What's the principle behind becoming one? Is it because we read in different school years? This class is impossible. Yuan felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. Meanwhile, the other students began leaving the lecture hall. Lai turned to everyone and said, let's get going, Yuan. Once they were outside, Yuan was still completely lost. Desperate, he asked, can someone please explain that lecture to me? His question made Lai's eyes widen in disbelief. Huh? I figured you'd be the one breaking it down for the rest of us. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from beside the group. So, the lecture is finally over? Hearing that voice, Yuan jumped and spun around, shouting, Optima, what are you doing here? His question was met with a contemptuous glare from the blonde noble. Silence, you lowly creature. I am the one asking questions here. He glanced around imperiously and demanded, where is she? The group looked at each other in confusion. Lai mumbled, she? Don, tell me. In their minds, the image of only one person appeared. Right on cue, Hua Zhan's voice cut through the noise. What's all this commotion about? She approached, curiously eyeing the crowd. Before her gaze landed squarely on Optima, she let out an indifferent sigh. Oh, for heaven's sake. I thought something serious was happening. Across from her, the moment Optima saw Hua Zhan, he strode forward. He looked her straight in the eye and spoke with a serious tone. Doc Hua Zhan, I presume? Hearing her name, Hua Zhan crossed her arms casually. Yeah, what about it? Optima's voice was firm. I have business with you. His words were starting to get on the swordswoman's nerves. Was he asking for another duel? If you have a death wish, she thought. I won't be the one to stop you, but fighting inside the academy was strictly forbidden. However, what Tima did next left everyone completely speechless. He suddenly dropped to one knee, pulling a magnificent bouquet of roses from his inventory. He held the flowers out towards Jian and spoke with a solemn voice. "June, I want to ask you out on a date." As the words left his lips, his face flushed bright red in embarrassment. Yuan's friends in the back could only stare with wide eyes, breaking into a cold sweat for Tima. How could he possibly say something like that to John? And as for John, her expression instantly darkened, her killing intent so potent it felt like she could devour him whole. Nobody could believe their eyes. Yuan and Lia's faces turned ghost white. They never imagined this guy's taste was so extreme. He's actually into the girl who beat him to a bloody pulp? Lai flatly replied, "You just answered your own question." But Yuan was still in denial, screaming, "There's no way." With a helpless look, John calmly spoke, "You re all the same, so stop arguing. I am far more interested in his real plan." The three of them stared at her, utterly confused. A plan? What plan? John just returned their gaze and asked, "You guys seriously don't see it?" She then walked towards them, explaining as she went, "He definitely has some other goal in mind, because I don't see a single drop of affection in his eyes." Yuan lazily glanced over his shoulder and shot back, "No way, you V got it all wrong. You were looking pretty flustered yourself, you know." The second she heard that, the fiery June was overcome with shyness. She started to tremble and stuttered. "Why are you suddenly complimenting me like that? I already know I am beautiful. You don't have to announce it to the world." Someone nearby warned Jion not to fall for his flattery. "That guy is a total player." Joan shot back, flustered. "Of course I know that. You don't have to tell me." Beside them, Du Cho wondered to herself, does he really have a different motive? But that look in his eyes, she definitely remembers it. Just a few minutes ago, Jion had rejected the blonde with a voice like steel, saying, "I have zero interest in you, so don't come looking for me ever again." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving him still kneeling on the cold floor. At that moment, Ruo happened to look back and caught the expression on his face. He was clearly devastated, crushed by the weight of her rejection. He looked completely broken as he struggled to stand. Trying to deal with love at this age is just a recipe for exhaustion. He should just stay home and watch videos. A short while later, on the training grounds, he suddenly received a notification from the system. "You have revealed your presence to multiple beings. Your existence has been etched into their minds. You have awakened a new language concept, charisma and dignity. The depth of charisma and dignity is 10. He thought to himself, "I just uploaded this week's video to my channel and I am already getting a new stat, charisma 10. The ability to charm and influence others. Dignity 10, power gained from being acknowledged by other beings." These sound pretty good, but are they actually useful for climbing the tower? Burning with curiosity, he turned to Du Shou and asked, "Have I been looking extra handsome lately?" She jumped, startled by the random question, before praising him, saying he looked even more handsome than usual. That compliment went straight to his head, but his smug grin just made Joan furious. She unleashed a terrifying wave of jealousy that shocked everyone. She roared, "You two better focus on what you're supposed to be doing. Stop acting all lovey-dovey over here." A murderous glint flashed in her eyes. In her grasp, Lai was being used as a personal punching bag to vent her rage. The main character quickly tried to ask his friend if he looked any different, but before he could finish his sentence, John shoved him square in the face. Blushing, she snapped, "Didn't you hear a word I just said? You better concentrate on your training." She then yelled in frustration, "At this rate, we were going to be stuck here until dawn." Seeing the situation, Yuan signaled for Ruo to resume their training. Meanwhile, Lai looked like he was about to burst into tears. "Just let me rest for a second, please." His wish was granted as he collapsed onto the ground. In the center of the field, he and Ruo were sparring. Their movements were a blur as they exchanged and parried blows with incredible speed. Her combat techniques were improving at an astonishing rate. The force of their attacks colliding sent shockwaves through the air. From the sidelines, Lai offered his analysis. "Ban has gotten way stronger. I think it might be time to move on to more advanced training." But John immediately shot him down. "Not yet." Leaning against the wall, she explained, "He's definitely stronger, but he's still leagues behind you too. The only reason he's lasting this long is because Ru is holding back." She watched the fight with a calculating gaze. "After all, tomorrow we enter the tower. Have you figured out a way to deal with that monster yet, Ban Yu? If you haven't, it'll just be a repeat of last time. If we don't find a solution soon, failure is inevitable." Meanwhile, Yu was activating his myriad corpse eye. Golden lightning crackled from his pupils. After an entire week of training with Ruo, he thought, "I am finally starting to understand her power. Her rage is triggered by her emotions. And depending on which emotion she uses as fuel, her entire state of being changes. When negative emotions like anger are used as the catalyst, she becomes nearly impossible to control. But on the other hand, if she uses positive, happy emotions, her rage subsides and she becomes stable once more." The problem is, in the heat of battle, anger is the easiest emotion to feel. That is the real reason she can control her own strength. At that moment, Ruo lunged at him with a powerful blow. He had to find a way to change her emotions right here and now. His plan was in motion. He instantly dodged, using the flat of his blade to send her flying. With a deafening boom, Ruocha's body crashed hard against the training ground. The two onlookers stared in shock at the scene. Ruocha's anger began to boil over, while our hero realized he was onto something. In that instant, his hands wove a magic circle as he calculated his next move. I spent the entire week with Ruocha, collecting fragments of her emotions, when she was happy, relaxed, or quiet. These weren't fake feelings, but the genuine emotions from her heart, and in his hands, he now held that very power. He channeled her joy, rocketing forward to strike her with her own happiness. He thought to himself, this has to work. But just as his hand was about to make contact, Ruocha violently slapped it away. She bared her teeth, fangs exposed, then lunged forward, tackling him and sending them both tumbling to the ground. Yoon was completely defenseless in this situation, only able to watch helplessly as Ruocha raged above him. She immediately raised her sharp claws to strike him down, causing the other two to rush forward in a panic. Just then, the little snake S-chains shot out, instantly binding her arms and sealing them to her sides. No matter how much Ruocha screamed, she couldn't break free. Thankfully, she returned to her normal self soon after, and Yoon could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. That berserk state didn't last too long. But does it have to be like this every time? Every battle is a massive risk. Something has changed. But what's the trigger? And just like that, she was back to her adorable self. Thank you, she said. Because of him, she could now fight more freely. This alone was a huge step forward. I'm so glad you're here, she added. He was ecstatic that he could help her out, knowing his efforts would be rewarded. Jenna's sudden appearance startled Yoon, who quickly explained, "We just training hard, not flirting, I swear." She just replied calmly, "I know. It's a good thing no one got hurt just now. More importantly, everything is." She abruptly stopped, leaving her sentence hanging in the air. Everyone was confused. What's with her today? All right, that is enough training for now. The next day, they would enter the tower once more. What awaits them? The next chapter will reveal all. This concludes part 1. All right, everyone, if you enjoyed this, don't forget to like and subscribe to support the channel.